The mythical empire of civilization. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, Throwing All Chemical Bombs. Serold, you will be the commander-in-chief of the siege this time. The Royal Court Knights, Noble Knights, the Elf Griffin Knights, 2,000 Elven Archers, 5,000 Elven Warriors, 50 Ancient Tree People, 2,000 Legion Guards, 1,000 Crossbowmen, and the 3rd Infantry Corps of the Empire are all under your command. Baron Leeton and Viscount Galena, you two should follow Serold. In the ivory white crystal hall, Ilor sat high on the throne, stroking the red jade on the hilt, while conveying the order. I thank the king for his trust. Serold, wearing golden armor and a dark blue cloak fluttering behind him, leaned towards the throne and said, "Go, don't let me down." Ilor said without raising his head, "I'll take my leave." Serold, who was like a little giant, walked out with the other two barons. The sound of metal friction made people feel sick. Gather the army and set off to the northeast. As Serold shouted loudly, the two metal gates in the northeast slowly opened, and a phalanx of troops began to pour out from the city gate. As the troops in the city moved out, there were waves of earth-shaking sounds around. Two magic spires began to rise slowly, and a magic vortex began to condense at the bottom of the tower, and the spires began to move with the magic vortex. Finally, the two spires moved to a distance of 100 meters. The grey-white defense light curtain that originally covered 10,000 meters also began to shrink gradually, and finally became an area of only about 300 meters in radius. The consumption was instantly reduced by 90%. The faces of the more than 20 shadow guards who were originally at the edge of the light curtain suddenly showed a touch of unexpected surprise. They received an order to go to the enemy camp to assassinate the leader of the enemy army. But when they arrived, they found that there was a layer of defense light curtain in front of them, which prevented them from entering. So everyone hid here and waited for the opportunity. The light curtain suddenly disappeared, giving them hope again. The opportunity has come. Let's hide in it first. The shadow guard leader gave an order, and more than 20 shadow guards entered the invisible state and approached the metal wall in front. Seeing the large number of troops pouring out, the shadow guard leader said in a low voice with a heavy face, "The communication bug will pass the news that the enemy is preparing to attack the city to Dangmu County in Kyoto." Yes. A shadow guard immediately took out the communication bug and sent a message with his consciousness. Everyone looked at the bronze wall in front of them, their faces full of shock. My goodness, how did the enemy do it? Everyone looked puzzled. In less than 2 days, the other side actually built a bronze wall. It would take at least half a year to build a wall that is 7 or 8 meters high. The shadow guard leader's face sank and then ordered, "Pass the situation of this wall to Kyoto." After the voice fell, he led the shadow guards to crawl into the city. I saw a bunch of claws like poisonous tongues being thrown out and firmly grasped on the wall. The moment the claws were thrown out, the color immediately changed to the same color as the bronze wall. It was difficult for the soldiers around here to find it without careful observation. More than 20 invisible shadow guards pulled the rope hooked by the claws and began to climb up the city wall on tiptoe. The invisible people did not alert the surrounding soldiers. After a while, more than 20 shadow guards successfully sneaked into the city. Looking at the densely packed camps around, everyone was stunned. "Where should we go to find their leader?" a shadow guard asked in confusion. The shadow guard leader thought for a while and pointed to the two ivory white spires in front of him that looked like pillars of heaven and said in a deep voice, "That place is the most complicated. Let's go and take a look first." After the voice fell, everyone began to rush towards the spire. After a long time, when many shadow guards rushed to the distance of more than 200 meters in front of the spire, they found that the previous defensive light curtain appeared in front again. The shadow guard leader sighed. "It seems that the opponent's leader is very cautious, and I'm afraid that the assassination will not work. Since we can't assassinate the enemy's leader, then we will go and assassinate the officers of their army." The shadow guard leader looked fierce and then issued an order to start the action. As a result, the camps in the city suddenly became chaotic, and screams were heard everywhere. Beaches of blood appeared in a corner. Some people died of poisoning. Some people were killed by swords and cut their throats. Some people were pierced in the neck by crossbows. Some people were found with a small sword without a hilt stuck in their chests, and blood was flowing all over the ground. The number of dead people reached 40 or 50. They were all officers of varying sizes. Among them, there were even 3 barons and 2 viscounts. However, most of the dead were human. The shadow guards did try to assassinate the elves, but soon they found that the elves with a pair of pointed ears, fair skin, beautiful faces, and handsome faces had strong perception. They could often detect the danger in advance. 5 shadow guards were even discovered during the assassination and were shot in the vitals and died. Therefore, the leader of the shadow guards immediately shifted the target to the human officers. The assassination lasted for half an hour, and the other side had begun to be on high alert. So, the remaining 19 shadow guards immediately chose to retreat. The news reached Ilor's ears. In the hall on the first floor of the spire, Ilor listened to the soldier's report, and his expression became gloomy. Assassination? Good, very good. His face was as cold as frost. The vacant officer will be replaced by the subordinate with the highest merit, and let the Silver Helmet Knights go out and find these assassins for me, he said in a deep voice. I will do it right away. The herald on the side did not dare to stay in this hall for long, for he was afraid that the furious king would chop him with a sword. Wait a minute, Ilor said again in a deep voice. Send a message to Serad. After conquering the city, young men and women will be demoted to slaves, and the rest will be killed. The herald's body trembled when he heard the cold voice. He responded and then hurried out of the hall. Ilor looked at the place where the herald disappeared. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression seemed to be thinking. He was able to assassinate more than 50 officers in such a huge army, but only 5 assassins were found by the elves. This time the enemy is not simple. He slowly stood up from the throne, looked outside the hall, and sighed. On the other side, the leader of the shadow guards led the shadow guards to evacuate the enemy's camp and headed towards Dongmu County. My lord, aren't we going back to Kyoto? The shadow guard shook his head slightly and said, although the enemy in the camp is shocked, the army sent out is not. Let's try it. When the enemy attacks the city, assassinate its main general, and the army will collapse without attacking. As soon as the voice fell, more than a dozen shadow guards followed closely behind him and began to run towards Dongmu County. Dongmu County City. The southern wall. Yu Qian was wearing a set of armor and a ring-headed sword on his waist. Zhao Tai stood aside holding a steel spear. Behind the two were thousands of armored soldiers. Some held swords, some held spears, and some held longbows. The enemy's number is several times greater than ours. It's not easy to defend. Zhao Tai looked at the enemy troops 2 miles outside the city. They were as dense as a dark cloud, as if a black flood was about to submerge Dongmu County. Yu Qian also looked at the army outside the city with a serious expression. The 7 or 8 meter tall tree man refreshed his cognition. The king sent a message saying that the tree man is afraid of thunder and lightning. Let the Thunder Copper Spear army concentrate their fire to attack and defeat the enemy. Zhao Tai reminded him. Yu Qian nodded slightly. Your Majesty has appointed me as the governor of Dongmu County, so I will command this battle. General Zhao Tai, you will lead 2,000 cavalrymen from the Dragon Cavalry Battalion out of the city to disrupt the enemy's siege. If the enemy advances, I will retreat, and if the enemy retreats, I will advance. There are still 150,000 thunder bronze arrows in the city. You will take 50,000 out of the city, and the 2,000 cavalrymen will be divided into small groups. Under the condition of protecting yourself, you will disrupt and block the enemy. After hearing this, Zhao Tai pondered for a moment and then responded, I will obey your order. As soon as the voice fell, Zhao Tai turned and went down the city wall, leading 2,000 cavalrymen from the Dragon Cavalry Battalion to ride out of the city gate. Watching Zhao Tai leave, Yu Qian quickly adjusted the garrison troops of the city. The wall in the south direction must be the main attack of the opponent. The other 3 walls are feints or auxiliary attacks. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, the enemy will put all its troops on the south wall, intending to break the city with one blow. There were not many soldiers in the city, so Yu Qian planned to put on armor for the 5,000 new soldiers to participate in the defense of the city. In addition to the 2,000 dragon cavalrymen who had already left the city, the current defense force of Dongmu County City also included 2,000 archers, 4,000 Thunder Bronze spearmen, and 5,000 Thunder Bronze sword and shield new troops. Mobilize 1,000 spearmen and 3,000 sword and shield new troops to guard the other 3 walls. The rest of the army will stay in the South City with me, and the catapults will all stay in the South City. Move all the military resources and city defense supplies in the warehouse. The atmosphere of the army's pressure made everyone nervous. The 2,000 cavalrymen outside the city gradually divided into 10 cavalry squads, ready to follow Yukon's strategies and tactics to block the enemy. The silence before the noise stayed in Dongmu County City. The enemy troops outside the city soon stopped a mile outside the city. Riding on a heavily armored warhorse, Sarad couldn't help but raise his head and look at the city ahead. This is a rammed earth wall 7 or 8 meters high. After a moment, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of sarcasm. Is this kind of wall worthy of so many troops? Within 3 hours, the cavalry of the Royal Court Knights will step into the city. Sarad raised his sword and shouted in a deep voice, "Attack the city." Woo woo woo. A loud horn sounded suddenly and spread all over the place. The huge army moved instantly. The main force was the 3rd Infantry Corps of the Empire. Every 100 people formed a small square. The square was a hollow square with a huge ancient tree man standing in the middle. A total of 30 squares rushed towards the wall in front. The remaining 20 ancient tree men began to separate a dozen branches and grab stone bullets weighing more than 20 kilograms and throw them onto the wall. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of heavy stone bullets fell from the sky, like meteorites flying at high speed, hitting the wall of Dongmu County. Bang, bang, bang. The wall was hit by countless stone bullets, and the dust flew and rumbled. Even the edge was hit continuously, and cracks appeared immediately. Archers switched to thunder copper arrows. Counterattack. Swish, swish, swish. 2,000 veteran elite archers quickly pulled out a thunder copper arrow mixed with purple lightning from their backs. They neatly put the arrows on the bowstrings. With the sharp sound of the bowstrings, the rain of arrows composed of 2,000 thunder copper arrows quickly fell down. The moment the arrows flew into the air, they turned into sharp and domineering thunder and lightning and slashed towards the enemies below the city. Due to the infusion of thunder and lightning power, thunder copper arrows can even shoot farther to a certain extent. For a while, arrows mixed with thunder and lightning fell into the enemy formation, and fierce thunder and lightning flashed. Dozens of square formations in the front were instantly defeated by half. Under the bombardment of dense thunder and lightning arrows, more than half of the 30 tree people fell down in an instant. Although only a few died, all the fallen tree people were seriously injured. Even if they were not dead, in a short time, they would definitely not be able to enter the battlefield again. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Looking at the continuous screams below, the power of the rain of lightning arrows once again refreshed Yukon's cognition. This power is even stronger than the fire guns of the Ming Dynasty. With such powerful weapons, there is a little hope to solve the problem of the dangerous city. He issued orders to shoot arrows one after another. Lightning arrows were shot out one after another. For a while, the enemies attacking the city were like desert travelers marching in a tornado. If they are not careful, they will be blown into ash. At this time, Sarad, who was standing behind the city, was stunned. Lightning element? Magician? How could the other side have so many magicians? This is absolutely impossible. He was shocked, obviously frightened by the bursts of lightning arrows. Leighton on the side speculated, maybe it is an alchemical weapon. Sarad shook his head and said, no matter which possibility it is, it means that it is much more difficult for us to take this city. After a moment, Sarad said in a deep voice, Baron Leighton, you lead 3,000 infantry, 2,000 elven warriors, 1,000 elven archers, and 1,000 legion guards to go around and attack the east wall. Viscount Garena, you lead 3,000 infantry, 1,000 crossbowmen, 1,000 legion guards, and 1,000 elven warriors to go around and attack the west wall. Besiege on 3 sides and disperse their long-range arms. We have the opportunity to get close to the wall. The enemy's army is not as large as ours, and the advantage of gathering one wall to attack is this. As long as we deploy our forces and make it difficult for them to take care of both ends, the advantage is ours. Serad quickly formulated a new siege plan. As the Grand Master of the Royal Court Knights appointed by the king himself, he not only has rich experience in commanding troops, but also has huge military merits enough to be promoted to Earl. He is the sharpest sword in the king's hand, and he is a tall devil in the eyes of the enemy. He raised the commander's sword in his hand and shouted, "Throw all chemical bombs at the enemy's city gate." Chapter 277. The city wall is shattered, and strange beasts appear. Following Serad's loud shout, the baggage team in the rear quickly moved boxes of sealed wooden crates over. When the lids of the crates were opened, several crystal balls as big as heads were found inside. Inside the crystal balls was a noisy and chaotic energy body of various colors. This was a container made of special materials, into which multiple mutually repelling elemental energies were injected to create an elemental bomb. It could not be detonated from the inside, so the noisy elemental energy inside was safe under the cover of the special crystal body. However, as long as the crystal was subjected to a violent collision outside, it would shatter, thereby triggering the elemental energy inside and causing a violent explosion. The power of this explosion could easily shatter the wooden city gates, and the stone city walls would shatter after a few times. Throw. A dull roar suddenly sounded. Then, huge ancient tree men were seen, with branches on their trunks extending out like tentacles, wrapping around the elemental bombs, and then suddenly throwing them towards the direction of the city ahead. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the elemental bomb hit the city wall, the huge impact force caused the crystal to shatter, and then the violent elemental energy produced a huge explosion light wave. The surrounding void was blown into ripples. The several meter thick city wall instantly flew, rocks and cracks appeared. If the city wall had not been so thick, it would have collapsed after the explosions just now. But even so, the surrounding area was shaken, and the soldiers on the city wall were dizzy and swaying. What's worse, some fell off the city wall without paying attention, and were then shot to death by several enemy arrows. Qin held the city wall with both hands, his face solemn. If the enemy continued to bomb like this, the city wall would collapse in a short time. If the city gate was blown up, it would be even more likely to shatter at once. The enemy actually had something as powerful as a cannon. My lord, I'm afraid this city is in danger. You county magistrate. At the same time, a shout came from the back. Qin turned around and looked. The person who came was Jiangrong, the official of the highest rank and the master of the witch hall. Jiangrong was wearing a lavender brocade robe, which was the official robe of the witch hall, and symbolized the identity of a wizard. Behind Jiangrong were more than 30 wizards of the witch hall. More than half of them were intermediate wizards, and there were even 4 high-level wizards. Master Jiang. Qin bowed and said, "You county magistrate, I'm following the order of the king, to lead all the wizards of the witch hall to come to support." Qin was overjoyed after hearing this and said, "Master Jiang is here just in time. Look." Qin pulled Jiangrong forward, pointed to the box next to the ancient tree people and said, "If you throw that thing over, it will explode. If you let them continue to explode, the city wall will collapse, and the city gate will be broken. Leave it to us to deal with it." Jiangrong responded and waved his hand. The wizards behind him began to stick to the top of the city. Serad, who was under the city, saw the wall quilt collapse, so he continued to give the order to throw. Dozens of ancient tree people immediately separated out branches like tentacles to wrap the remaining 20 or so elemental bombs, and then suddenly threw them at the city walls and gates. Jiangrong was shocked and immediately shouted, "Do it." I saw many wizards immediately mobilize the spiritual energy in their bodies. The spiritual energy was infused into the spirit seed and rushed towards the witch seal in the spirit seed. For a time, the surrounding red and white light was loud. With the control of the consciousness of many wizards, the ground under the city trembled. In the blink of an eye, vines of varying thickness broke out of the ground and rushed towards the elemental bombs flying in the air at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. And Jiangrong was even more terrifying. One person summoned 5 vines, instantly wrapped the 5 elemental bombs, and then was able to manipulate witchcraft for the second time, throwing the bombs towards the enemy's square formation. Bang, bang, bang. A ripple of explosion suddenly spread out from the enemy's square formation. A fiercer wave blew past, and the square formation was seen like a wave of flowers blooming. Blood was everywhere, dyeing the green grass red. Broken limbs and arms fell from the air. There was a wailing sound at the scene, and the morale of the enemy's 3rd Infantry Corps of the Empire dropped by half in an instant. Woo woo woo, a dull horn sounded. The enemy army, like a black torrent, retreated like a tide. Serad had a dark face and had to give the order to withdraw the troops. The strength of the enemy army was seriously inconsistent with his estimation, so in order to avoid increasing losses, he had to give the order to retreat. The 2 armies that had been sent out earlier, which originally wanted to bypass the other 2 city walls, had to retreat after hearing the horn sound. This made Zate, who was waiting at the city gate, to leave the city to stop the enemy, sigh in anger. The enemy's first attack failed, which made the defenders in the city relieved. In the temporary military camp 600 meters outside the city of Dangmu County, Captain Serad, why are you withdrawing? Leighton walked into the military tent aggressively and asked bluntly. As the younger brother of the current queen and the brother-in-law of the king, although Leighton is only a baron, he is much braver than Viscount Galena when facing Serad. Serad stood up and snorted coldly, looking at Serad, who was as burly as a little giant in front of him. Leighton couldn't help but take a step back. The enemy has magicians in the city, and they turned the elemental bombs thrown by the ancient tree people into the siege team. Morale is low, and if the original siege plan is followed, the losses will be magnified, so I ordered the horn to withdraw the troops. Serad responded with a rough voice. Gariner in the corner thought for a moment and said, I think we should pass the message to His Majesty the King, and add some more siege methods. Serad nodded slightly after hearing this. Okay. Leighton shook his head and denied, I think we should try again, when the army regains its morale. Only the 3rd Infantry Corps participated in the siege just now, and the relay elite have not yet been deployed. Serad was stunned. He understood that Leighton was eager to gain merit, and wanted to prove it to His Majesty the King, but if he knew about it, but did not report it, resulting in too much loss, hadn't he thought about the consequences? In the end, Leighton backed down. After all, if the elite troops suffered heavy losses, then Salad and the others would throw all the responsibility to him, and even if he was the king's brother-in-law, he would not be able to withstand the consequences. Moreover, he was young, but he was not a fool. I'll send someone to send a message back. After Gariner finished speaking, he turned around, lifted the curtain and walked out. Just as he stepped out of the military tent, 2 sword-wielding guards wearing tank snake clothes and chainmail suddenly appeared in front of him. Without saying a word, 4 knives slashed at him at the same time. Puff. The blade slashed him, and he vomited blood, and died on the spot. Galena. Leighton was close to the curtain. He heard the sound of swords and spitting blood, and he immediately became alert, and shouted in a deep voice. Seeing that there was no sound coming from outside, the 2 people in the military tent were startled, and they all drew their swords and waited cautiously. Assassin. There is an assassin. Sarad's rough voice immediately spread the sound dozens of meters away. He held the knight's sword with both hands, rushed out in an instant, and swung hard. Whoosh. 2 sharp sounds appeared in vain. From the darkness, 2 arrows shot at Serad in an instant. As the Grand Master of the Royal Court Knights, Serad's strength has reached the extraordinary 1st level. He was agile, and had amazing perception, so he dodged the attack of the arrows in advance. But his right arm was still cut by the arrow. We succeeded. Retreat. There was a whisper around, and then a breeze blew, and gradually calmed down. Soon, the military tent was surrounded by cavalry, and several knights came over with worried faces. Captain, you are injured. I'm fine. Serad waved his hand. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly spit out a mouthful of black blood. This arrow is poisonous. Call the military doctor. The scene suddenly became a mess, and Leighton was lucky that he didn't go out just now. Otherwise, with his strength, it would be difficult for him to dodge the arrow. You take good care of Captain Serad. I will send someone to send a message to His Majesty the King. Leighton knew that the situation was urgent, and left quickly, after giving an order. Dangmu County, County Governor's Mansion. You County Magistrate, there is no need to worry for now. The 7,000 cavalry led by General Yuming and General Ji will arrive soon. Military supplies and food are also on the way. According to your majesty, as long as Dangmu County can hold on for 10 days, we will win. Yu Qian shook his head and said, the southern wall has cracks. Maybe just a few stones will be enough to smash it down. Jiang Ran fell into depression after hearing this. Just as several people were worried, a senior wizard said, maybe there is a way to repair it. Yu Qian and the other two were stunned and asked hurriedly, how to repair it? I have a rock-horned bull. Its horns have the magical ability to produce rocks. Maybe it can be used to repair the wall. The wizard bowed. You can give it a try. Jiang Ran looked happy and took out 5 golden jade from his arms and handed them to the wizard. This will replenish your consumption later. We will go to the city wall now. After Jiang Ran finished speaking, several people went to the city wall together. The wizard brought the rock-horned bull over. This was one of the strange beasts captured in the underground palace of the sheep-horned god. Qin Yu copied and hatched several of them. Go. The wizard's hands glowed with light, and he used his consciousness to activate the slave beast mark in his mind, and began to convey orders to the rock-horned bull. At the same time, he also transferred the spiritual energy stored in his own spiritual seed to the rock-horned bull through the slave beast mark. The rock-horned bull's dark eyes suddenly lit up, and then a large amount of spiritual energy condensed between the two horns, and the surrounding black soil and stones were gradually sucked from the ground into the air. With the wizard's manipulation, huge stone slabs condensed and flew towards the city wall. As the rock-horned bull consumed a large amount of spiritual energy to activate its innate ability, the stone slabs gradually merged with the city wall into one. It really worked. There are such magical beasts in the world. Yu Qian couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the scene in front of him. Jiang Ran was also a little curious and said, I didn't expect this strange beast to have such a function. What other abilities does it have? The wizard manipulated the rock-horned bull to repair the city wall. This is a physical job, and the workload is not small. He responded, the characteristics of the rock-horned bull are that it has extremely high defense, can condense rocks, and has strong impact force. Perhaps in the future, when its power increases, it can change the earth veins. That's really extraordinary. I regret choosing that white-winged giant lizard after hearing this. Jiang Ran sighed. After hearing this, the wizard couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Palace Master, please don't make us wait. The king allows less than 10 beasts to be enslaved. Your beast has the strongest attack power. It can spit fire and even melt metal into copper liquid. Ahem. Each has its own merits. Each has its own merits. Jiang Ran was less than 20 years old, and I don't know when he learned versatiles. He took out 5 more golden jade from his arms and handed them to the wizard, then said, the matter of repairing the city wall is left to you. Keep it to replenish the consumption. I will record your merit in the merit record of the wizard palace. Thank you, Palace Master. After the voice fell, Yu Qian and Jiang Ran left. The reason was that a soldier came to report that the guards of the Shadow Guard Academy had arrived. As a military organization founded by the monarch himself, it has made great contributions several times, monitoring the entire territory, even the enemy territory, and has occupied an indispensable position so far. This visit must be a big deal. Soon, several people met at the county governor's mansion. I'm Shadow Guard Academy, Shadow Guard General Flag, Shadow 26, meeting Lord Jiang and Lord Yu. You're welcome, sit down and talk. After they sat down, Shadow 26 said, my troops, following the orders of the Emperor, carried out a decapitation and assassination operation against the enemy army, but there was a strange barrier in the enemy camp that prevented us from getting close. So I took the rest of the people and first assassinated dozens of officers in the camp, then quietly left and headed straight for Dongmu County. Just now, we discovered the enemy commander's tent again. The 3 people in it seemed to be of high status. One was beheaded on the spot, and the other was hit by a poisoned arrow, and probably won't survive. I think that the army outside the city is probably leaderless every 2 or 3 days, and can no longer launch an attack. If we delay for a few days, once the reinforcement arrive, Dongmu County will be as solid as a rock. Good. Yu Qian was overjoyed after hearing this. Since the other side is leaderless, we can be bolder and go out of the city to kill the enemy. Jiang Ran was stunned for a moment and then said, Master Yu, is it dangerous to go out of the city and attack? Before that, let's test it first. Send cavalry to provoke. If the other party is slow to act, it means that the enemy generals are unable to command, and the army is slow to mobilize. Therefore, it can be proved that they are currently leaderless. We will make a plan to go out of the city and kill the enemy. Yu Khan's words immediately won the unanimous agreement of everyone. Therefore, the important task was handed over to Zhao Te. Don't worry, I know what to do. Zhao Te bowed and responded. Then he turned over with a steel spear in his hand and rode on the red blood horse, leading 1,000 dragon cavalrymen to ride out of the city gate. As a ranger, the Dragon Cavalry Battalion has the best long-range ability and is not weak in close combat. Zhao Te also likes this elite cavalry very much. After all, no general would like a bad army. Chapter 278. This strategy is a bit damaging. In a hall that looks like a crystal palace, Ailor sat high on the throne, listening to the people below reporting the military situation in the front. This is a letter from Baron Leighton. Leighton, greetings, my most respected king. The situation on the front line is a bit bad. In the enemy's city, there are not only people like magicians, but also alchemical weapons that can shoot lightning arrows. There are thousands of such weapons, and the ancient tree people have suffered heavy losses. The 3rd Infantry Corps has lost nearly 2,000 people. Not only that, the cunning and sinister enemy also used despicable assassination methods. They killed Viscount Garena, and Grand Commander Serad was shot by a poisoned arrow and was dying. The minister fought back and killed 2 assassins, but he could not prevent this sad fact. I hope His Majesty will give a new royal order. My sword is still sharp, and I'm not afraid of any difficulties. Ailor stroked the red pearls on the hilt of the king's sword and fell into deep thought. Magician? Alchemical weapon? Weird assassin? He knew that he was a fantasy civilization, but his civilization had just entered the stage of contacting magic, according to the official level set by the system. Chris, the court wizard who currently possessed the most powerful magic, was only at the level of the 2nd level of transcendence. The second was Natasha, the high priest of the elves. Although her magic attack power was not high, her elm had also reached the level of the 2nd level of transcendence. According to what Leighton said in the letter, the enemy's lightning arrows had thousands of people. Let's ask, the power of this kind of lightning must have reached the level of transcendence at least, right? Not to mention the rain of arrows shot by thousands of people together. This level of attack has far exceeded the scope of the 2nd level of transcendence. If you want to deal with it, you must add more means of long-range attack. You can't rely on the lives of melee soldiers to pile up. He can't afford it. After thinking for a long time, Ailor slowly said, send an order. Order the court archmage to lead the mage team to the front line for support. In addition, order the high priest Natasha to go and treat Serad's injuries. Send another 2,000 elven archers and 3,000 elven warriors and 1,000 legion guards to the front line for support, and let the baggage camp move 2 siege tower teams. Yes. The herald bowed and saluted, and then walked out of the hall. Ailor fell into deep thought as he watched the herald disappear. Obviously, he had run into a tough guy this time. For this reason, he planned to come up with a plan B if the siege fails. According to the system's judgment, see the war damage of both sides. Secondly, see who gains more and who loses more. Supplies, cities, troops, population, etc. are all included. Therefore, Ailor's plan B is to capture a town that is relatively easy to occupy, kidnap all the people in it, and then rely on the bronze wall to defend until the invasion order ends. He failed to attack, but his defense was almost invincible. With the help of defending the city and incurring some losses, the victory was almost 100% his. However, Ailor did not want to be too extreme. After all, after invading the other side, the coordinates of his civilization would be marked. If the other side used the invasion order to take revenge, it would cause him a lot of trouble, based on the strength shown by the other side. The assassins trained by the other side were really extraordinary. If the invasion war was launched, and the other side sent assassins to directly assassinate the officials of various cities in the kingdom, it would not take long for the domestic political system to collapse and suffer heavy losses. This kind of enemy was also the most troublesome. Ailor shook his head. It seemed that he had to train more elf bodyguards after returning. With the powerful perception of the elves, they could detect assassins in advance and prevent assassinations or even kill them. After training, they would be sold to the nobles as a form of employment, which would also be a financial income. Those nobles who already had some vampire potential had plundered the farmers' food and money in their territories. Everyone was rich. Outside the city of Dongmu County, Zhao Te personally led 1,000 cavalrymen from the Dragon Cavalry Battalion to rush towards the temporary military camp where the enemy was stationed. The distance of hundreds of meters was reached in the blink of an eye. Shoot! Zhao Te shouted loudly, and the cavalry began to shoot a round of arrows around the military camp. Then he immediately turned his horse's head with the cavalry and galloped away hundreds of meters. Li Tun in the military camp was instantly furious at the enemy's provocation. He rode his horse to the camp of the royal court knights and shouted angrily, "The enemy cavalry has hit the door. Why don't you go out to fight? Where did you throw the courage and spirit of the knights?" Li Tun's angry shout made a group of cavalrymen who were descendants of nobles suddenly show angry expressions. Grandmaster Serad is unconscious. Without his order, the royal court knights cannot go to war without authorization. A cavalryman wearing a tight plate armor responded. After hearing this, Li Tun was so angry that he clenched his fists and said fiercely, "Do you have to wait until the enemy's sword is on your neck before you dare to draw your sword?" After hearing this, the knights remained indifferent. Without the order of the Grand Master, they went to war without authorization. Who would take responsibility afterwards? Whether they could get the merit or not was another matter, but a punishment was inevitable. Seeing that the other party was still indifferent, Li Tun gritted his teeth and left. The royal court knights could not command, so could he not command others? So he immediately ran to the elf camp and began to issue orders to the elf archers to shoot arrows to counterattack. Rounds of arrows suddenly shot out from the camp. Zhao Te, who was hundreds of meters away, was naturally unharmed with his cavalry. What shocked him was that 1/3 of these arrows could be shot 200 meters away. Is this still a bow and arrow? Is this a crossbow? Exclamation mark. However, looking at the enemy's delayed action, he was sure that the enemy's commander was indeed dead. Return to the city. He shouted loudly and rode into the city with the cavalry. Li Tun looked at the enemies outside the battlefield and ran away and couldn't help but sneer. He thought that the enemy was scared away by the surging rain of arrows. Not long after, Zhao Te returned to the county governor's mansion and told a few people about the situation. Yu Qian was overjoyed. The shadow guard is indeed as extraordinary as the rumors say. After praising, he discussed with everyone the strategy of going out of the city to meet the enemy. If we attack the camp directly, the enemy will have too many troops, and there are cavalry, which will easily cut off the retreat of our troops out of the city. Therefore, it is best to lure the snake out of the hole. We will swallow a group of enemy troops first. As for how to lure the enemy out, we have to think about it carefully. After the voice fell, Yu Qian fell into deep thought. After a moment of silence in the county governor's mansion, Zhao Te suddenly had an idea. He suddenly thought of a strategy that Zhu Zhiang, the prime minister of Shu, had once devoured. So he said, "I have a plan. Would you like to hear it?" Several people were slightly stunned and hurriedly urged him to speak quickly. Zhao Te laughed and said, "This is a method of provoking the enemy. Let people collect dozens of women's clothes in the city and send them over. The enemy will be furious." Several people were stunned after hearing this. Although this plan is feasible, but it is a bit damaging. But in the end, everyone agreed. So they began to arrange the army and tactics. After a long time, Zhao Te led his troops out of the city again. All 2,000 dragon cavalrymen followed him out of the city gate. Zhao Te ordered 2 people to drag 2 boxes of women's clothes to the enemy's camp. Remember, after sending the things, ride back immediately. I'll take your orders. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 cavalrymen held the boxes, climbed on their horses, and ran towards the enemy's camp. In the camp, Li Tun looked at the 2 cavalrymen who suddenly ran over with a puzzled look. Could it be that they are here to negotiate peace? He did not order the 2 cavalrymen to be shot, but wanted to see what the enemy's purpose was. The 2 cavalrymen came to the entrance of the barracks carefully, dropped the 2 boxes, and turned around and ran away. Li Tun in the barracks was stunned. "Open the box," Li Tun ordered while retreating. 2 human soldiers ran up and carefully opened the box, and immediately saw the bright gauze skirt inside. Baron, it's women's clothes. The two soldiers were surprised. After the voice fell, they couldn't help but look at Baron Leighton's arms that were shaking violently. The originally white face began to turn red. It's so shameful. He spit out every word. In his chest, it seemed that the anger was going to burn his internal organs to ashes. This group of despicable and shameless enemies actually sent women's clothes to humiliate him. What is this talking about? Is she as timid as a woman? Weak and powerless? No courage? Send these 2 boxes of clothes to the camp of the Royal Court Knights. He shouted loudly. The 2 soldiers were so scared that they quickly picked up the boxes and walked quickly towards the camp of the Royal Court Knights. The camp of the Royal Court Knights. Send troops. I will kill anyone who doesn't send troops, Leighton said angrily. He pointed at 2 boxes of women's gauze skirts and roared, "See? What is this? Women's clothes. This was sent by those despicable and shameless enemies. They are humiliating us and treating us as timid and weak as women. His Majesty the King sent Captain Serret, Viscount Garena and me to command this siege. Now that both of them are gone, I should take command of the troops again. Those who disobey military orders now will be subject to military law. Execution." The stern orders, coupled with the enemy's humiliation, made the Royal Court Knights, who regarded the Knight's Code and personal honor as their life, unable to bear it any longer. "Go out. Let them see that we are the most elite knights in the kingdom. I will let the iron hooves flatten the gate of this city." The roars suddenly rang out continuously from the camp. "Very good. Now I will command everyone mount the horses and kill the enemy. I will make the enemy pay for their despicable behavior. Let our blood bathe our glory." As soon as the voice fell, everyone turned over and rode on the warhorses. "Go out of the camp and kill the enemy." A loud shout came from the mouth of Baron Leighton. He rode a high-grade warhorse, followed by a torrent of steel. This group of cavalrymen, including the horses, were covered with armor all over their bodies. They were an elite knight heavy cavalry. Each of them had superb riding skills. If it was on a flat area, it was no exaggeration to say that less than 2,000 cavalrymen could break through an infantry corps of more than 10,000 people. They not only symbolize the glory of the royal court, but also one of the sharpest blades in the royal court. Now this sharp blade will be commanded by him. Leighton's expression became excited, looking at the enemy troops in front of him lined up in a row, waiting motionlessly for the impact of the heavy cavalry. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It was as if he had encountered a passionate scene of the enemy army being broken. A trail of broken limbs and arms accompanied by pleasant screams. The enemy army collapsed. The city gate was breached. He made merit and was granted a fiefdom. Leighton fantasized about the beauty for a moment, and the lance in his hand could not help but slowly clamped under his armpit, ready to penetrate the enemy's chest. There were about 2,000 cavalrymen in front of him, and 2,000 or 3,000 infantrymen lined up behind him. After seeing the enemy's situation clearly, Leighton couldn't help but curse the stupidity of the enemy's commander. He had seen the combination of shield soldiers and spearmen. He had also seen the combination of infantry and archers. What the hell is cavalry and infantry? The cavalry charged, and then the infantry rushed up again. What's the difference between this and taking off your pants to fart? What's the point? Just when the two armies were about to meet, the cavalry under the city in front suddenly moved. They split into 2 teams on the left and right and dispersed, revealing the 3,000 spearmen lined up in the back. When Leighton and many of the royal court knights saw the spearmen array revealed in front, they not only did not show fear, but instead showed sarcasm. Maybe ordinary cavalry would be restrained by the spears, but not only were all of them wearing armor, but their horses were also heavily armored. Not only that, but everyone's military strength was comparable to that of an officer. Do you want to resist their charge with just this ordinary looking spearman unit? And then the cavalry will come back to encircle and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Idiot. Wishful thinking. Leighton sneered in his heart, and he gathered all his strength into his arms and chest, ready to trample the spear army in front of him into meat paste. Get ready. At the same time, a voice that Leighton and others could not understand came from the city wall. Then they saw the densely packed spearmen occupying 4 or 5 rows in front of them slowly raising their spears. Starting with the first row of soldiers, a buzzing vibration sounded like ripples falling into the water, spreading around. The dazzling purple light suddenly gathered from the tip of the spear, and countless violent thunder and lightning auras were fiercely infused into the battlefield. The cavalrymen who were charging were suddenly shocked, and an ominous sense of crisis enveloped their whole bodies. Not good. This is also an all-chemical weapon. Leighton was instantly shocked. He wanted to issue an order to retreat, but how could it be so easy for the heavy cavalry to stop suddenly when they were in a charging state? At this moment, the first row of 700 or 800 spearmen instantly condensed to terrifying lightning that seemed to be enough to annihilate everything. But a more violent vibration sound, which made the ears of enemies within a radius of 1 kilometer hurt. In Leighton's eyes, a huge lightning light, mixed with lightning patterns, instantly attacked the charging cavalry team. Bang, boom, as the two collided with each other, waves of fierce sound spread around. And then, the second, third, fourth. The lightning was as magnificent and huge as the sun, and instantly swallowed up the knights in front of them. Chapter 279, All Troops Attack. Live and Die with Dangmu County. After the lightning dispersed, the battlefield was littered with corpses of war horses and enemy knights. The enemy troops at the front had been annihilated by the lightning, leaving no ashes. Looking back, the charred corpses were lying on the ground. Of the more than 1,500 elite cavalrymen, only less than 500 were left. The remaining cavalrymen were also stunned by the thunder and turned around, and were in a panic. Unfortunately, the spears of the Thunder Copper Spear Army had already exhausted the power of thunder and lightning, and it would take some time to recover. Therefore, they could not continue to attack the remaining cavalry. But don't forget the Dragon Cavalry Battalion cavalry that had previously dispersed to both sides. At this time, Zhao Te gave an order, and the Dragon Cavalry battalions on both sides began to shoot arrows at the remaining enemies from a distance of 100 meters. The arrows were thunder copper arrows, and the tops contained a relatively strong thunder essence. They were thunder copper arrows that had been processed 3 times, and were extremely powerful. As the 2,000 Dragon Cavalry Battalion cavalrymen poured nearly 4,000 arrows at the remaining cavalry, the dense and terrifying rain of arrows mixed with the might of thunder and lightning quickly enveloped the remaining enemy cavalry. Boom. The roar of thunder and lightning sounded, and the arrows mixed with thunder and lightning poured down instantly. They smashed into the cavalry, and the sharp edge of thunder and lightning instantly penetrated the iron armor one by one. Then countless blood seeped out from the gaps in the armor, and the blood covered the surrounding grass with a thin layer of blood. The screams continued, but slowly disappeared. A moment later, this extremely elite heavy armor knight group was completely wiped out, and no one survived. Withdraw and return to the city. A loud shout rang out on the city wall. Then the spear army and cavalry in the city slowly poured back into the city. The people in the military camp outside the city were immediately shocked by this sudden change. In the blink of an eye, the most elite royal court knights in the empire were completely wiped out. Many soldiers were frightened by this change and lost their morale. The officers of each army also had different opinions at this time, and there was no leader. Some people suggested that, since 3 commanders were fainted and 2 were dead, it would be better to withdraw the troops. Others said that the enemy's attack was very exhausting, so it would be better to take the opportunity to attack the city. Some people also wanted to unite the entire army and continue the attack to win merit. For a time, 3 factions formed in the enemy army, and they quarreled fiercely and could not be resolved. In the barracks, officers from various armies gathered together. Among them, the leader of the Griffin Knights, Leo, said loudly, "First, the intelligence from the front line has been reported to His Majesty the King by cavalrymen. I believe that the Newell will arrive soon. Therefore, if you retreat without authorization, you will be severely punished after returning. Second, it is not certain whether the enemy's consumption is very large. It can be seen from the previous 2 battles that they are extremely cunning and powerful. Therefore, in order to avoid causing heavy losses, we cannot choose to take the initiative to attack. It is better to wait for the king's new will. Third, now that the 3 commanders are no longer able to participate in the affairs, our many troops must not be left without a commander and in chaos. Therefore, as a descendant of the Elven royal family, a Viscount of the Empire, and the leader of the Griffin Knights, I will temporarily serve as the commander-in-chief. When the new commander arrives, I will hand over the military power. If the enemy attacks again, I will command all the troops to meet the enemy. Who of you has any objections? At this time, Leo's handsome face was full of heroic color. Tall body, wearing a set of exquisite black iron armor, the hilt of the long sword in his hand is inlaid with a magical runestone. After the voice fell, the barracks suddenly fell silent. The commander of the 3rd Infantry Corps of the Empire was immediately unhappy. He led more than 10,000 people. Shouldn't he be the temporary commander? Dissatisfied, he was about to speak up to object. A leather glove was instantly thrown from Leo's hand to the face of the Infantry Corps commander. Are you dissatisfied? Sure, let's have a duel between knights. Leo used the duel gift throwing the glove. Throwing the glove to the other party means that the thrower is challenging the thrown one to a duel. If he doesn't take it, it means that he has lost the honor and dignity of a noble and a knight. But if he takes it, he knows in his heart that there is a gap in strength between the two. If he loses, the consequence is the same loss of honor and face. Therefore, the face of the Infantry Corps commander was livid, and he didn't know whether to take it or not. Who else has any objections? Seeing the Infantry Corps commander being defeated, the others looked at Leo, who would throw gloves to duel at any time. In the end, everyone recognized Leo's identity as the temporary commander. The array of the military camp was readjusted, with 1,000 crossbowmen stationed in the front and elven archers stationed on both sides in front of the military camp. The legion guards were stationed in the middle and front, the elven warriors were stationed in the middle, and the infantry legion was divided into 5 phalanxes stationed in the rear outer position. In this way, when the enemy army approaches our military camp, the long-range soldiers can attack from the front or the left and right sides. The elven archers have a longer range, which can prevent the enemy from attacking our army from a distance. If the enemy sends out 2 rounds of melee crossbowmen, the legion guards will raise their shields and move forward to attack actively. I will bring my griffin knights to provide air support. As a descendant of the royal family who inherited the best genes of the elves, it must be admitted that Leo is the most suitable commander in the current army. He is of noble status, intelligent, and his personality and means can suppress the rest. So, under his mobilization, the various armies began to change their stationing positions. Dangmu County, inside the county governor's mansion. Several people gathered here and wiped out an elite cavalry of the enemy. Not only did the morale of the soldiers in the city increase, but the generals were also extremely happy. I have sent the victory report to Kyoto. After this battle, you will all receive the Emperor's commendation, Yukian said with a smile. As soon as the voice fell, everyone in the hall became excited. This sentence boosted the morale again. You county magistrate, don't worry about the commendation. The enemy army is in a state of disarray. We should seize the opportunity to pursue the victory and create more merits. Zaute, who was wearing iron armor, clasped his hands and said in a deep voice. Yukian nodded slightly. Yes, how are the weapons of the long spear army restored? Let all the troops gather in the south city and prepare to go out of the city to fight the enemy. Reporting to the county magistrate, the thunder copper spear of the long spear army has been restored to 70% or 80%, thanks to the golden jade given by Lord Jiang. A captain of the long spear army reported. Jiang Rang nodded with satisfaction. Using golden jade to replenish the energy of thunder copper weapons was just an idea of his. He experimented with it the last time he used the thunder copper staff. Unexpectedly, it could really replenish the consumed lightning power of the thunder copper staff. However, the thunder copper staff is different from the thunder copper weapons of the forging department. The former is more complicated to make and has some runes engraved from the elemental turrets, but ordinary thunder copper weapons are simply forged with thunder copper ore. Therefore, golden jade can replenish the energy of the thunder copper staff, but Jiang Rang is not sure whether it can also replenish the energy of thunder copper weapons, but there is a high probability that it can be replenished. So he took out hundreds of golden jade to let the thunder copper spear army replenish the energy of the weapons, and he didn't expect it to work. If this is the case, then the disadvantage of low endurance of the thunder copper weapon army in the future can be reduced by half. In this case, each team will act according to the tactics planned in advance. I will obey the order. With a roar, everyone turned around and walked out of the county governor's mansion, leading the army slowly out of the city. At present, in addition to the 4,000 spearmen, the army in the city also has 2,000 archers, 2,000 dragon cavalrymen, and 5,000 new troops with thunder, copper swords and shields. According to Zhao Te, the enemy's archers have a range of nearly 200 steps. Therefore, not only will all the troops be on the battlefield in this battle, but also more than 30 wizards of Jiangrong will be on the battlefield. Outside the city of Dongmu County, the 2,000 dragon cavalrymen each brought 15 ordinary copper-headed arrows and 10 thunder copper arrows. This time, the dragon cavalry camp was led by 2 commanders of the headquarters. Their main purpose was to rain arrows on the enemy's camp, hit their morale, and disrupt their military spirit. Because the enemy's archers had a long range, the cavalry of the dragon cavalry camp was told to wait until the front army and the enemy army were fighting fiercely, and then the cavalry would go out to shoot arrows at the camp, retreat half a mile after each round of shooting, and after a while, rush up to shoot the second round, and shoot repeatedly. When the enemy has no time to counterattack, they can quickly shoot arrows and attack the enemy. Outside the city gate, the front army consists of 5,000 new soldiers with thunder, copper swords and shields. The middle army consists of 2,000 archers, and the left and right armies consist of 4,000 thunder copper spear soldiers. In front of the middle army and the left and right armies are the thunder copper sword and shield soldiers. Because this can form a shield formation, it can block the enemy's arrow rain for the army behind to a certain extent. March towards the enemy. Yu Qian, wearing a bronze armor and holding a ring-headed sword, shouted loudly at the city gate. "You county magistrate, you can sit on the city wall and command, and leave the charge to us. I'm ordered by the king to be the county magistrate of Dongmu County. I will fight bloody battles with the soldiers, fearlessly kill the enemy, and live and die with Dongmu County." Yu Qian waved his hand and said loudly. The generals around were moved, and for a while they had more respect for the county magistrate. Seeing this, the soldiers sighed in their hearts. The county magistrate, a mere scholar, can go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, so what should we soldiers be afraid of? For a time, morale reached its peak. The leader of the army that faced the enemy head on this time was Zhao Te. Before coming to Dongmu County, Qin Yu had talked to Yu Qian. When Zhao Te led the army and faced the enemy head on, the combat effectiveness of his soldiers could be increased by 50%. Yu Qian was skeptical about this at first, but after seeing many things that were beyond his 3 views, Yu Qian chose to believe it without hesitation. And Zhao Te's talent that can increase the combat effectiveness of the army is one of the 3 talents: loyalty, bravery, and sharpness. Talent, loyalty, bravery, and sharpness. Grade A lower. Effect: when the 2 armies confront each other head on, increase the force attribute of all the troops under his command by 50%, the physique attribute by 50%, and the morale by 30%, with this attribute bonus. The combat effectiveness of the army can be said to have doubled. This talent not only improves force, but also improves physique and morale. As the saying goes, the higher the morale, the more fierce the enemy will be killed. With this talent, this battle will be won. All troops, attack. Zhao Te stood in the front army holding a steel spear and shouted loudly. Woo woo woo. A loud horn sounded. More than 10,000 troops began to slowly advance towards the enemy camp. The movement under the city in front naturally made the enemy outside the city camp discover it at the first time. Liu immediately notified the officers of each legion and all the teams were ready for battle. He wore a set of black iron armor, held an alchemical sword, and came to the camp of the Griffin Knights. "Everyone, prepare for battle. The enemy is attacking," he ordered loudly, and was very shocked in his heart. The enemy actually dared to go out of the city and attack actively. Could it be that the enemy had already determined that the commander in the camp was the one they were assassinating? He slowly put on the iron helmet and visor on his head. He did not dare to underestimate this battle. The 2 armies were less than 2 miles apart, and the defenders in the city slowly approached. Shoot! Fire! The commander of the crossbow troops and the elf archer troops in front immediately issued an order to attack. Countless arrows shot out instantly, turning into a dense rain of arrows, fiercely falling towards the heads of the city defenders. The dense rain of arrows covered half of the sky like a dark cloud. Vine magic! Jiangrong shouted loudly. At the same time, more than 30 wizards around him, together with Jiangrong, instantly launched the vine magic. In front of the army, a dazzling golden light bloomed, and hundreds of thick vines instantly broke out of the ground and grew to more than 10 meters high. A sound of shaking the caves and mountains around scattered. The moment hundreds of vines appeared, they swept the arrow shot at the enemy army frantically. Almost most of the thousands of arrows were swept away by the vines. Ray shields and form a formation. A loud shout. The sword and shield soldiers instantly raised their shields above their heads, and the army instantly shrank to form a huge and solid shield formation. 6/10 of the original arrows were swept away, and the shield formation behind blocked 3/10. The remaining 10th was shot into the army. Dozens of people were killed and injured. "Keep going," Zhao Te shouted loudly, and the army continued to move forward. The wizards held the golden jade in their hands, while restoring the energy in their bodies. They summoned vines to sweep the arrows shot by the enemy. This tactic went as smoothly as planned, successfully solving the advantage of the enemy's archers' long range. It even directly solved the advantage of the archers, because most of the arrows shot were swept away. This shocked Leo and other officers. And at the same time, they exclaimed, "The magician team is really strong. There is no way to fight this." The long-range troops in the barracks fired 4 or 5 rounds in a row, but the defenders in front only lost more than 100 people. As the distance between the two armies approached, Yukian issued a military order in the middle of the army. "Archer team, thunder copper arrows, get ready, shoot." In silence, a fierce shout broke through the air. In the blink of an eye, thousands of arrows with lightning fell from the sky and then covered the enemy's barracks. The arrows carried fierce lightning, forming a heavy rain of thunder and lightning, falling sparsely and violently. In the military camp, there was a continuous and deafening thunder. The originally miserable and panicked shouts were drowned out by the thunder. Chapter 280. White-Winged Dragon. The war is heating up. Go out and kill the enemy. In the military camp, Leo led the Griffin Knights and shouted in the sky. The gate of the military camp slowly opened, and 2,000 well-equipped and experienced Legion guards rushed out first. As the elite selected from the guards of various parts of the kingdom, their morale is particularly tenacious. Even if there is a team in the camp in a panic, it will not affect them at all. They are all wearing solid armor, and their armaments are forged by dwarf craftsmen with the most exquisite forging technology. They are the most solid force in the kingdom, and they are a stabilizing force in the vast ocean of the kingdom. The 2,000 Legion guards held fine copper shields and fine copper spears, and wore a full set of fine copper armor. At this time, the 2,000 people turned into the vanguard to resist the enemy, and they killed the enemy without fear. Line up. Dong dong dong. With the loud shout of the commander of the Legion guards, the 2,000 Legion guards instantly raised huge square copper shields in front of them. Thousands of shields weighing tens of kilograms smashed onto the ground at the same time, instantly generating a large wave of air and flying sand and rocks. A violent vibration sounded around, like an earthquake, and then disappeared quickly and briefly. Looking at the 1-meter-high shield array in front of him, Zhao Te showed no fear. He raised his steel spear and shouted loudly, "Kill them. Kill 1 enemy for 50 yuan, kill 2 enemies for 200 yuan, and kill 5 enemies for a promotion." With this loud shout, the temptation for a new army was too great. Everyone was instantly excited, and the swords and shields in their hands suddenly burst into dazzling lightning, and then rushed into the enemy's shield array. Seeing that the enemy's morale was so high, the commander of the Legion guards rushed into the array in an instant. Not only was he not afraid, but he was overjoyed. He just shouted, "Stab!" Swish. From the gaps in the shields, cold spears like ferocious venomous snakes instantly emerged. The swift spear instantly penetrated the new army of sword and shield soldiers who were about to jump into the shield formation. Although more than 100 people in the front row were wearing copper armor, 1/3 of them were instantly pierced through the chest, blood gushed out, and the bodies slowly fell down. The rest of the people raised the thunder copper shield to block the enemy's attack. Not only that, the moment the thunder copper shield faced the enemy, a burst of lightning suddenly penetrated from the spear. In an instant, the lightning was infused into the body of the enemy who stabbed the spear after the shield through the spear as a link. As a strong current entered the body, the violent lightning instantly split the enemy from the inside out, and then slowly fell down, without breath. As time passed, the loss of soldiers on both sides was gradually increasing. A newly established army, relying on the power of weapons, achieved a terrifying record of 1-1 loss with an elite team that had been through many battles. One side had 5,000 people, but the other side had only 2,000 people. The answer must be that the Legion Guards could not outlast the Thunder Copper Sword and Shield army. Attack. A fierce roar suddenly erupted from the camp behind the Legion Guards. 5,000 elven warriors armed with swords and shields rushed out of the camp. At the same time, hundreds of elven knights riding griffins flew into the sky and began to draw their bows and shoot arrows at the bottom. The arrows were as accurate as if they had eyes, and each one could hit the vital position of the enemy below. At this time, Jiang Rong had already moved the wizard team to the central army position, looking at the griffin cavalry flying out in front. He shouted loudly, "All wizards use the entanglement spell to pull down those big birds flying in the air." As Jiang Rong's voice fell, the wizards around him cast the entanglement spell on the griffin cavalry in the air. One by one, vines broke out of the ground in an instant and attacked the griffin cavalry regiment in the air. Watching the enemy magician take action, Leo drew out his long sword and controlled the griffin under his seat while shouting, "Disperse and dodge." Swish. As he swept the long sword, he cut off the vines rushing over one by one. After the surrounding griffin cavalry dispersed, they also began to follow suit, drawing their long swords and slashing at the vines that rushed over. Jiang Rong sneered and waved his hand. 3 red figures suddenly flew out from the army. The 3 figures suddenly flew up from the ground and attacked the griffin cavalry in the sky. As the huge figures flew into the air, the people around finally saw their appearance clearly. Each body was red. Their bodies were like red giant lizards with huge wings, 2 long horns on their heads, strong limbs, nearly 10 meters long, and a pair of sharp eyes. Each weighed nearly 1,000 pounds, and their size was 2 or 3 times larger than that of a griffin. A pair of huge white wings matched with a red body gave everyone a great visual impact. These 3 white-winged giant lizards were the 3 strange beasts under the underground palace of the goat-horned god that Jiang Rong practiced the demon control strategy and enslaved using the slave beast law. This strange beast was hatched by Qin Yu using the building of the strange beast breeding farm. This is a supernatural beast that can grow to the 3rd level of supernatural. However, due to its short birth time, its current level is only the peak of the 1st level of supernatural. However, even so, its strength is much greater than that of the griffin. Although the griffin is a fantasy creature, its strength is at most 5 stars. It is not much different from the giant saber-toothed tiger. Both have their own advantages. On the ground, the giant saber-toothed tiger can easily crush the griffin, but in the air, it is the opposite. After the 3 white-winged giant lizards flew into the sky, Jiang Rong activated the demon control strategy and transferred the spiritual energy in his body into the bodies of the 3 beasts through the slave beast mark. Roar. The 3 white-winged giant lizards suddenly turned red like fire, and the temperature of their bodies gradually increased at a terrifying speed. Roar. Another huge roar sounded, and the 3 white-winged giant lizards suddenly opened their huge mouths and faced the direction of the griffin cavalry in the air in front. Not good. It's a dragon. Scatter quickly. The suppression of the life level made the surrounding griffins begin to panic uneasy, and the sudden appearance of the extremely rare dragon also shocked the griffin knights. But the elves are indeed a high-level race. With Leo's loud shout, the surrounding elf riders reacted extremely quickly and immediately pulled the griffins under their seats to disperse in all directions. The flames suddenly erupted forward. The terrifying high temperature mixed with the airwaves rushed forward. The terrifying flames were like magma erupting from a volcano, instantly engulfing dozens of griffin riders. Screams suddenly sounded and then slowly disappeared. Dozens of corpses fell from the sky. The miserable eagle cries sounded continuously, as if they were crying for the misfortune of their companions. Leo looked at the 3 dragons that suddenly appeared and was shocked. God of nature, everyone follow me to slay the dragons. Leo raised his sword and looked at his dead and injured companions with an angry expression. The remaining 400 or so griffin riders also raised their swords and looked excited. Killing their companions could only arouse their anger, not undermine their morale. A cowardly elf is not worthy of inheriting the blood of the elves, let alone becoming an elite warrior. More than 400 elf griffin cavalrymen began to swarm towards the white-winged giant lizard. As an oriental exotic beast, they can only be a flying giant lizard in the east, but in the west, they may be revered as dragons. Arrows were shot bravely in the direction of the white-winged giant lizard. The 3 white-winged giant lizards instantly flapped their wings and flew towards the higher sky, narrowly avoiding the rain of arrows. The vines that broke out of the ground below were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they pulled down dozens of griffin cavalrymen, and then they were hacked to death. The 3 white-winged giant lizards were madly spewing hot flames, burning many griffins hairballed. Jiang Ran quickly used golden jade to replenish the energy of the spirit seeds, while transmitting spiritual energy. No matter how fast the 3 white-winged giant lizards were, their size was there after all, so after a while, each of them was more or less slightly injured. Leo was worthy of being the leader of the Griffin Knights. He rode the griffin with a heroic temperament and went straight to the giant lizard. With his superb riding skills, he dodged the giant lizard's sharp claws. With the swing of his long sword, a blood mark was left on the huge wings of the white-winged giant lizard. In addition, one of its claws was also cut off. Seeing this, Jiang Ran immediately ordered the injured white-winged giant lizard to return to the city to recuperate through the slave beast mark. The other 2 flapped their wings again and flew into the sky, pulling away from the griffin cavalry. The leader's bravery immediately made many griffin knights in the back shout excitedly. Under Leo's leadership, they flew low and slashed the soldiers below with swords. Although the surging vines and rain of arrows could kill them, they could also rely on their fearless spirit to take the lives of 4 or 5 enemies before they died. With 5,000 elf warriors joining the battlefield, this war of 10,000 to nearly 30,000 entered a white-hot stage. On the battlefield, blood gathered like a river, and the sound of metal clashing continued to ring. Screams and roars were heard all over. Zhao Te held a steel spear in his hand, and his iron armor was covered with blood. Half an hour had passed since the start of the war. He killed 28 enemies. There were 3 arrow wounds. There were more than a dozen other wounds of varying sizes. Not only did he not retreat, but he became more and more brave as he killed, as if the wounds on his body did not exist. General, you can't fight anymore. Your blood is almost gone. The soldiers around cried and advised. Zhao Te pushed away several people around him and looked at their immature faces who were less than 20 years old. He said loudly, "Listen, you guys, I have fought all my life and made countless contributions. It's useless to die in bed. As long as the enemy is still there, we should die on the enemy's body." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked physically and mentally. Looking at Zhao Te's burly body, the armor outside was soaked with his own blood, and everyone's morale suddenly burst out. They straightened their exhausted bodies, raised their swords and shouted loudly, "The general is right. It's useless to die in bed. Kill. Kill." This new army was like chicken blood and attacked the enemy in front again. After a round of fighting, more than half of the Legion guards, known as the elite of the Empire, were killed or injured, and they were killed and destroyed. The elf warriors in the rear were even more shocked by the enemy's bravery and fearless spirit. The left and right armies spread outward and launched long-range strikes on the enemy's flanks. Yu Qian looked at the front and was almost about to kill through. The enemy's new army was approaching, and he immediately issued a new order. The spear army on the left and right sides immediately spread outward, and then formed a team ray and raised their guns to aim at the left and right flanks of the elf warriors. Fire! Yu Qian, who was used to commanding the fire gun army, had already mistaken the thunder copper spear army for the fire gun army. However, the two have similar means of attack. With his loud shout, waves of terrifying lightning gathered in front of the formation. But a sharp sound instantly spread out. The terrifying lightning seemed to be able to poke a hole in the sky. As the gathering was completed, the lightning surged and blasted towards the enemy. Almost in an instant, Leo had no time to make a command response, and the lightning had already covered the troops on the left and right wings. For a moment, before the lightning approached the enemy, you could even see the terrified faces of the elf warriors before they died. The more enemies stood in front, the less ashes could be found after the lightning dissipated. On the left and right wings, there were 2,000 spearmen on each side. After 4 or 5 consecutive lightning strikes, the 5,000 elf warriors lost nearly 4,000 people in an instant. However, the Thundercopper Spear Army's Thundercopper weapons were also exhausted and could no longer condense the power of thunder and lightning. And the mental consumption was also not small. Leo seemed to have discovered the enemy's situation. He immediately shouted loudly, "The enemy's all-chemical weapons have lost their power. We will launch a general attack, and will be able to annihilate the enemy and capture the city in one fell swoop. The merit is in front of us. Kill. Let the entire 3rd Legion go into battle and form a crescent formation to surround the enemy from both sides." The order was quickly conveyed to the ears of the infantry corps commander in the camp. The commander of the 3rd Infantry Corps of the Empire immediately showed a look of disdain and annoyance when he heard the order of the messenger. Thinking of the opponent's previous action of throwing gloves at him, Leo made him lose all his dignity and honor. Thinking of this, his eyes gradually turned cold. The original commander was dead, and the team had experienced 2 defeats. If the whole army attacked again at this time, there would be a high risk of loss, and the temporary commander did not have the will of His Majesty. Afterwards, he would not be punished for not sending troops. On the contrary, if he did not send troops, Leo would die on the battlefield. If he happened not to die, then the loss of the front army would definitely be blamed on Leo by His Majesty, and he would not be held responsible for not following orders, and thus saving part of the troops, and he might even be reused. What is this called? This is called judging the situation. Secondly, he could also pretend to agree and move the troops slowly. In any case, Leo, the temporary commander who made the decision on his own, would not have a good ending. Go back, I understand. The commander of the 3rd Infantry Corps waved his hand and asked the messenger to retreat. What Leo in front did not know was that not only would he not be able to grasp the great opportunity, but he would also have extremely huge consequences because of offending a villain. Chapter 281. This war cannot continue. Why haven't the 3rd Infantry Legion arrived yet? Send someone to hurry them up immediately. Leo said angrily, while bandaging his wounds. He looked down from the sky and saw countless corpses of his own people lying on the ground forever on the battlefield. Blood dyed the ground blood red, and countless broken limbs and arms were scattered all over the ground. 2,000 Legion guards were all dead. 5,000 elven warriors, only 1 in 10 survived. The Griffin Knights lost more than half. More than half of the 1,000 sharp crossbowmen lost more than half. More than half of the 2,000 elven archers lost more than half. Die. At the same time, Avine instantly attacked the Griffin under Leo's seat. Without paying attention, his feet were tied up, and he was dragged down at a terrifying speed. Zaute, who was standing by, shouted loudly, rushed over with a steel spear, and first pierced the Griffin's heart with 1 blow. Leo was forced to roll off the Griffin. Puff. The steel spear pierced his chest in the blink of an eye, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The only thought before his death was that he hated the commander of the 3rd Infantry Corps. If it weren't for him, this battle wouldn't have been so heroic. If the more than 10,000 soldiers of the 3rd Infantry Corps could join the battlefield, the enemy would definitely be devoured by 70% to 80% of its troops. He was unwilling to accept this. His consciousness gradually darkened, and Leo's eyes were glaring, and he died with his eyes open. With the death of this temporary commander, the morale of the enemy gradually collapsed. Zaute led the remaining troops to pursue decisively and expand the results of the battle. He once again killed more than 1,000 enemy soldiers. 2 white-winged giant lizards continued to spray raging fire in the air. Wherever the fire reached, the enemy retreated and suffered heavy casualties. On the battlefield, the remaining enemy troops began to retreat. There were still more than 10,000 enemy troops left in the barracks. The commander of the 3rd Infantry Corps saw the enemy troops coming aggressively, and he immediately led his troops to withdraw to the Spire camp. Looking at the giant dragon raging in the air and spewing fire, his intention to retreat became stronger. Hurricane Blade. A magic spell was suddenly whispered in the air. A man in a gorgeous magic robe flew into the air on the green wind. As the magic spell in his mouth ended, huge hurricane blades more than 1 meter long were condensed and slashed towards the 2 white-winged giant lizards in front. There were 6 green wind blades more than 1 meter long. The wind blades slashed through the 2 white-winged giant lizards at a terrifying speed. Roar, a painful roar fell. It was the cry of the 2 giant lizards. A wind blade fell, and the head of a white-winged giant lizard was cut off, and its body was separated. A white-winged giant lizard had its wings cut off, and its body fell to pieces. All troops attack. As the man driving the green wind shouted, an elite team of up to 6,000 people appeared behind him. 3,000 elf warriors, 2,000 elf archers, and 1,000 legion guards. This is an army with sufficient physical strength and excellent condition. Compared with the exhausted Dongmu County defenders at this time, the victory or defeat can be known in advance. The commander of the 3rd Infantry Corps was shocked when he saw the voice in the air. King's Court Master Chris. He is here. Attack. Attack with all your troops. He knew that, if he didn't attack, he would be the one in trouble. So he quickly ordered his 10,000 infantrymen to surround and kill the enemy. On the other side, Jiang Rong looked solemn when he saw the 2 white-winged giant lizards being killed in seconds. You county magistrate, order the army to start retreating into the city. The enemy's reinforcement have arrived. Jiang Rong said in a deep voice. The enemy has already formed a momentum of encirclement. If we order the army to retreat at this time, I'm afraid we will lose nearly half of our troops in an instant. Yu Qian gritted his teeth. We have to give up. If we continue like this, no one will be saved. Okay. Then let the archer team withdraw to the city first, and the dragon cavalry battalion will hold back the reinforcement. The spearmen will continue to retreat, and the sword and shield troops block the enemy's front army. Carry General Zhao back. He is too badly injured. For a while, the enemy's reinforcement completely disrupted the plan. The original victory was very likely to change the outcome due to the arrival of these reinforcements. At this time, the 5,000 new sword and shield troops had lost more than 3,000 people, the spearmen had lost more than 1,000 people, and the dragon cavalry battalion had lost more than 300 people. The loss is heavy, but compared with the enemy's losses, it can be regarded as a great victory. But if we don't withdraw at this time, we will not only face the danger of the city changing hands, but also the possibility of annihilation. As the order to retreat was issued, the enemy counterattacked more fiercely for a while, and the troops responsible for delaying the enemy immediately felt a great pressure, and the losses rose at a terrifying rate. Attack the city. Roars resounded through the sky. The troops left behind to delay the enemy were already shaky and would soon be wiped out. But this also gave the rest of the troops time to retreat back to the city. Chris slowly fell from the air to the ground, chanting a magic spell. Tiny wind blades were condensed around him, and in a few blinks, hundreds of wind blades half the size of a palm surrounded him. Quick! As soon as the voice fell, hundreds of wind blades instantly attacked the cavalry team of the Dragon Rider battalion in front. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the wind blades rushed forward. One by one, the throats and limbs of the war horses were cut. A cavalryman of the Dragon Rider battalion had his limbs and even his head cut off. For a while, the neighing of horses sounded. Cavalrymen were constantly killed by wind blades, and a breakthrough was suddenly opened. Chase. Stop them from entering the city. Now is the best time to attack the city. Rush over and take the city. Chris shouted loudly. 2,000 elven archers poured arrows forward, and the remaining 4,000 melee troops rushed out of the cavalry's breakthrough and ran towards the city gate. Seeing this, Yu Qian immediately mobilized 1,000 spearmen to block the rushing reinforcement. His face became heavy. This city has become a dangerous city, and it may be difficult to defend it. But in today's battle, the enemy's elite troops must have suffered heavy losses, and in the previous battles, the enemy's casualties were nearly 20,000. So even if the city was broken, and the people died, he was not considered to have done nothing. Just as the defenders of Dongmu County were struggling to resist, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the west, rolling up the morning mist. The earth was shaking, and the terrifying momentum immediately attracted everyone's attention. Cavalry? Did His Majesty send another cavalry to support? The commander of the 3rd Infantry Corps looked at the movement from the west and estimated that the cavalry was at least 5,000. That's the enemy's reinforcement. Idiot. There are only the Silver Helmet Knights left in the camp, and their number is not that large. Chris glanced at him coldly. What should we do? Sir Chris, it's hard for us to resist these cavalry. The only way is to attack the city, occupy the city to resist the cavalry, and wait for the arrival of reinforcement. If the city cannot be captured, then we can only wait for death. Come on, I'll pass the message back. Chris patted the commander of the 3rd Infantry Corps beside him and then slowly left. The commander of the 3rd Infantry Corps was left stunned. After Chris arrived at the battlefield, he saw the situation clearly and guessed that the commander of the 3rd Infantry Corps did not send troops, which led to the heavy losses of the troops outside. Secondly, he had also heard rumors that this person had a bad character, so an instinctive disgust surged into his heart when he first met him. After taking the half-dead Serad, Chris found the elf high priest Natasha and explained the situation, and several people left first. Only 2,000 elf archers followed the support team to evacuate. The rest of the people were unable to leave the battlefield quickly because they were fighting with the enemy. The enemy's cavalry was not small, and only so many people could be saved. As the court wizard, Chris didn't care much about the loss of the army. The 2,000 elven archers were brought along only at the strong request of the elven high priest Natasha. After the two cast the magic to increase speed, the marching speed of the team quickly doubled, and they quickly left the battlefield and retreated towards the direction of the Spire camp. Just after part of the enemy troops withdrew, the dense sound of horse hooves came from far away. The earth was shaking wildly, and the wild grass was afraid to lie down and dare not show its head. The sun in the sky seemed to hide in the clouds, as if it was afraid. As the cavalry approached in the distance, dark clouds followed, weighing heavily on the hearts of the enemies. There were more than 7,000 dense cavalry, like a black torrent crossing the lush green grassland. Shoot! Hoo 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 hoo. A rain of arrows instantly enveloped the enemy troops in the rear. For a time, the rain of arrows came overwhelmingly, and the 3rd Infantry Corps suffered heavy losses in the blink of an eye. Seeing the arrival of reinforcement, the remaining defenders of Dongmu County became excited, and their morale slowly rose again. The city gates were opened, and the soldiers who had withdrawn into the city rushed out again, to fight with the enemy again. Yu Ming led 6,000 cavalrymen from the Dragon Cavalry Battalion, to kill from the rear of the enemy, like a sharp knife, killing the enemy to pieces. The morale of the infantry corps of more than 10,000 people collapsed instantly. Under the trampling of the cavalry, most of the army chose to surrender. On the other side, G led 800 wolf cavalrymen to kill the enemy gathered near the city gate. The fierce giant wolves, coupled with elite warriors, killed those elites and retreated step by step and finally had to surrender. Afterwards, the enemy troops near Dongmu County were either killed or captured. Everyone burst into cheers, not only happy that they survived this battle, but also full of hope for the next reward. Treat the wounded, clean up the battlefield, count the casualties, and take prisoners. Orders were issued one after another on the battlefield. The two generals have provided timely support, so hurry into the city. Yu Qin invited the two men into the city. In the county governor's mansion, the three chatted about the war. The enemy suffered heavy losses this time. According to previous intelligence, the total number of the enemy's troops this time was only 50,000 to 60,000. Now that more than half of them have been lost, I'm afraid it will be difficult to send troops to attack Dongmu County. Yu Qin spoke slowly. Yu Ming nodded slightly. Yu County governor is right. I have sent someone to send a message to the king about this victory. Thanks to Yu County governor for seizing the opportunity and achieving such a great victory. Yu Qin shook his head and said, this is not the work of one person, but the result of everyone's concerted efforts. However, according to my inference, the king should gather the army and launch a counterattack against the enemy later. Well, let's take a good rest for a day and create more achievements. G nodded. Not long after, a figure walked into the county governor's mansion. Several people looked up and saw that it was Jiang Rong. Yu Qin asked, how is General Zhao Tei's injury? Jiang Rong sighed and said, he has taken the anti-inflammatory pills and the 100 healing soup. I have just mastered the power of spring rain. I'm far less capable than your majesty in treating injuries. I can only save his life. If he wants to get out of bed, your majesty may have to help. Yu Qin nodded slightly and said, if General Zhao Tei had not fought bravely today, I'm afraid that not only would we not have achieved such a victory, but the army would have suffered even greater casualties. The person who made the greatest contribution in this battle is Zhao Tei. I will immediately send a message to your majesty to heal General Zhao Tei's injuries. That's great. Jiang Rong nodded in response. Report. The county governor has been informed that the casualties have been counted. An officer walked into the mansion and bowed. Read it. Yukian said in a deep voice. The Dragon Cavalry Battalion lost more than 460 men. More than 60 were seriously injured, and more than 800 were slightly injured. The Long Spear Army lost more than 2,400 men. More than 300 were seriously injured, and more than 1,000 were slightly injured. More than 400 archers were killed, and more than 100 were injured. The Sword and Shield New Army lost more than 4,100 men. More than 7,000 men in total. Yukian was silent when he heard this number. Your Majesty once said that they died to protect the people and their homes, and their heroic spirits will be treated well, their relatives will be supported, and they will be respected by the people of the Qin. Yuming spoke slowly, as if recalling the past. Several tribal elders in the county governor's mansion bowed their heads silently for a long time. After a moment, the officer began to report the number of prisoners again. We captured more than 9,000 enemy soldiers, including more than 3,000 long-eared elves. It's just that we don't speak the same language as them, so it's difficult to communicate. There are tens of thousands of sets of various armor and equipment, and countless longbows and weapons. Write these down, and send them to Kyoto to present to the king. Yes. The Spire camp 15 miles away. A team of more than 2,000 people poured in from the metal gate. The first floor of the defensive spire. The magnificent hall that looked like a crystal palace. At this time, an angry voice resounded through the hall. Waste. All of them are waste. A whole army of 30,000. Just gone like that. 20,000 elites. A whole 20,000 elites. Ilor covered his chest with his right hand, which was suffocating from the pressure. He listened to the information reported by Chris, and couldn't believe it for a moment. He had fought dozens of invasions, but never had any losses as great as today. His brother-in-law, the younger brother of the current queen, died. Leo, the elven royal of the Griffin Cavalry Regiment, died. Hundreds of noble descendants in the royal court knights died. Oh my god, it's a mess. It's really a mess. His face was heavy, his chest was heavy, and he felt a sense of depression. This loss is far greater than the loss of 30,000 troops. If the nobles knew about this after returning, they would not only take the opportunity to cause trouble, but might even cause a torrent of rebellion. The elves were also in danger of splitting. Ilor knew that this war could not continue. Chapter 282. Massacre the city, and lead the army in person. In the hall, that looked like a crystal palace, Ilor sat high on the throne, his expression dull and deep in thought. With the loss of 30,000 troops now, the outcome of this invasion war is almost difficult to change. However, even if he loses, he doesn't want to let the other side have an easy time. After all, the loss of 30,000 troops, plus the changes in the situation of the kingdom in the future due to the loss of the noble heirs, even if he has a big stomach, he is still angry. However, if he chooses to retreat directly, perhaps the other side will not retaliate. But if he implements the revenge plan, what if the other side directly uses the invasion order to attack? To be honest, Ilor doesn't like war. I'm more of a hide and seek player, adhering to the concept of developing quietly and not actively making enemies. In his civilization, he has also established a country. The kingdom of the Sacred Eagle inherited the system of nobles and knights in the Middle Ages. The land area is as high as more than 300,000 square kilometers, of which there are hundreds of noble fiefs of all sizes. The kingdom directly governs 80,000 square kilometers, and the rest of the nobles establish territories around the kingdom. There is an advantage to the system of enfeoffment of nobles, one of which is strong soldiers and a strong army. Because there will be fights between nobles for resources and industries, and the two sides compete in military strength and army. Therefore, every noble will not slack off in the training of the army. The second is that the fiefdom is equivalent to the lifeblood of the nobles, and if a noble abandons the territory and runs away, he will lose the qualification of nobles in the future. Not only will he lose his dignity and honor, but he will also be degraded to a lowly civilian. This is worse than death for the proud nobles, so most nobles will choose to live and die with the territory. At most, when they encounter danger, they will send their children out to preserve their bloodline. However, compared with the system of centralized imperial power, the shortcomings are also obvious. That is, the emperor's power is not as strong as the system of centralized imperial power. The control is not as good as another system. After thinking for a long time, Ailor finally decided to implement the revenge plan. He couldn't swallow this breath. This is one. More importantly, due to the large number of deaths of noble children, nobles in many territories of the kingdom will definitely riot. However, there are two ways to solve the turmoil. One is to use powerful force to suppress it forcefully. The other is to use external pressure to make the country reach a unified intention. Therefore, Ailor intends to carry out a revenge plan, to make the other party angry and use the invasion order to invade his civilization. Once an external crisis occurs, the nobles in the country will settle down and unite against the enemy. This also gives him some time to respond. After thinking it over, Ailor's heavy mood recovered a little. Although 30,000 troops are heartbreaking, for a country with a total population of more than 700,000 people, the human race and the elves can only be said to have lost a little meat, but not a serious injury. If there is domestic unrest, the nobles are dissatisfied, and the power is divided. This is an unbearable result for him. Send Chris. Ailor said suddenly in the empty hall. Yes, your majesty. The herald responded, and turned and walked out. A moment later, Chris sent a voice message, and walked into the hall in a white magic robe. Greetings, your majesty. Chris leaned slightly and said respectfully, how is Sarad's situation? Ailor looked up and asked. Fortunately, the high priest's natural magic is very good. He is safe and sound, but he needs to rest for a few days. Chris replied respectfully. Ailor nodded slightly and said, there are two small towns more than 20 miles to the south. You go and lead the troops to destroy them. Chris was shocked. Massacre the city? Ailor did not speak, but smiled slightly. I understand. Chris bowed and then turned and left the hall. Kyoto, the royal palace. Deep in the palace, in a quiet palace, Qin Yu sat in the stone pavilion, and Zhu Yi was writing furiously with a thick memorial beside him. Your Majesty, good news from Dongmu County. An official came running over with a memorial in his hand. Read it. Qin Yu said with his eyes shining. Yes, your Majesty. Yu Qian, report to your Majesty that in Dongmu County, our army defeated 30,000 enemy troops, killed 20,000, and captured more than 9,000 people, and won a great victory. Our army suffered more than 7,000 casualties, and your Majesty will die. General Zhao fought bravely, and was seriously injured, and unable to get up. I hope your Majesty will treat him. Shadow 26, the general flag of the Shadow Guard Court, assassinated the enemy commander, and only then was the plan successful. If there was no Lord Jiangrong in this battle, the casualties would have been even greater. Generals Yuming and Ji came in time and decided the situation. Your Majesty can gather troops and pursue the victory. The enemy is now weak. Good. Qin Yu couldn't help but say 3 good words after hearing this. The total strength of the enemy was just over 50,000, and now they have lost 30,000. The remaining troops can no longer pose a threat to him. Although more than 7,000 people were lost, this loss ratio is not shameful. It's just a pity for his good men. More than 7,000 people died for him. These are not just a few numbers on the text. These are 7,000 lives. 7,000 corpses can cover the streets of the outer city, and among these 7 corpses, there are tens of thousands of their parents. Your Majesty, don't be too sad. There is no war without death. Zhu Yi comforted softly. Qin Yu nodded slightly, and after a moment of calm, he said, mobilize the troops from various cities in Dongshan County to surround the enemy camp. Have the troops from other counties arrived in Kyoto? 2,000 grizzly warriors, more than 10,000 tribal coalition forces, and more than 10,000 spearmen have all arrived in Kyoto. Zhu Yi took out a book from the memorial and took a look at it and responded. Okay, then send them all over and let Yu Qian be the commander-in-chief to attack the enemy. Qin Yu said sternly. Dongshan County can gather 20,000 troops, plus the troops mobilized in Kyoto and nearly 10,000 cavalry from Dongmu County. The total number of troops exceeds 50,000, and the enemy army will definitely not be able to make any waves with the remaining 20,000 or 30,000 people. I will go and gather the troops and besiege the enemy. Zhuyi cupped his hands and was about to leave when Qin Yu stopped him and said, "The two buildings of the enemy army that are like pillars of heaven remind you to be careful. Try everything first and don't be too aggressive." "I'll remember that." Zhuyi cupped his hands and walked out of the palace. Nanmu County. The big city of Nanmu County has not been built yet, and there are only 3 small towns. Among them, Nanwang Town is the largest and has the largest population, with more than 10,000 people. It has a prosperous economy and is the place where Lin Shi, the current governor of Zimu County, once served. But Nanwang Town is close to Kyoto and is quite far from the enemy camp. Therefore, it was lucky to escape the disaster. As for the other 2 towns, they were miserable at this time. Chris brought 10,000 elite soldiers, and even the Silver Helmet Knights, the elite among the elf troops, were dispatched. As a gust of wind blew, the tough and sharp huge wind blade instantly split the wooden city gate. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Send a message quickly. Request support. The town guard shouted in panic. The population of the town is more than 6,000, and the defenders are only more than 1,000. Among them, there are more than 500 elite troops of the Qin dynasty, and the remaining more than 500 are the troops trained by several tribes in the city. In addition, there are some private armies in each tribe that can gather 1,000 people. Let all the private armies of the tribes in the city come to defend the city quickly. The king once said that the lips are cold and the teeth are dead. Tell them that they should hide at this time, otherwise they will be completely finished when the enemy attacks. Yes. The town began to be in chaos with the invasion of the enemy. 500 Silver Helmet Knights rushed in from the city gate. The enemies blocked in front were instantly defeated. Countless casualties occurred in a short time. Swords and blades ruthlessly slaughtered the living people in the town. On the city wall, the battle was particularly fierce. Most of the enemy troops were elites from the elves, and the defenders in the city could hardly resist them. Because the enemy attacked suddenly, and the city gate was broken in an instant, the long-range advantage of the Thunder Copper Spearmen could not be brought into play. As the enemy fought frantically, the city slowly became a river of blood and corpses were everywhere. The sound of children crying, women screaming, and men roaring. The scene was extremely miserable. In the whole city, the enemy killed everyone they saw, and did not spare any women or children. There were few cases of Ilor massacring the city, so Chris was surprised to hear it before. But in Ilor's view, stabilizing the kingdom only required the cost of tens of thousands of enemy civilians, which was really a good deal. Half an hour later, the entire town of 6,000 people were all slaughtered, and the whole city was filled with a depressing atmosphere. The strong bloody smell attracted a large number of vultures, which hovered in the air for a long time. "Don't worry about any spoils, and march to the next destination," Chris shouted coldly. Then nearly 10,000 soldiers left the town and continued to attack in the south. Because the elves were agile, they marched very fast. It took them less than half an hour to reach the next town. Chris still used the most powerful second level magic, Hurricane Blade. As a gust of wind blew, huge wind blades blasted towards the gate of the town ahead. The wooden gate was instantly shattered, and then the Silver Helmet Knights opened the way and led the charge into the city. Nearly 10,000 troops attacking a small town is like an elite army attacking a simple bandit nest. The defenders in the city also reacted quickly. While sending the news to Kyoto, they quickly gathered troops to fight against the enemy. The private armies of various tribes were quickly assembled and fought with the enemy with weapons. But the elite army from the fantasy civilization was enough to compete with the top troops in the Qin dynasty. The number gap was huge, and it was really difficult to defend. Another half an hour passed, and the city was full of corpses and blood. Broken limbs were scattered all over the streets. "Sir, the enemy is coming from the north to support us." A scout came riding a horse. "Withdraw the troops and return to the camp," Chris said coldly, and then led the army to retreat in the direction of the camp. The Nanwang town garrison who came to support after hearing the news was naturally empty-handed. A Nanwang town garrison commander wearing bronze armor led more than 1,000 elite troops into the city. Seeing the walls and the ground stained with blood, he looked heavy. In the town, the bodies of soldiers and civilians were everywhere. Looking at the faces of the dead bodies, they all died with eyes open and terrified. The whole town was like a purgatory. The enemy is so cruel. Send a message. Send a message to Kyoto quickly and report to the king. The garrison commander gritted his teeth and said, yes. The messenger soldier on the side used his consciousness to communicate with the communication bug and pass the message to Nanwang Town. After the message was conveyed to Nanwang Town, it was then transmitted from Nanwang Town to Kyoto. Because the communication bug has a distance limit. But even so, the convenience of communication bugs is more than 10 times that of horses and pigeons. Kyoto, the royal court. Qin Yu was reviewing memorials in a courtyard, and an official rushed in and said, Your Majesty, urgent report from the southern border, enemy troops have invaded 2 towns in Injun. Qin Yu was stunned after hearing this. The resources of the 2 towns were pitifully few, and the total population barely reached 10,000, and this was still the number of troops. What did the player want to do? To obtain population? Just as Qin Yu was guessing, another official rushed in and said anxiously, Your Majesty, the 2 towns in the southern border have been broken. All the civilians and soldiers in the city have been slaughtered. The city is full of corpses. What? Qin Yu stood up immediately after hearing this. Is the information true? He asked sternly. It's true. This is the real information. This is the message from Nanwang Town. When they rushed to support, the city was full of corpses. This is too much. In a war, they actually use the means of massacring the city. How hateful. Why kill a group of unarmed civilians? The raging anger like a huge wave surged in his heart. Qin Yu was so angry that his face flushed. After a moment, he shouted, Order, assemble 1,000 giant beast cavalry, 2,000 guards, 10,000 thunder copper spear troops, 3,000 catapult troops, 4,000 magic shooting battalions, and let the giant tiger cavalry of the dragon and tiger court go with the army. I want to lead the army in person. If I don't kill this enemy, it will be difficult to calm my anger and the wronged souls of my people in the Great Qin. They slaughtered my people and plundered my land. As a king, I swear to seek justice for all people and calm countless wronged souls. The cold voice spread throughout the palace. The military camps throughout Kyoto were all mobilized, and a large number of troops began to gather. 20 royal guards guarded around a large dragon chariot. Qin Yu also brought the dragon head elemental turret this time. Although the intelligence reported by the Shadow Guard Institute mentioned that the enemy's camp was covered by a light curtain and could not be entered, Qin Yu guessed that it was a defensive building. He chose to lead the army there this time, one because of the endless anger in his heart. One was that, if the opponent's defensive light curtain might prevent the army from entering, so he planned to try the elemental turret. He never thought that the other party would massacre the city just because a war killed and injured the army, so he was furious and chose a weak target for revenge. Narrow-minded, this invasion war was still provoked by the other party. According to Qin Yu's character, it was really unbearable. At this moment, he had a great desire to cut off the player's head and kick it like a ball. Chapter 283 Purple Building, Glory Arena. The tall defense spire pierced the sky like a pillar. At this time, in the first floor hall, that looked like a crystal palace, Ilaw sat on the throne and listened to the report of the herald below. Your Majesty, the 2 towns in the south have been destroyed, with at least 10,000 deaths. The enemy has surrounded our camp from all directions, and the number of people is still increasing. It is estimated that the number of enemy troops will reach 50,000 or even 60,000. Listening to the report of the herald, Ilaw waved his hand and said, cover the entire camp with the defense light curtain of the defense tower. Yes. Watching the herald leave, Ilaw couldn't help but smile. It's a good time. 60,000 troops. It seems that they are really angry, but this is exactly what he wants. There are only 2 hours left before the 3 days. He sighed. If he can't beat him, he can only choose to retreat. Once the 3 days are up, he will directly choose to surrender. With the defense light curtain as a barrier, the enemy can't stop them from evacuating. Although they lost the invasion war, it's not a big problem overall. But later, if that player really uses the invasion order to invade his civilization, it can only be said that the good and the bad are merged. The advantage is that the division of domestic forces will be integrated. The disadvantage is that the loss of some resources, population, and troops is inevitable. The military camps are stationed 2 miles away from the invaders' camp. The Black Army is spread all over the surrounding grasslands, and the atmosphere of killing is permeating the surroundings. In a tent in one of the camps, Qin Yu sat in the main seat. Below were Yu Qian, Zhu Yi, Ji, Yuming, Mu Hu, Hu Pio, Yao Zion and others. Reporting to the king, all the troops have arrived, with a total of more than 60,000 people. An officer reported, let all archers change to thunder copper arrows, and let all spearmen go to the maximum range to prepare for battle. Qin Yu slammed his hands heavily on the table, and said in a deep voice, yes, all the catapult troops are on the battlefield. This time I ordered people to bring a batch of special thunderstone bullets, which are quite powerful. I obey your orders. As soon as the voice fell, the officer immediately passed the order to all the troops. Soon, outside the bronze wall covered by the grey-white defensive light curtain, tens of thousands of troops surrounded it. 20,000 thunder copper spear army, 6,000 archers, 4,000 sharpshooters, and 600 catapults. Everyone changed into thunder copper equipment, ready to launch the most violent attack on the defensive light curtain in front. Qin Yu rode on a sweat-blooded horse and rushed to the battlefield with 20 heavy cavalrymen of the emperor. A ray of light flashed in his hand. Then a dragon-headed elemental turret appeared in front of everyone. He loaded the element storage device full of thunder and lightning power into it. He adjusted the bullet type to the most powerful thunderstorm bomb, and then he shouted loudly, attack! 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 One after another military orders were passed from far to near to each army. Then, countless lightning copper arrows bombarded the light curtain in front. The overwhelming lightning condensed at the tips of 20,000 spears, and the terrifying aura even shook the earth. The surrounding insects and beasts were frightened and ran around wildly, and dark clouds gathered in the sky to cover the sun. 600 catapults also quickly started and fired the catapults loaded with lightning stone bombs. One after another, meteorites dragged lightning, like falling from the sky, and crashed into the light curtain in front. On Qin Yu's side, the endless lightning control power condensed into thunderstorm bombs and bombarded the top of the defensive light curtain. The terrifying aura and amazing momentum made the enemy troops in the light curtain, who had originally vowed that the light curtain would never be broken, begin to show doubts. Will this light curtain break soon? This is the inner thought of most of the defenders behind the bronze wall. Boom 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 boom, the sky-wide lightning fell on the light curtain, producing waves of violent vibrations. The sound was as loud as the creation of the world. Ripples on the light curtain spread out like a huge rock thrown into the water. Ilor heard the noise and rushed out with the silver helmet knights. The defense light curtain in the sky seemed to be crumbling under the enemy's fierce lightning attack. Use the magic energy to the maximum. He quickly gave the order. The magician team controlling the spire quickly replenished the magic stone frantically, while increasing the building consumption to the maximum power. As the power consumption of the defense spire increased to a higher level, the defense light curtain outside gradually became more solid. The crumbling light curtain began to stabilize gradually, and the huge ripples caused by the lightning on it slowly shrank. Ilor was a little relieved when he saw this. Your Majesty, the magic stone reserves we brought this time are not much. At the current consumption, it may be exhausted in less than 6 hours. A magician walked slowly and leaned over to report. Ilor smiled and said, it's enough. It won't take 6 hours. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the magician retreated tactfully. On the other side, Qin Yu was quite surprised when he observed the defensive light curtain in front of him. Such a strong attack could destroy a city in an instant, right? The defensive power of this light curtain is so strong. Is this something that the bronze civilization can master? However, if the other party really mastered this level of technology, then the siege would not be defeated. In this case, these two buildings should be drawn from the rank treasure chest. It is really lucky to draw such a thing from the bronze treasure chest. Qin Yu waved his hand, and then turned and left with the human emperor cavalry. The attack of the rest of the army slowly stopped, and then retreated like a tide. After all, it was clear that there was no way to do anything. Qin Yu could only think of another way. It was not a solution to continue to consume like this. Call Jiang Rang over, Qin Yu said, while sitting in the tent. Yes. The herald responded respectfully, and then turned and walked out. After a moment, Jiang Rang hurried over. Your Majesty, Jiang Rong, I pay my respects to the king. My dear minister, please stand up. Qin Yu waved his hand and then asked, you have seen the light curtain in the enemy camp. Is there any way to break it? Jiang Rong smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty, I'm sorry for making it difficult for me. It is too difficult to shake tens of thousands of troops. As the master of the witch hole and a genius in witchcraft, I believe in you. This. Wrong. Let me think about it. Jiang Rong fell into deep thought. After a long time, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, Your Majesty, maybe we can let the earthworms try. The light curtain may not cover the underground. Hearing Jiang Rong's sudden idea, Qin Yu was also stunned and then excitedly said, yes. Why didn't I think of it? Quickly bring a batch of earthworms. Qin Yu said loudly, Your Majesty. After the voice fell, Jiang Rong walked out and quickly contacted the witch hole staff in Kyoto, asking them to bring a batch of earthworms as soon as possible. Half an hour later, a team of wizards on horseback entered the military camp. They were a team of 5 people with more than 40 earthworms. After receiving Qin Yu's order, they immediately began to dig 300 meters away from the front camp. According to the speed of the earthworms, it would take only a few hours to dig into the enemy's camp. Time passed slowly. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. System prompt. This invasion war has lasted for 3 days, and you have a chance to initiate surrender. Confirm/deny. System prompt. If you confirm the surrender, this invasion will be considered a failure, and 30% of the civilization points will be deducted as a penalty. If you deny, this invasion will continue until the invasion order time ends, and the system will then confirm the winner, based on the battle evaluation of both sides. In the spire hall, that was as empty as a crystal palace, I'll listened to the sudden prompt sound and looked happy. After summoning the light curtain, he chose to confirm. Then he summoned a huge space door outside the spire. With the appearance of a strong space atmosphere, a large ice blue space gate with a height of 8 meters and a width of 4 meters appeared in the camp. Woo! A dull horn sounded suddenly from the camp. After hearing it, the troops in the camp began to gather and then walked into the space gate. The remaining 20,000 troops all retreated into the space gate within an hour. Before leaving, Yellow looked back at the military camp in the distance and sighed, I hope we can meet again. After the voice fell, he also slowly walked into the space gate. It's dug through. It's dug through. Suddenly, a group of people drilled out from the ground in the original enemy camp. They shouted excitedly, and when they came out, they looked around and were stunned. I saw that the 2 spires were slowly shrinking, and the light curtains around them gradually disappeared. Finally, the spires drilled into the space gate and disappeared. The space gate then lasted for a moment and slowly dissipated. The enemy disappeared. Several people looked at each other and looked at the empty surroundings. The original spire that was as tall as a pillar of heaven disappeared. The metal wall also disappeared, and the tens of thousands of enemy troops also disappeared. System prompt. Player number 67002 Yellow took the initiative to surrender, and this invasion war is over. System prompt. You have won this invasion war, and rewards are being issued, based on your performance in this game. System prompt. Congratulations on your evaluation result of S+ in this game. System prompt. Congratulations on winning the bronze beginning 5-star treasure box asterisk 1, civilization points asterisk 340, 000, and rank points plus 100 system. Prompt. The invasion war is over. You can choose one of the following rewards. Primary invasion order asterisk 1/30-day exemption card asterisk 1. Right square bracket. Seeing the sudden advance, Qin Yu was stunned. The other party surrendered and ran away. Crossing hadn't fought an invasion war for several months, and he had ignored the rule that he could surrender within 3 days. Looking at the prompts on the system, he slid directly to the bottom and chose the primary invasion order asterisk 1. Run away after beating someone. How could this be possible? Did tens of thousands of people of our great kin die in vain? Whether it was revenge, anger, or disgust for such a vicious and cruel person, Qin Yu was planning to fight back. Kill 10,000 of my people. I must take back 100,000 people from you. When he thought of the 2 small towns that were massacred, Qin Yu could not suppress his anger. Your Majesty, the team responsible for drilling the ground has returned. They successfully drilled through, but after they drilled in, the light curtain, the spire, and the enemy disappeared. Listening to Jiang Rang's report, Qin Yu frowned and asked, did they disappear after drilling in, or before drilling in? According to what they said, it should disappear after drilling in. Jiang Rang responded respectfully. Qin Yu nodded slightly. If the enemy withdrew after drilling in, it means that the light curtain did not cover the underground, but only the ground. If we encounter it in the future, we will have a way to deal with it. Qin Yu's mood improved a little. The army won't move yet. Everyone go out, Qin Yu said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the tent walked out. Qin Yu began to check the gains of this invasion. First of all, there were more than 9,000 captives, among which the most valuable were the elves of about 3,000. As a high-level race of fantasy civilization, the elves not only have a long lifespan and smart minds, but also have excellent combat effectiveness. In addition to the captives, there was a 5-star bronze treasure chest, 100 rank points, and 340,000 civilization points. The rank points brought him one step closer to silver. The 340,000 civilization points came just in time for him. Not only can the Purple Wonder Wuwang Temple be built, some military buildings, shadow guards, human emperor guards, and exotic beast hatcheries can all be put into operation, thereby rapidly improving strength. Moreover, he hasn't upgraded the war technology tree for a long time. It's not that he doesn't want to upgrade, but he's poor. The later he gets, the more he can feel the degree of civilization point consumption of each player. Especially Qin Yu, the number of various buildings is much more than that of players in the silver rank. There is no spare civilization points. To click on the technology tree, Qin Yu has to pay a high of 50,000 civilization points every month for the development rights of the dinosaur civilization. The war technology tree is too expensive to upgrade now. Just a few clicks will cost tens of thousands of civilization points, or even hundreds of thousands. The higher the level of technology, the more civilization points are needed, and each upgrade even increases exponentially. Therefore, Qin Yu has never dared to click, because the civilization points are not enough. It seems that I will have to fight more invasion wars in the future. The stronger the strength, the more civilization points. This kid has more than 300,000 in just one battle. He is really a local tyrant. We are fighting against local tyrants. Qin Yu thought of the massacre of the city, cursed inwardly, and then clicked on the system light curtain. Above the light curtain is a bronze box with mysterious patterns on it, with 5 golden 5-pointed stars inlaid in the middle. Each star represents an item. 5 stars means that you can get up to 5 items. The higher the star rating, the higher the chance of getting an item. Qin Yu lightly tapped it with his fingertips. Click. A crisp sound came from above, and the treasure chest gradually opened, and a dazzling light spread around. Hint, you opened a bronze beginning 5-star treasure chest. Hint, congratulations on obtaining the building card Glory Arena purple quality, a good start. Oh no, it's a purple start. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Purple Quality Extraordinary Soldiers. Hint, you opened a bronze beginning 5-star treasure chest. Hint, congratulations on getting the building card Glory Arena *1/ purple quality. Hint, congratulations on getting the prop card Wolf Eyes *1/ blue quality. Hint, congratulations on getting the prop card 7 days free battle card *1/ green quality. Hint, congratulations on getting the classic card Vajra Angry Eyes *1/ blue quality. Hint, congratulations on getting the military card Wind Catcher *1/ purple quality. Sure enough, the treasure chest still has a higher explosion rate. Qin Yu looked at the 5 items, 2 of which were purple and 2 were blue, and couldn't help but sigh. Of the 5 items, he first used the props of the 7 days free battle card. 7 days was just enough for Qin Yu to mobilize troops and prepare for the invasion. System prompt, you have successfully used the 7 days free battle card. Other players cannot invade your world during the duration. When you actively launch an invasion against other players, the effect ends. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction, and then began to check the rewards. Glory Arena, a building from a fantasy civilization. Characters with the same force attributes can fight. Each victory will increase their own force, physique, agility and other attributes by 5%. Winning streaks can continue to improve. Failures will enter a cooldown period and they will not be able to fight again within a month. Upgrading to gold quality can open military duels. Qin Yu looked at the introduction of this building and couldn't help but be happy. This is a building that enhances attributes. If you can win streaks, theoretically speaking, the power of improvement should be very strong. Maybe you can directly go from 1 star in force to extraordinary, but this is only theoretically speaking. Because every fight requires the same force attribute, that is, if you get an upgrade, you have to find someone with the same attributes as you after the upgrade to fight. Since the attributes are the same, it is not necessarily a 100% possibility to win. Moreover, the quality of this building can be improved. If it is upgraded to gold quality, the army can fight. It may increase the attributes of the whole army at the same time, and the training effect is not great. If Qin Yu is given another prop card to improve the quality, he will definitely use it for the Glory Arena. After closing the introduction, Qin Yu looked at the next item. Wolf Eyes, a one-time prop card. After using it, the army under his command can have the vision of wolves and night vision. The farthest can be seen up to 1 kilometer, and the duration is 3 hours. This prop is also very useful. With this, you can launch a night attack on the enemy. In most wars, there are actually very few examples of night raids, because people's vision is very poor at night. In ancient times, it was almost difficult to distinguish between enemies and friends in the pitch black, so the examples of night battles were very small. However, if you can see things clearly at night, it will be different. A surprise attack at night is a unique skill. Perhaps only a few thousand cavalry can defeat several times or even 10 times the enemy army with a night attack. The value of this prop is not small. If you can use it to turn the tide, it will be even more profitable. Qin Yu carefully put it away and continued to read. Angry Vajra Eyes, a minor magical power of Buddhism. Cultivate the Angry Vajra intention and focus it on the eyes. When performing, it is like turning into a Angry Vajra. A pair of angry eyes can scare away evil and timid people. If practiced to a high level, it can hurt the enemy's soul and make them lose consciousness, magic power. This kind of book is only of blue quality. Qin Yu was stunned when he saw the introduction. If all the troops in an army practiced this magical power, wouldn't they be scared to death when fighting against the enemy? The morale would drop by half immediately. However, I don't know how difficult it is to practice. It is estimated to be not simple. After Qin Yu put it away, he continued to look at the last one. A purple quality soldier talisman. Windcatcher soldier talisman. Windcatcher is a first level extraordinary soldier. It requires a certain affinity for the wind element to be transformed. Each transformation of a windcatcher requires 3000 civilization points. Windcatcher has multiple wind element spells and skills, and even powerful joint skills. It is a very powerful elemental soldier. It looks quite impressive from the introduction, but the price is quite expensive, and the restrictions are unknown. After all, Qin Yu does not know what the wind element affinity is. Maybe it is 50 out of 100, or it may be 60, 70, or even 90. But its ability will definitely not be weaker than the Shadow Guard. After all, it is also a supernatural first level soldier. Qin Yu was very satisfied with the items offered this time, and even looked forward to their use. After putting away the items, Qin Yu summoned the big and small leaders in the military camp to hold a meeting in the tent. Zuyi, mobilize enough food for 100,000 soldiers and horses to Kyoto for 2 months. Qin Yu said. After hearing this, Zuyi bowed and said, I obey your order. The reason for mobilizing enough food for 2 months is because Qin Yu is worried about accidents. It is impossible to bring only 1 month's food for a month of invasion. If an accident occurs, everything will be lost. The food for 100,000 troops for 2 months is about 1 million kilograms of food. However, the output of 4 Seasons Fairy Valley is currently sufficient to supply Qin Yu's war consumption. At present, the top quality farmland reclaimed in Four Seasons Fairy Valley is as much as 50,000 mu, and each mu can reach about 1,000 jin per mu. According to the calculation that Four Seasons can be sown in a year, the annual output is about 200 million jin of grain. There is no pressure for Four Seasons Fairy Valley alone to supply more than 500,000 people. In addition to the output of animal husbandry and the development speed of the breeding industry, according to this trend, the bottleneck of the civilization population should be about 1 million people. At present, the development of dinosaur civilization, Shigu can bring him about 3,000 to 4,000 people every month. And the invasion war 7 days later, Qin Yu's goal is also very simple, that is, to rob the population. In the development of any civilization, population is always the top priority. Talent comes from population, economic development, scientific and technological development, and all development depend on population, or rely on population. Population is like the trunk of a tree for civilization. The taller the tree is, the more branches and leaves it can grow. Qin Yu withdrew his thoughts, and began to continue to convey orders. 2,000 dog warriors, 2,000 grizzly warriors, 5,000 shield spearmen, 10,000 archers, 20,000 spearmen, 2,000 elite sword and shield soldiers, 4,000 archery battalions, 6,000 dragon cavalry battalions, 1,000 behemoth cavalry, 5,000 guards, 10,000 tribal coalition forces, 3,000 slingers. Record the above numbers of troops and mobilize them to Kyoto. If there are too many or too few garrisons in other places, mobilize them to balance them out. We understand. Everyone responded respectfully. Everyone present understood that this was going to be a war, and it was a big war. The above number of troops has almost reached 70,000. Although the current number of troops in the country has been growing in a linear manner, these 70,000 people are equivalent to nearly 70% of the total force. It is not too little. During the remaining 7 days of war exemption, Qin Yu will also train a group of troops to increase the border defense of the mainland. At present, only the western swamp needs to be guarded more. However, with Lin Shi and Han Yu in charge, there will be no big problem. Qin Yu will transfer Jiang Li later. Even if there is an attack by the army, defense will not be a problem. In addition to the 70,000 troops, Qin Yu will also ask the subordinate civilizations to transfer troops. It is not difficult for the 5 subordinate civilizations under his command to gather 30,000 troops, especially Shidezi. He is a goblin civilization. Now that several months have passed, it is estimated that the population has doubled several times. In these few months, Qin Yu has more or less given some resource support to these subordinate civilizations under his command. The strength of each of them has improved a little. Of course, these supports are naturally not free. Qin Yu increased the tribute contribution by 3 or 4 times the price. This is an agreement that Qin Yu can forcibly collect in the agreement. It is a completely overlord contract, and the number can be increased at will. Qin Yu will naturally not lose, but they also make some money. Just like Shidezi of the Goblin civilization, if he wants to develop rapidly, the most lacking thing is food. With food, his civilization race can have babies and breed as much as possible, a nest of goblins. And Shidezi also has a prop card that speeds up the growth rate, so the number of his goblins has reached nearly 100,000. It can be said that goblins are a race that can be used as soldiers. He can gather 30,000 troops alone. However, the combat power is worrying, and most of them can only be used as cannon fodder. The second is Cheng Wanzhou. Although the number of troops under his command cannot be compared with Shidezi, the combat power is very good. It can be regarded as an elite soldier route. Qin Yu gave him some equipment, which improved a lot of combat power. In his civilization, because of the support of weapons, he conquered a werewolf tribe, 3 or 4 dog-headed people tribes, and even a minotaur tribe. As a werewolf of the high-level orcs, this bloodline identity actually gave Cheng Wanzhou a lot of convenience. It allowed him to conquer other equal or inferior races more easily. As for the remaining few people, there is nothing much to say. They are all ordinary civilizations and human armies. The 3 of them can gather 8,000. Oh no, 5,000 is considered a compliment from Qin Yu. The meeting in the tent ended after about half an hour. Then the army began to mobilize. Most of them went to Kyoto, and a small part went to other places. Kyoto, the royal palace. In a quiet palace, Qin Yu ate a cut fruit plate while reading the memorial. Lin, she wants to open a trade route from Zemu County to Kyoto. Qin Yu was stunned when he saw the content of the memorial. Zhu Yi nodded and explained, Lin County Magistrate wants to copy the route of Nanwang Town to Zemu County. But what are they trading? The economy in Zemu County has just started, and it can be said to be a desolate place. Qin Yu stroked his chin with his right hand, a little puzzled. Zhu Yi laughed and kept the secret. Your Majesty, do you still remember that County Magistrate Lin was a good archer? Qin Yu waved his hand. Don't waste your words on me, just speak frankly. Zhu Yi said helplessly, the Zemu County is vast and sparsely populated, and it is close to the western swamp, so there are a lot of prey. So County Magistrate Lin opened a hunter's lecture. He was originally a good hunter in the tribe, and had a lot of experience. With the popularity of hunting bows, he taught others hunting techniques, so there were gradually many experienced old hunters there. With more hunters, some meat and skin, even tendons, internal organs, etc., became abundant. A while ago, I read his memorial. The memorial said that he wanted a batch of ice jars. It is estimated that he wanted to use them for preservation during transportation. It won't take long for the carriage to reach Kyoto, so the opening of a trade route is extremely appropriate in my opinion. Qin Yu nodded after hearing this. I agree. I didn't expect that the ice cellar building would have a strange use. Hahaha, just allow him to have a batch of ice jars. Your Majesty is wise. Zhu Yi responded respectfully. Qin Yu waved his hand and called Mu Yuan, the supervisor of the order, over. Your Majesty. Mu Yuan came over and saluted respectfully. Qin Yu nodded slightly. In a few days, the army will go out. I will give you an army to command. What do you think? Mu Yuan was slightly puzzled and said, Your Majesty, as a supervisor of the order, can I still command the army? Qin Yu waved his hand and said, although there may be some rigid ideas in ancient civilizations, there are only relics left now. Why do you still think so? Who said that blacksmiths can't go to the battlefield to kill the enemy? Who said that cooks can't do criminal investigation work? Mu Yuan was stunned and said quickly, it's my humble servant who is stupid. Thank you for your teachings, Your Majesty. Qin Yu smiled slightly. This Mu Yuan's words are so pleasant. No wonder his talent is to be versatile. The main purpose of bringing Mu Yuan this time is his talent. Talent, opening up new territories, lower grade A, effect, when fighting with foreign enemies in the territory, the three attributes of the army under your command, namely, force, size, and agility, will be increased by 50%. The three attributes of the army are increased by 50%, which is half. If the average attribute of the army is 2 stars, it will be 3 stars after the increase, and the strength is not as simple as doubling. This is also the reason why Qin Yu gave Mu Yuan the important position to command the army when he just joined. Anyway, he can see the loyalty of all his subordinates, so how can he be afraid of someone turning the tables? To put it bluntly, the position of the executive order supervisor is to convey and implement Qin Yu's orders. This position requires direct contact with many officials, big or small. Anyone with low emotional intelligence may cause a lot of enemies, and may not be able to do anything good. But Mu Yuan is different. His talent is very suitable for this position. Talent, smooth in dealing with people, middle grade A, effect. Those who have this talent are delicate and intelligent, and can adjust and balance the contradictions within the power. His natural ability allows him to easily see through other people's thoughts, and his words can easily get things done, and even win a smile. He is a rare talent. Qin Yu waved his hand to signal him to leave, then looked at Zhu Yi and asked, regarding the Baiyu soup, Xiaoan pills, Jidu soup, etc. needed for the army to treat injuries, can they be collected? Zhu Yi replied, these items are necessary for the army, and they have been reserved in advance, so they only need to be transferred from the warehouse. Chapter 285 Purple Wonder, Wuwan Temple. In the inner city of Kyoto, in a brick and stone building that was nearly 7 or 8 meters high, people were swaying but silent. Everyone looked at the figure that appeared at the door and immediately knelt down in the direction of the door of the hall. Everyone stand up. Qin Yu nodded slightly and then said, "Where is Jiang Rong? I came here to see how the puppet plan is progressing. Your Majesty, I, Jiang Rong, greet you." Jiang Rong, who had heard the news, hurried out and bowed to Qin Yu. Qin Yu waved his hand and said, "Take me to see the progress of the puppet army." Jiang Rong stood up and waved, "Your Majesty, please come this way." Qin Yu nodded slightly and followed. This witch hall is where wizards usually practice witchcraft and translate ancient books, and the backyard of the witch hall is where puppets are currently being forged and engraved. Everyone came all the way to the backyard of the witch hall. There are currently 3 workshops in the backyard, and each workshop produces different puppets. Your Majesty, please have a look. Jiang Rong pointed to the first workshop and introduced. This first type of puppet is a chariot puppet. It is as big as an ox, and equipped with 4 wheels. It is assembled from solid wood, and wrapped with a layer of bronze to increase its defense. There are 3 bronze thin pillars at the front of the chariot. At the end of the thin pillars, there are 3 5-leaf bronze blades that imitate wheels. It can not only rotate, but also become more powerful, and rotate faster. After adding Thunder Spirit, it is better to practice it once than to say more. Your Majesty, please watch it. After Jiang Rong finished speaking, he immediately asked people to prepare the experimental site. There were rows of wooden stakes on the open space, about 5 or 6 rows, 10 in each row, less than half a meter apart. Qin Yu looked over with curiosity and expectation. Jiang Rong controlled a chariot puppet that had already used the power of puppets to give birth to intelligence for the experiment. As he used his consciousness to control the puppet chariot that was originally like a dead object actually moved slowly. The speed was not fast at the beginning, but as Jiang Rong transmitted the spiritual energy through the puppet mark, the puppet chariot changed violently. The 4 wheels began to rotate instantly, and the 3 5-leaf blades in front could also rotate quickly, and bursts of electric sparks and lightning were produced during the period. After using the spiritual energy to accelerate, the distance of 100 meters only took about 5 or 6 seconds. Qin Yu was stunned by the speed. The moment the puppet chariot crashed into the row of wooden stakes at high speed, the 3 5-leaf blades in front rotated rapidly, and with the blessing of the power of thunder and lightning, more than a dozen wooden stakes were cut in half in an instant, with an amazingly powerful effect. How about changing to copper armor? Qin Yu suggested. If the target of this chariot puppet is leather armor, or unarmored enemy troops, it will be very brilliant, needless to say. However, its attack weapon is made of thunder copper, and its power may be reduced a lot against copper armor or even iron armor. After hearing this, Jiang Rong ordered the others to rearrange the wooden stakes and put on ordinary copper armor. With this experiment, the copper armor was instantly rubbed off, and the wooden stakes were broken. But compared to just now, only 6 or 7 wooden stakes wearing copper armor were harvested this time. After watching it, Qin Yu couldn't help but clap his hands and praised, "Not bad. The attack power of this puppet chariot is really good. If there are more of them, it will definitely be a big killer on the battlefield." Qin Yu was very satisfied. Although the second experiment was not as effective as the first one, it was able to harvest 6 or 7 wooden stakes wearing copper armor in a row. Its power was really good. "Your Majesty, let's take a look at the second puppet chariot," Jiang Rong said, while controlling the second puppet chariot, and walked out of the workshop. Qin Yu looked at it curiously. This puppet chariot was similar to the previous one. It was still wrapped in bronze to increase its defense, but its attack position was different. There seemed to be 3 scimitars on the left and right sides of the chariot. If it rushed into the crowd at high speed, the people on both sides of the chariot would be cut off instantly. The second is the front of the chariot. The front of the chariot is made of triangular thunder copper and is solid, which can increase the collision ability. Qin Yu still let Jiang Rong demonstrate it again. This time, the wooden stakes wearing copper armor were directly used. With the injection of spiritual energy into the chariot, the speed of the puppet chariot instantly increased by nearly 10 times. Under the collision, the wooden stakes on both sides were instantly cut off. When the 3 people were cut off, the first thunder copper scimitar on the left and right sides broke and bent, but there were still 2 scimitars in the back. In the end, only the scimitars on both sides cut off 21 wooden stakes wearing copper armor. 5 or 6 were knocked away in front, and the power seemed to be stronger than the former. This power is not bad, Jiangrong, you have a great understanding. Qin Yu laughed. Before the puppet plan started, Qin Yu told Jiangrong more about the puppet ideas. Puppets are not limited to wooden figures, straw figures, or even iron and bronze figures. Unexpectedly, Jiangrong was very insightful, and the puppets he made did not disappoint him. Therefore, Qin Yu became more interested in the last remaining puppet. Qin Yu made a slight gesture. Jiangrong quickly understood and manipulated the puppet made by the third workshop. Qin Yu was stunned when he looked at it. It was a bronze figure with a height of 1.8 meters and a strong body. The bronze figure was yellow, and there was a faint purple lightning inside. Qin Yu understood that it was a characteristic of the thunder spirit. Jiangrong also quickly explained, copper ore has strong plasticity, so it can be easily made into a human form. According to the theory you taught, I poured a lot of puppet power into this bronze man, and its intelligence has probably reached the state of half soul. Half soul is the state that is halfway to condensing the soul. Not only does it reduce consumption by half, but it can also inject memory into it, so I injected both the hand-me spear method and the war knife method into it. Qin Yu's expression brightened after hearing this, and he said, demonstrate it. Jiangrong nodded slightly after hearing this, and then he began to issue orders to the bronze man through the puppet mark. The sturdy bronze man picked up the thunder coppering-headed knife beside him and rushed towards the pile of wooden stakes. Bang dong bang, a series of scattered and harsh sounds suddenly sounded. The bronze man was so powerful that he burst out endless lightning with the thunder coppering-headed knife in his hand, and the places he touched exploded and broke. The people around him changed their expressions because of the power. Try the defense? Qin Yu shouted loudly from a distance. Jiangrong immediately gave the order. The bronze man swung the knife towards his left arm, and the left arm suddenly flashed with lightning. After the knife was moved away, only a white mark was left on the arm. Not bad. How is the current production of these? How many can be sent to the battlefield? Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction and then asked. Reporting to the Lord, at present, for the first type of chariot puppet, a junior wizard can control at most 3, but the power and state of controlling 1 is the best. An intermediate wizard can control 3 at best, and can control up to 6. An advanced wizard can control 5 or 6 at best, and can control up to 10. The second type of chariot is the same as the first, but the third type of bronze man is different. It is difficult for an intermediate wizard to condense a puppet mark for the bronze man to reach the state of half soul, but the bronze man does not need to be controlled in the half soul state and only needs to issue orders. Therefore, as long as one's own mental power and spiritual energy are sufficient, theoretically many bronze men can be controlled. At present, an intermediate wizard can condense 1 bronze man, and an advanced wizard can condense 3 to 5. Listening to Jiangrong's introduction, Qin Yu was a little disappointed. There are many restrictions, and it cannot be applied on a large scale on the battlefield, but the power is really strong. The bronze man can be said to be invulnerable to swords and guns. As long as the head is not chopped off, it cannot be killed. Lord, can you give a name to these 3 puppets? Jiangrong asked on the side. Qin Yu nodded slightly and thought for a moment before saying, then, let's use the 5-leaf Thunderblade Chariot, the 3-leaf Ram Chariot, and the Thunder Warrior Bronze Man. Qin Yu casually mentioned a few names, and the people around him complimented him respectfully. Qin Yu then asked about the production and the number of mobilizations, as well as the number of wizards in the Wizard Hall. Currently, the Wizard Hall has 12 senior wizards, more than 90 intermediate wizards, and more than 360 primary wizards. The reserve of the 5-leaf Thunderblade Chariot is about 200, and the production is about 50 per week. The production of the 3-leaf Ram Chariot is about 300, and the production is about 80 per week. The reserve of the Thunder Warrior Bronze Man is more than 100, and it is easy to increase the production, but there are not so many people who can condense half souls for it, so I did not increase its production. If all the wizards in the Wizard Hall are mobilized, perhaps all the puppets can be driven with difficulty. Qin Yu nodded slightly after hearing this. In the invasion war a few days later, this batch of puppets may be of great use, so he will take half of them away. After leaving the Witch Hall, it was already afternoon. The sky was slightly dark, and the surroundings were gloomy. The dark clouds slowly covered the sun. It's going to rain soon. Let's stop here today. Qin Yu shook his head and ordered, return to the palace. As soon as the words fell, the carriage, escorted by the heavy cavalry of the emperor, slowly returned to the palace. Not long after the carriage left, it began to rain heavily around, which was a sign of the coming of summer. The next day, Qin Yu ordered people to choose a suitable location in the inner city. He slowly threw out a stream of purple light in his hand. The shadow of a huge temple slowly appeared. Hint, do you want to consume 100,000 civilization points to build the Wonder Wuwang Temple? Qin Yu silently chose to confirm, and the 100,000 civilization points were consumed in an instant. The shadow of the wonder in front of him also began to slowly solidify, and a magnificent temple with a martial arts style slowly appeared in front of the people around him. Wuwang Temple, a purple wonder building, a product of Shinto civilization. It is the temple of Wuwang God, the god of the world. It can enhance the martial arts qualifications of the people in the civilization. The stronger the talent, the stronger the enhancement. In addition, it can also increase the understanding and speed of the people in the civilization to practice martial arts. Anyone who enters the temple to worship the gods can get different martial arts bonuses, which last for 1 month. This is a purple quality wonder building. The entire building area is as high as 5,000 square meters. The whole temple looks extremely brilliant and has a majestic atmosphere. Qin Yu just stood in front of the temple gate, and he had a heroic, shocking, and hopeful feeling of practicing martial arts and standing tall. In the temple, there are bell towers, drum towers, main halls, squares, halls, and halls. There is a statue in the main hall, Wuwang Hall. The statue of the man is in armor, holding a fairy sword, with eyes wide open, so majestic. Qin Yu opened the attribute panel of Wuwang Temple with anticipation, and then began to check. Wuwang Temple, Attribute 1, increase the martial arts qualifications of the people in the civilization by 100%. Attribute 2, increase the martial arts comprehension of the people in the civilization by 50%. Attribute 3, increase the martial arts practice speed of the people in the civilization by 50%. Attribute 4, increase the speed of martial arts skills in the civilization by 50%. Attribute 5, after the people in the civilization go to Wuwang Temple to worship the gods, they will receive a random martial arts gain bonus, which lasts for 1 month, and has a cooldown of 1 month. Attribute 6, Wuwang Temple can increase a certain amount of civilization points every day, which is divided into 3 levels. If more than 1,000 people worship, 500 civilization points will be obtained every day. More than 10,000 people worship, 5,000 civilization points will be obtained every day, and more than 100,000 people worship, 50,000 civilization points will be obtained every day. There are a total of 6 attributes, and Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction. This wonder seems to be more suitable for Wenzeo's civilization, but Qin Yu's civilization is also suitable for now. After all, there are 2 types of spiritual cultivation modes, one for witches who cultivate spiritual power, and one for warriors who cultivate physical strength. The latter is very suitable for integration with martial arts. Therefore, Qin Yu is very satisfied with this wonder that can increase the martial arts qualifications of his people. What's more, the civilization points that can be brought to him every day are also quite a lot. It may not take long for the cost of building this wonder to be recovered. At present, the population flow of Kyoto is about 80,000 to 90,000. Qin Yu asked people to promote it. It should not be difficult for the Wuwang Temple to reach the 2nd level with 10,000 people worshipping. Qin Yu thought for a moment and closed the attribute panel with satisfaction. He looked at the mighty statue in front of him and bowed slightly with a little respect. Then Qin Yu seemed to feel something. He slowly raised his head and saw a golden light shining in the pair of eyes of the statue. Then Qin Yu felt a warmth covering his body and mind. Hint, you get the gift of the statue. Hint, you get a martial arts gain. Martial arts gain. The speed of practicing martial arts supernatural powers increases by 100%, which lasts for 1 month. Martial arts supernatural powers? Qin Yu was stunned when he saw the gain he got. Isn't the Vajra's wrathful eyes a kind of Buddhist martial arts magical power? What a coincidence. It seems that I can practice the Vajra's wrathful eyes when I have time. So far, Qin Yu has always been considered the ceiling of civilization because he can use the power of all things in the king's cauldron at will. However, this kind of power is at most borrowed, not his own power. Qin Yu has never fused the spirit seed, but the training bonus of this martial arts magical power has given him the idea of strengthening himself. Chapter 286 Upgrading the War Technology Tree. After leaving the Wu Wang Temple, Qin Yu found a suitable place in the inner city to place the purple quality glory arena. A stream of light flew out of Qin Yu's hand. A huge building appeared in front of Qin Yu. It was a tall oval-shaped building with an overall style similar to the Roman Colosseum. Many flags of different colors and patterns were hung on the walls around it. Walking into the bronze door on one side was the entrance to the audience stand. The audience stand surrounded the edge of the oval wall, stacked up layer by layer, and could seat about 10,000 people. In the middle were more than a dozen arenas with a scale of 500 to 600 square meters. About a dozen teams could fight at the same time, and the overall area was no less than 10,000 square meters. Qin Yu silently opened the attribute panel of the Glory Arena and began to check. Glory Arena, Attribute 1. When in the fighting state, the speed of self-attribute improvement increases by 200%. Attribute 2. When in the fighting state, the self-comprehension increases by 100%. Attribute 3. When in a gladiatorial fight, if you encounter a death threat, you can automatically shield it, but it also foreshadows failure. Attribute 4. Each time you win a gladiatorial fight, you can improve your physical fitness, force, and agility by 5%. If you win consecutively, you can continue to improve. If you fail, you will enter a cooling period and cannot fight again within a month. Attribute 5. The recovery speed of injuries left by gladiatorial fights can be increased by 300%, and there will be no root of disease. Attribute 6. The person with the highest number of wins per month can get a special benefit for a month. Qin Yu looked at these 6 attributes and couldn't help but smile. This is a building for training elite soldiers. If you let the dragon and tiger guards fight in the gladiatorial fight, the overall average strength can be increased several times in a month. Even if you use new recruits to fight in the gladiatorial fight, a group of extremely elite troops will be washed out in a month, just like raising goo. The good ones are on top, and the bad ones are on the bottom. 10,000 people can always produce 1 or 2,000. 1 or 2,000 elite troops can be comparable to the enemy forces that are several times or even 10 times their size on the battlefield. It is more suitable to improve high-end combat power, so that the stronger the foundation of the warrior, the stronger the improvement. It is possible that a first-level extraordinary warrior can improve by 5% more than a new soldier who wins 10 times in a row. However, there are only 5 or 6 days left, and the generals under Qin Yu who are going to go to war have to step up their time to train the army recently, so there is little time for gladiatorial combat. Therefore, this building of the Glory Arena can only be used after he returns from the invasion war. After Qin Yu settled it, he ordered a team to be responsible for guarding it, and no strangers were allowed to approach. After the arrangement, Qin Yu went to the military camp again. On the way to the military camp, he took out the military talisman of the Windcatcher in the carriage and began to check it. Windcatcher Soldier Talisman. Level. First level extraordinary. Number of people who can be included. 300. Current number of people. 0 inclusion requirements. Intelligence attribute is above 3 stars. Agility attribute is above 3 stars. And wind element affinity reaches a medium to high value. Talented abilities: wind absorption, wind control, wind walk, wind wings, hurricane, wind blade, wind sweep, wind vortex. Combined skill: equipment, wind wand, warlock robe, elemental ring. 2 talents, 6 skills. 2 of them are multiplayer combination skills. Qin Yu was quite satisfied with the attribute introduction of the integrated soldier symbol. After all, this was a true extraordinary magic attack. The 3 pieces of equipment, the wind wand, according to the introduction, speeds up the release of spells. The warlock robe reduces one's own presence and has a concealing effect, and the elemental ring is used to speed up the absorption of wind element. Although the level of this type of soldier is the first level of the extraordinary, please note that this does not mean that their upper limit is the first level of the extraordinary, but that they start at the first level of the extraordinary. The subsequent improvement, whether they can create and comprehend more powerful spells, depends on personal talent. The carriage traveled about 3 or 4 miles and arrived at the West City military camp. Greetings, my king. In front of the military camp, several officers and many soldiers knelt down in unison towards the carriage. Gather 1,000 new soldiers from the new recruit camp. Qin Yu slowly got off the carriage and said, "Yes." A lieutenant responded respectfully and then hurried to the new recruit camp to mobilize the army. About 3 incense sticks of time, more than 1,000 new recruits gathered in front of Qin Yu. Qin Yu looked at these people who were all about 1.7 meters tall, strong and resolute, and couldn't help but sigh at the strength of the militia training camp. If there was no militia training camp, he wouldn't have so many suitable soldiers, and the army couldn't expand, let alone reach the current 70,000 or 80,000 people. Without this building, Qin Yu might have barely been able to put together an army of more than 20,000. This is the change brought about by a cost-effective building. After sighing, Qin Yu began to take out the wind-catching soldier talisman and test the more than 1,000 new recruits. If there are those who meet the requirements for the soldier talisman, he will directly convert them. An hour later, all the more than 1,000 people were tested. What makes people feel outrageous is that only about 30 of the more than 1,000 people met the requirements of the soldier talisman. Qin Yu sighed. Sure enough, the threshold was not low. So, he asked someone to bring more than 1,000 new soldiers again. Another half an hour passed. After testing nearly 2,000 people, he finally gathered 50 soldiers who could be converted into wind catchers. Qin Yu directly returned to the palace with these 50 people. Because once the conversion is completed, their loyalty will be increased to more than 90, so he didn't even bother to check their loyalty. According to the calculation, that it takes 3,000 civilization points to convert a wind catcher, 50 people will require 150,000 civilization points. This number is terrifying. His total balance of civilization points is only about 370,000. 100,000 were used to build the wonder of the Wuwang temple. Now there are only 270,000 left. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and chose to confirm 150,000 civilization points were consumed in an instant, and the green windcatcher soldier talisman in his hand suddenly glowed. Dazzling green light crashed into the bodies of the people in the team in front of him. Their bodies changed dramatically in an instant, and they were covered with black magic robes with green wind runes. Magic wands appeared in their hands. Looking up along the wands, elemental rings with green pearls appeared on everyone's fingers. Although the appearance of the 50 people did not change, their temperament suddenly became transcendent, which was what Qin Yu was most surprised about. Sure enough, the 150,000 civilization points were not wasted. Qin Yu began to let them practice the magic recorded on the military talisman. Some people grew a pair of wind wings and flew up. Some people condensed more than a dozen palm-sized wind blades to cut off tree trunks. Some people stepped on the green wind and flew at high speed. Some people summoned multiple hurricanes and destroyed a garden. Even the wind and clouds used by 5 people together almost lifted the ground of the entire courtyard. Fortunately, Qin Yu stopped it in time, otherwise it would have been a big embarrassment. I will order you to be court sorcerers, and I will be in charge of you personally. In addition to practicing magic in the palace, I will assign you a special gatehouse. In addition to practicing, you will also be responsible for the safety of the palace. As for the position of court master, whoever breaks through the second level first will be the one to take it. Your Majesty is wise, everyone said in unison. Qin Yu waved his hand slightly, signaling everyone to disperse. Then he ordered the clerk to find a suitable place for the sorcerers to rest and practice. After everyone left, Qin Yu began to call out the panel of the war technology tree, preparing to use the remaining civilization points to upgrade it. After spending 150,000, he still had 120,000 civilization points left, enough to improve some attributes. War technology tree, city defense, battlements eye, effect, increase the shooting speed of archers on the city walls by 5%, unlocking required, civilization points x 100, military, iron armor I, iron armor second. Effect. Increase the sturdiness of the army's armor by 3%. Unlocking required. Civilization points x 200. Military strategy. Dodge I. Effect. Increase the dodge attribute of the army by 1%. Unlocking required. Civilization points x 100. Currently unlocked technologies. Iron armor I. Physical fitness 3rd. Injury recovery 3rd. Strong wall 3rd. And strong defense 3rd. Physical fitness 3 technology. Increases physical fitness by 10%. Injury recovery 3 technology. Increases the healing speed of injuries by 10%. Iron armor I technology. Increases the sturdiness of armor by 1%. Strong gate 3 technology. Increases the sturdiness of the city gate by 20%. Strong wall 3 technology. Increases the sturdiness of the city wall by 20%. Strong defense 3 technology. Increases the physical fitness of the defending army by 20%. These are all the attributes currently improved by war technology. Qin Yu looked at the 3 types of war technology. The first one was city defense. He was going to fight an invasion war, so he didn't need to click on city defense for the time being. The second type of military technology, iron armor, increased the solidity value. This attribute was good, and Qin Yu silently clicked it twice. Iron armor I was instantly upgraded to iron armor 3rd. Iron armor 3rd, the solidity value of the army's armor increased by 10%. A total of 500 civilization points were consumed, which was not a lot, so Qin Yu continued to upgrade. After clicking on the iron armor technology, the next one was the spear technology. Military spear I. Effect. The solidity value of the army's spear weapons increased by 3%. Unlocking required. Civilization points x 100. Swish, swish, swish. Qin Yu clicked 3 times in a row, consuming 600 civilization points. I was 100 civilization points, second was 200 civilization points, and 3 was 300 civilization points. Strong spear 3rd. The solidity value of the army's spear weapons increased by 10%. The next step after the spear technology was the bow. Military strong bow I. Effect. Increase the durability of the army's bow and arrow weapons by 3%. Unlock required. Civilization points x 100. 3 more upgrades. 600 civilization points consumed. Strong bow 3rd. Increase the durability of the army's bow and arrow weapons by 10%. After strongbow is upgraded to the maximum level, the new military technology that appears is sword and sword sturdiness. Military sword and sword sturdiness I. Effect. Increase the durability of the army's sword and sword weapons by 3%. Unlock required. Civilization points x 200. Unlike the others, the price of unlocking the sword and sword sturdiness technology is twice as high as the others. Therefore, after Qin Yu clicked 3 times in a row, he consumed 1200 civilization points. Looking at the abundant civilization points, Qin Yu smiled and continued to unlock the technology. After sword and sword sturdiness is unlocked, the following are lance skills, archery skills, sword skills, siege skills, riding skills, and shield skills. The prices are all more expensive than before. Each time a technology is upgraded to 3rd, it will cost about 2000 civilization points. The 6 technologies cost Qin Yu about 12,000 civilization points. Fortunately, he can afford it at present. These technologies increase 10% increase in spearman stabbing speed, 10% increase in archer's accuracy, and 10% increase in swordman's force. Increase the speed of cavalry by 10%, increase the physique of shield soldiers by 10%, and increase the damage of siege equipment by 10%. This series of upgrades instantly increased the combat effectiveness of the entire army by 10%, but in reality it will be more. On the battlefield, the outcome will often change due to a little change or strength. Qin Yu stopped upgrading military technology here because the next technology is to improve the speed of training soldiers, so it is not needed for the time being. Qin Yu wants to save civilization points to upgrade military technology. Military technology will cost 600 to upgrade. Dodge I. 2. Dodge 3rd. Qin Yu clicked 3 times in a row and completely unlocked it. Dodge 3rd. Increase the dodge attribute of the army by 10%. Dodge is followed by marching technique, first aid technique, battery wagon, raid, compressed rations, pursuit, and gambling technique. Most of the technologies that follow will require a sharp increase in the number of civilization points consumed, so Qin Yu consumed about 40,000 civilization points. Marching technique increases the marching speed of the army by 10%. First aid technique increases the survival rate of seriously injured soldiers by 10%. Battery wagon increases the marching speed of the baggage team by 20%. Raid increases the speed of the raiding army by 20%. Compressed rations reduces the army's food and grass consumption by 10%. Pursuit increases the pursuit speed of the pursuing army by 10%. Gambling technique, when the army is stationed and resting, it increases the morale recovery speed by 10% and the physical strength recovery speed by 10%. A simple calculation shows that Qin Yu has upgraded a lot of technologies this time. Although they are not expensive when taken alone, the total cost of his civilization points is nearly 60,000. Only half of the original balance of 120,000 remained. But the harvest was commendable, and the army as a whole was improved a lot. The technologies currently unlocked by the technology tree are armor 3rd, physical strength 3rd, wound recovery 3rd, strong wall 3rd, solid defense 3rd, strong spear 3rd, strong bow 3rd, strong sword 3rd, marching technique 3rd, first aid technique 3rd, baggage cart 3rd, assault 3rd, compressed dry food 3rd, pursuit 3rd, garrison technique 3rd, spear technique 3rd, archery 3rd, sword technique 3rd, siege technique 3rd, riding technique 3rd, strong shield technique 3rd. Qin Yu looked at the improvement at the bottom and closed the war technology tree with satisfaction. The remaining 60,000 civilization points need to be kept for emergency use, and various military camp buildings will also consume civilization points, so he can't use them all. P.S. There are always people who say that the war technology tree is gone once it comes out. I wrote it again today. Don't say I'm a fool. Open bracket close bracket. Chapter 287. 110,000 troops. The invasion begins. Kyoto, in a city palace. In a quiet palace, Qin Yu sat quietly in the pavilion. In the palace, there were guards of the emperor wearing golden armor and holding swords and shields everywhere, and the defense was strict. Qin Yu picked up the clear tea with a few strands of green on the table and took a sip. The cool tea went into his throat and instantly dispelled the heat. This is the specialty offered by Dongshan County, Jade Linglang. This is a particularly precious tea with low production. It is best to use ice green to make tea soup. Drinking it can relieve fatigue, relieve heat and remove dryness. It is better and more magical than any tea Qin Yu has ever drunk. Putting down the teacup, he couldn't help but sigh that this world is vast and rich, and there are many rare things. After sighing, Qin Yu silently opened the attribute panel of the King's Cauldron in his heart, and then clicked to extract the random talent of this month. A stream of light was overflowing, and the light screen in front of him changed instantly. Dragon Flying Cavalry, Class A lower, effect. The speed of the cavalry under his command increases by 20%, and the charge damage increases by 20%. Class A talent? Qin Yu smiled slightly. It seems that he has good luck today. This talent is obviously for cavalry generals. It is more suitable for Yu Mingorji, Shigu and others. After turning off the light curtain, Qin Yu slowly closed his eyes. The consciousness gradually triggered the King's Cauldron. That's right, he was going to condense a spirit seed in his body and officially enter the practice. Only when you are strong yourself is true. If you always rely on external forces and ignore yourself, sooner or later there will be an accident. As the consciousness communicated with the King's Cauldron, a surging golden power poured into Qin Yu's body. This energy first washed a circle in Qin Yu's body meridians. As the pain came, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and held back without making a sound. Sweat on his forehead flowed and dripped slightly. After the golden energy washed a circle of meridians, it slowly drilled into the position of Dunshan and condensed into a fist-sized spirit seed. After condensing, this force did not disappear, but slowly attacked upwards and drilled into Qin Yu's mind. Then another fist-sized spirit seed slowly condensed and formed in the sea of consciousness. Qin Yu was shocked when he felt the changes in his body. Why do others only have one spirit seed, but he has two? And the size is about 2 or 3 times larger than others. Maybe it's because he is the owner of the King's Cauldron, so others are special? Qin Yu, who was puzzled, simply stopped thinking about it. After the two spirit seeds condensed, Qin Yu continued to communicate with the King's Cauldron. A large amount of golden energy surged again, one to cleanse the body meridians, and one to cleanse the sea of consciousness. Qin Yu controlled his mental power to slowly control the action roots of the two energies, while slowly feeling the increase of his body and the expansion of his sea of consciousness. After 3 hours, his body and sea of consciousness felt extremely sore and swollen. Qin Yu guessed that it was caused by excessive cultivation. The body meridians and sea of consciousness need to be relaxed and restored before continuing to practice. He simply stopped practicing. After the training, he felt that his body was filled with his own power, and his mind became much clearer. He silently opened his attribute panel. Name, Qin Yu. Gender, male. Age, 21. Force, Constitution, Agility, Intelligence, Command, Combat Talent, One-handed Weapon, Talent, Conquer people with virtue, A-level medium. Effect: increase the probability of recruiting surrendered generals by 80%. Talent 2. Identify people with wisdom, A-level lower. Effect: can check the loyalty value of the people under your command at will. Skills: Battle Blade, Intermediate Riding, Cold Plum Spear, Elementary Swordsmanship. It was an ordinary talent panel, but the attributes were improved a lot, and the second was the skills. The original elementary riding was upgraded to advanced, and in addition, there was an additional elementary swordsmanship. After closing the panel, Qin Yu took out the classic card, King Kong's Angry Eyes, from the system warehouse. Angry Vajra Eyes, a minor magical power of Buddhism. Cultivate the Angry Vajra intention and gather it in the eyes. When performing it, it is like turning into an Angry Vajra. A pair of angry eyes can scare away evil spirits and timid people. If practiced to a high level, it can hurt the enemy's soul and make them lose consciousness. Qin Yu happened to have the bonus of martial arts magical power cultivation speed, so he planned to practice this. As Qin Yu's consciousness moved, the card in his hand slowly turned into a book, and then a stream of light drilled out of the book and entered his mind. Large pieces of memory emerged in vain. This is the entire content of the Angry Vajra Eyes, about 20,000 words. In addition to memories, there are also some longer cultivation insights. Qin Yu sat on the stone chair, his consciousness slowly immersed in it, and entered the state of enlightenment. The surrounding golden light overflowed, and a large amount of power of all things poured into Qin Yu's body. The 20,000 words slowly turned into a picture of Buddha, and a majestic and angry breath overflowed from Qin Yu's body. The human emperor guards around rushed over quickly, and seeing that this huge pressure was coming from Qin Yu's body, they looked at each other. But they didn't dare to disturb him, so they just stood around silently. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed, and Qin Yu's Vajra cultivation was so strong that the human emperor guards around him couldn't straighten their backs. It wasn't until a Buddhist Vajra shadow with angry eyes appeared behind Qin Yu that Qin Yu slowly woke up. The shadow behind him also disappeared. After Qin Yu woke up, he was stunned when he saw the faces of more than a dozen human emperor guards around him were sweating. Are you hot? You can take turns to stand guard in the future. It's okay, my lord, it's not hot. Everyone shook their heads. Qin Yu nodded and retracted his gaze after hearing this. Feeling the powerful angry Vajra in his body, Qin Yu's face was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the power of all things in the King's Cauldron could actually improve his understanding, and thus he entered the state of enlightenment at the right time. Therefore, he only had 2 hours to master the Buddhist minor magical power of the Angry Vajra. Of course, it was just the beginning, and it was not yet a state of mastery. But even so, it was considered a rare genius in the martial arts civilization that only appears once in 1,000 years. It was unimaginable to master the magical power in 2 hours. Order someone to copy 10 copies of this book, and you can practice together. Qin Yu called a guard of the human emperor and said, I obey the order. The guard of the human emperor bowed and went out to find the official. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. This day, reminder, your exemption card has expired. If you need to maintain the exemption status, please extend the exemption card in time. Time is up. Qin Yu silently closed the reminder. Order someone to start preparing and notify all departments to assemble in the inner city. Qin Yu's cold voice sounded. Minister, I obey your orders. Zhu Yi walked out quickly after hearing this. After Zhu Yi left, Qin Yu silently sent notifications to the 5 subordinate civilizations under his command. After a while, space gates began to appear in the open space of the inner city. The first space gate emitted a foul smell. First, 2,002-meter tall big goblin sword and shield warriors walked out. They were wearing leather armor, holding bronze swords and shields in their hands, with burly physiques, like little giants, and their fangs made their originally ugly faces even more ferocious. Behind the big goblin were also 20,000 ordinary goblins. They were equipped with different equipment and were scattered as a whole. There was no military discipline at all, but after all, they were cannon fodder among cannon fodders. Such a large number was already a bloody investment. The second space gate was a group of werewolf cavalry, with a total of 1,000. The werewolves rode giant wolves. The strength of this cavalry could be compared with the Blood Covenant wolf cavalry under Qin Yu. These werewolves were also tall and strong, wearing bronze armor, and holding 2 bronze scimitars in their hands. They were positioned as a ranger. Behind the werewolf cavalry, there were dog-headed people, dense in number, with swaying figures. Some of them wore bronze armor, some wore leather armor, and some wore no armor. They looked stronger than goblins. The average height was 1.56 meters, and the weapons in their hands were varied. There were quite a few low-level races among the orcs. There were a full 5,000 people. Shi Desi sent out 22,000 troops, Cheng Wanzhou 6,000. The remaining 3 people, Liu Cheng, had about 6,000 people together. They were all human troops. Among the 6,000 people, there were 2,000 archers wearing leather armor, 2,000 spearmen holding spears, and 2,000 sword and shield soldiers holding swords and shields. The equipment was either leather armor or bronze armor, which was barely up to paragraph. The 5 people together had about 34,000 troops. The army Qin Yu had summoned was about 70,000. Together, it was an army of nearly 110,000. This time he must make it clear to the player, named Yellow, that he must be prepared to pay the price for what he has done. This invasion war, there are 100 shadow guards, 50 wind catchers, 300 giant tiger cavalry, 1,000 giant beast cavalry, 500 puppet troops, and 500 winged dragon cavalry. These special forces will participate. In addition, there are 2,000 dog warriors, 2,000 grizzly warriors, 10,000 archers, 5,000 shield spearmen, 2,000 elite sword and shield soldiers, 4,000 sharpshooters, 20,000 spearmen, 6,000 dragon cavalry battalions, 5,000 guards, 10,000 tribal coalition forces, and 3,000 slingers. The generals and strategists who went on the expedition were Yu Qian, Mu Yuan, Yuming, Ji, Yap, Jiangrong, Yao Zian, Ji Wu, Zhu, Zhu Xiang, Hu Pio, Mu Hu, and Zhao Te. Kyoto was commanded by Zhu Yi and Li, and Zimu County was commanded by Lin Shi and Han Yu. Qin Yu thought about it and transferred Jiangli to Dongmu County. Dongshan County was temporarily ruled by 2 old guys, Situ and Yun Wu. Bimu County sent Yantu, the witch of the original grizzly tribe. This time, Qin Yu also prepared all kinds of military equipment, in addition to elemental turrets, automated arrow towers, bronze siege towers, etc. Qin Yu was determined to make them pay the price, and he would never give up until he robbed a population of 100,000 or 200,000. In addition, he also brought earthworms. If he ran into that player again, he would send shadow guards to dig him up and kill him. After everything was ready, he slowly took out the primary invasion order. Are you sure to use the primary invasion order? Confirm. Please select marked player / random match player, marked player, Yellow. Ding. Tip. Successfully locked the target. Yellow matching successful. Tip. This invasion war will last for up to 30 days, consuming 1 primary invasion order. Tip. Please select the soldiers, weapons, supplies, food, etc. carried in this invasion. After everything was adjusted, Qin Yu confirmed by default. At the same time, more than 100,000 people disappeared from the Xianyu civilization in the blink of an eye. Hint, player Qin Yu, number 90,869, has invaded your civilization. Please pay attention. In a palace of a huge European-style castle, Yellow, who was having a headache with the nobles in the country, was stunned when he heard the sudden promotion, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. There is an old saying in the East called, when you are sleepy, you will be given a pillow. He slapped his thigh and felt that he was relieved after hearing that someone had invaded. I just don't know which direction the other party will appear on the border. To the east is the Saint Vina Mountains, which is the ancestral land of the elves and the most powerful force in the kingdom, and the mother clan of Yellow. Although there are several extremely elite elf warriors there, it would be easier for him to fight if the enemy landed there. However, this cannot solve the problem of the division of the noble forces in the country. Therefore, Yellow does not want the other general to be there. To the west is the Wild Fortress, which is adjacent to the Bone-Eating Wilderness. The orcs live there, and this is also the place where he most hopes the enemy will appear. Because the orcs there are extremely fierce and there are still many of them. As long as the Wild Fortress is not lost in a short time and the orcs in the wilderness are attracted, there is no need to worry about the enemy. In addition, the Wild Fortress and the surrounding noble forces are also the most active this time, which can delay time for him and stabilize the nobles in the kingdom. To the south is the richest river valley basin in the kingdom, where the annual grain output can supply the entire kingdom's 700,000 people. It is also the second most prosperous place in the economy, close to the royal city. Alton, the lord of the border Feng city, is his younger brother and the earl of the kingdom. The south is the place where he least wants the enemy to appear. As for the north, there are more than 50 territories of noble forces, large and small. That is where the nobles gather the most. The people in the north are fierce, the army is strong in combat effectiveness, and the number is large. The brains are a string, so they are also chaotic. Others are slightly bewitched and raise their arms, and a group of brainless things will follow and make trouble. That is also the place with the greatest momentum of anti-rebellion. One by one, they want to find an explanation for their offspring, demand sky-high compensation, and a large area of territory. There is very little unowned land in the kingdom now. Some second sons and bastards who want to own territory have to become pioneer lords to conquer and open up new territories. As a result, the road is littered with corpses. Hundreds of people have fought one after another, but only a dozen have succeeded. Most of them are only barons in the end. The north is close to the Great Wild Forest, which is the territory of the barbarians. The local nobles are the most aggressive group in this separatist movement. At this time, Hyrule has already begun to pray for the enemy to appear in the north. Chapter 288, Natural Temple, Night Attack on the Enemy. Deep in the quiet forest, rich spatial auras gathered and eventually condensed into a dozen ice blue spatial gates. As the spatial gates opened, dense figures walked out of them, and soon the vast forest was full of armored and murderous troops. Send out the Blood Covenant Wolf Riders to check the surrounding situation clearly. Qin Yu was wearing dragon scale iron armor and had a fine iron hand sword hanging on his waist. He glanced at the quiet environment around him and then gave an order. I obey your orders. Ji responded in a deep voice and then led the 800 Blood Covenant Wolf Riders to disperse to the surroundings. You can take people to find a suitable place to set up camp. I obey your orders. You can responded and slowly left with about 100 people. After the two left, Qin Yu divided the 110,000 troops into 10 parts, each of which was managed by 10 commanders. In this way, the huge army is easier to manage. If the 110,000 troops were managed in a unified manner, it would not only be cumbersome and troublesome, but it might take a long time for an order to be fully conveyed. The sudden appearance of 110,000 troops instantly broke the quiet and peaceful forest. Several nimble figures shuttled quickly in the forest. Why did so many troops suddenly appear in the Saint Vina Mountains? I saw it. There are orcs, goblins. And why are humans mixed with these creatures? Things are not good. Go back and report to the high priest. Several elves carrying long bows and wearing leather armor jumped around in the forest like agile monkeys and gradually disappeared. Forest City, the Temple of Nature. Several elves walked through the heavily guarded corridor. Scout Team Will, we have military information to see the high priest. In front of a tall temple door, 2 armored temple knights stood guard. Come in." Before the night guards could speak, a cold female voice sounded in the hall. Squeak. The door of the temple slowly opened. The elf named Wu bowed slightly and then walked into the hall. The temple was surrounded by greenery, and it was full of natural breath everywhere. High Priest Natasha's wide magic robe covered her mature and plump figure tightly, revealing only a faint and seductive curve. Report to the High Priest. A large army suddenly appeared in the forest. Strangely, there are orcs and goblins in it. There are more than tens of thousands of them, almost occupying half of the forest. Should this matter be reported to the capital as soon as possible? Natasha nodded slightly and then said, "First, send the news to the 5 surrounding cities to send troops to control the enemy in the forest. Notify the lords of the East Territory to gather the army, and if there are disobedience, treat them as rebellion. Send a messenger eagle to the capital to deliver the news to His Majesty the King." "Yes, Your Excellency." The High Priest Will bowed slightly and saluted, then slowly left. On the other side, G led the wolf riders to wander the entire forest. After several twists and turns, he rushed back with the cavalry. A military tent. G strode in. "Your Majesty, I took the wolf riders to walk around this forest and found something strange." "Strange? Tell me quickly." "First of all, there are many wild beasts in this forest. Secondly, I always feel like I'm being watched when I move in the forest. I don't know if I'm dazzled, but I always feel that some trees are alive. There are also some simple pointed-eared tribes like the ones in the previous war. That's called the elves. I have a general understanding of the situation. Go down and rest. You and Yuming will take turns to patrol around the camp. I obey your orders." G responded and walked out of the military tent. Looking at G's back as he left, Qin Yu fell into deep thought. Tree people, wild beasts, pointed ears. If his guess is correct, this should be the territory of the elves. It's okay if it's the elves. It just so happens that he wants to introduce a group of elves into the civilization. It just so happens that he can build another new city in Dongshan, which is also suitable for the elves to survive. He is very greedy for the combat power of the elves. Secondly, it is a high quality, high combat, and high value race. It is hard for anyone not to like it. At present, a group of the 3,000 elf captives in the civilization are learning Chinese. After learning, they will pass it on to other elves. In the long run, the elves can be slowly integrated. After a while, a guard of the emperor came in and asked, "Your Majesty, Yu Junshao wants to see you." "Pass it." After the voice fell, Yu Qian leaned in and walked in, slowly speaking, "Your Majesty, I have found 3 suitable locations for setting up camps. The first is in a valley in the east, which has the best defense. The second is a low mountain, which can be climbed and seen far away, and it is in a high position. The third is next to the river, living by the water, which is more convenient." Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, 101,000 troops cannot live in one place. It is easy to be besieged if they are high. How far is the river from the valley? Replying to Your Majesty, it is less than 7 miles away. Yu Qian bowed and said. Qin Yu nodded slightly. "Okay, then the camps will be built in the valley and beside the river. In this way, we can move forward and retreat, and we can help each other without being trapped in one place. The valley is the base, and the river is the outpost base, and we will slowly move forward. Your Majesty is very talented." Yu Qian bowed. Qin Yu waved his hand. "We can start the army and summon the commanders of each department to discuss matters." "I obey your order." Yu Qian responded and slowly withdrew. After a while, the military tent was full of people. Qin Yu began to distribute the army. The main thing is to divide the 110,000 troops into 2 parts, stationed beside the river and in the valley respectively. The discussion began. First of all, the 34,000 troops of the subordinate civilization must be stationed beside the river. The consumption must be consumed by the troops of the subordinate civilization first, and Qin Yu is not a fool. The second is the cavalry, half of which are stationed beside the river and half in the valley. Just in case, they cannot all be stationed in one place. 40% of the long-range troops are stationed beside the river and 60% in the valley. Slingers, tribal coalition forces, grizzly warriors, dog warriors, shield spearmen, etc. were all stationed by the river. Of the 20,000 spearmen, 10,000 were stationed by the river, and the rest were stationed in the valley. Qin will be the commander of the valley camp, and the other generals will be responsible for assisting him. Yuan will be the commander of the river camp, and the other generals will be responsible for assisting him. I will lead a few special troops and the Imperial Guards to station at the river camp, and the valley camp will be handed over to you, Yue King. Take 70% of the food as the base. Do not lose it. It is temporarily the base camp of our army. Qin Yu said in a brilliant voice. Your Majesty, I will do my best to defend the valley camp. Qin leaned over and responded. Qin Yu nodded slightly, and his cold voice spread throughout the tent. Start to move the camp immediately. As the voice fell, the 110,000 troops slowly split into two, heading in one direction, and finally slowly split and moved. In the quiet forest, the sounds of wild beasts and insects could be heard from time to time. Whoosh! Just as the army was marching, dense arrows suddenly shot out from the dense forest and rushed towards the army. At the forefront of the army, dozens of goblins died tragically in an instant. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A sense of panic surrounded the goblin army. Puff, Hupio held a long knife and beheaded a goblin who wanted to escape, and then said in a deep voice, those who disturb the military discipline again will be killed without mercy. The cold voice came to the face, and the ferocious face of the dogman immediately intimidated the surrounding goblins. The sharpshooters in the army quickly found the enemies in the forest, then drew their bows and arrows and fought back. The accurate arrows were shot out quickly, and screams came from afar, which immediately startled the soldiers in the army. They didn't see where the enemy was, but these sharpshooters could actually shoot and kill directly. It really deserves to be an elite army. As the sharpshooters took action to meet the enemy, the army gradually stabilized, and the group of enemies saw that something was wrong and slowly withdrew. When they evacuated, they would also take away the bodies of their companions. Some sharp-eyed soldiers noticed a few shadows and shouted, "It's those pointy-eared people. Gee, you take the wolf cavalry to surround the army. Kill the enemies you meet, and don't chase those who run away." Qin Yu frowned. "I obey your orders." Ji responded with a smile, picked up the huge and heavy fine iron horse spear, and led 800 wolf cavalry to kill. "Yao-zan, I'm here. You lead 300 giant tiger cavalry to open the way. The giant saber-toothed tiger is the king of the forest. It has stronger perception and can detect the enemy in advance." Qin Yu said in a deep voice. "I obey your orders." Yao-zan held a thunder copper spear and led 300 giant tiger cavalry with extraordinary combat power to the front of the army. The army marched another 2 miles, and the forest in front suddenly became denser. Just when everyone was puzzled, but didn't pay much attention, countless branches stabbed like sharp arrows. Enemy attack. Those are tree people. Yao-zan led 300 extraordinary cavalrymen to fight with the tree people with thunder copper weapons. The violent thunder and lightning power was like the natural enemy of the tree people, blowing them into a dark and dying state. As the thunder copper spear army in the rear came to support, large tracts of trees, whether alive or dead, were all blown down and smashed, and a flat road was blasted out. The army's repeated victories made even the cowardly goblins become tough. Fighting a favorable battle, they are full of confidence. Once there is an enemy, they roar and raise their weapons to kill the enemy, looking extremely brave. After several enemy interceptions, the team finally came to the river. Qin Yu ordered loudly, "Set up camp on the spot." The team slowly stopped, and the wizards controlled the 3-knife ramming car to start cutting trees to prepare for the establishment of a camp and a simple wooden wall. The goblins were temporarily used as coolies, digging fire breaks outside, digging foundations inside the camp, and carrying supplies. Qin Yu's military tent was set up first. Sitting at the table, he thought about why the enemy started the blocking. First of all, it is certain that his 110,000 troops must have been discovered. It is difficult to hide with so many troops. Qin's team rushing to the valley will definitely be attacked, but seeing that the enemy's purpose is only to block, the impact will not be too great. The enemy's purpose of blocking is not difficult to see. It is probably to delay time. Maybe they are mobilizing troops to a nearby city. Let the scouts disperse and find the nearby enemy cities and gathering places. Qin Yu ordered the messenger. Yes. As the order was issued, thousands of scouts quickly dispersed and began to wander in the forest. Occasionally, they would turn around and evacuate when they were attacked. Their mission is to explore intelligence, so they will not entangle with the enemy. In addition to these scouts, Qin Yu also sent out 100 shadow guards. Shadow guards are the real elite scouts, and they will not be discovered by the enemy. The rest of the scouts are just a cover. Of course, if they really find intelligence, it will be a pleasant surprise. At the same time, the 5 elven cities in the Holy Vinner Mountains began to send reinforcement to the forest city. The entire Holy Eagle Kingdom has an elven population of about 200,000. The total army can barely gather 40,000 or more. The Holy Vinner Mountains are very large, and there are actually many elves in the mountains, but not all elves belong to the Holy Eagle Kingdom. The elves that belong to them are only a branch of it, that is, Ilor's mother clan. The reinforcement from the 5 elven cities are rushing towards the forest city from 5 different directions. In the River Bay Plain near the Holy Vinner Mountains, when receiving the letter of assistance from the forest city, less than 20% of the nobles responded. The remaining nobles rejected the rescue of the forest city on the grounds that it was not the king's order. The reason for this is not only the current turmoil of noble division in the country, but also the disharmony between the two races. Counting the reinforcement from the River Bay, the forest city can gather about 40,000 troops. If that's all, it's probably difficult to defend the forest city. The sky quickly gradually darkened. The moonlight cast a dazzling silver light on the forest. In the forest night today, there were many more blood-red eyes. Late at night, several teams of wolf riders rushed back to the river camp from several different directions. At this time, the camp had built the innermost protective wall, which already had a certain degree of defense. Inside the military tent, Qin Yu sat at the wooden table and listened to Ji's report. Your Majesty, according to the news from the wolf riders, the enemy's army was found in 4 directions. I guess it should be a few reinforcement. Qin Yu couldn't help laughing after hearing this. I didn't expect that the blood covenant technique could actually allow the soldiers to share the wolf's vision. It should be reinforcement, right? Notify the archery battalion, the elite sword and shield army, the dragon rider battalion, the dog warriors, the grizzly warriors, the werewolf cavalry, the blood covenant wolf riders, the giant tiger cavalry, and the wind catchers, to gather and prepare for a night attack. In addition, leave an enemy army and follow them in the next few days. I believe they will soon find their destination for support. Your Majesty is wise, Ji said with admiration. After the words fell, he asked again in confusion. Your Majesty, our army's vision will be obstructed most of the night. Will the risk of a night attack be too great? Qin Yu waved his hand and said, you can go and gather the army. As for other problems, I will naturally solve them. I obey your orders. Ji bowed and responded, then turned and left. Qin Yu looked at Ji's back as he left, and slowly took out a prop card that flashed blue light. Wolf Eyes, a one-time prop card. After using it, it can give the army under your command the vision of a wolf and the ability to see at night. The farthest distance can be as far as 1 kilometer, and the duration is 3 hours. Right square bracket. Chapter 289. Your Majesty has the power to reach the sky. There are about 2,000 enemy troops in the camp ahead. General Yao Zion, you lead the giant tiger cavalry to charge in from the front, create chaos and undermine the enemy's morale. General Mu, who leads 2,000 grizzly warriors to surround from the left wing, and General Hu Pio leads 2,000 dog warriors to surround from the right wing. Remember not to kill those who drop their weapons, and not to spare anyone who raises their weapons. Mu Yuan led more than 4,300 troops to an enemy encampment. He simply arranged the tactics and waved his hand to signal the start of the action. Because Qin Yu used the wolf eye prop card, the army under his command had the same vision as wild wolves in the dark, and the scene within 1 kilometer was very clear. At this time, Yao Zion was wearing a thunder copper armor and a thunder copper spear, riding a giant saber-toothed tiger that was 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. The 300 cavalrymen behind him were also like him, all wearing thunder copper equipment and riding a strange beast, a giant saber-toothed tiger. Keep your eyes open and follow the team all the way forward. Don't get lost in the enemy camp. Yao Zion shouted in a deep voice while driving the giant saber-toothed tiger. Don't worry, General. Your Majesty has the ability to reach the sky. I feel that my eyes can see more clearly than during the day. A cavalry responded. Yes, mine too. It's really amazing. Your Majesty really has the ability comparable to that of a god. Yaozan looked at the trivial shouts of the people behind him and slowly raised his hand to stop them. Then he shook the military flag, and the entire cavalry team slowly turned into a triangular cone-shaped array. As they got closer and closer to the enemy camp, Yaozan also began to let everyone speed up and release the momentum. The sound of hundreds of giant saber-toothed tigers running together became louder and louder, and the earth trembled with it, mixed with the sound of metal rubbing against each other. The enemy's camp was almost not arranged at all. Most of the elf warriors relied on trees to rest, or gathered in groups of 3 or 5, and leaned on a tree at the same time. There were also 7 or 8 elves gathered around a fire, and slept on the ground. There were also some who jumped on the trees to rest. Overall, this can hardly be considered a camp. They just stopped there to rest. Even the number of elves patrolling was not large. The sound of hundreds of giant tiger cavalrymen with extraordinary combat power running wildly resounded in the dark night. The ears of the elves who did not kill in the camp twitched slightly, and they were forced to wake up from their dreams. Kill. Kill. The shouts of killing resounded through the forest, causing insects and birds to flee from the trees in panic. Under the leadership of Yaozan, the brave and fearless giant tiger cavalrymen under the Dragon and Tiger Academy did not encounter any obstacles, and rushed into the enemy's camp like a gust of wind. In the dark night, bursts of thunder and lightning broke through the night sky, and weapons carrying violent lightning stabbed into the enemy's body. Thunder arrows with whistling violent meanings pierced through the armored elf warriors. Each attack of the giant saber-toothed tiger could seriously injure 4 or 5 elves. If it were not for the high agility of the elves, I'm afraid that at least 7 or 8 people would be injured in one attack. The 300 giant tiger cavalrymen were like a heavy iron hammer that hit the tofu, killing the enemy in pieces. The enemy commander was already confused at this time. As the sons of the forest, the elves were like their own home in the forest, so there was no need to set up a camp. Secondly, the night was dark, and no one thought that the enemy would attack at night. With a continuous chaotic shout, the elf soldiers in the enemy camp were madly reduced at a terrifying value. The giant tiger cavalry used its terrifying combat power to tear the 2,000 enemy troops in half from the middle. A small sergeant in the giant tiger cavalry, riding a tiger, holding 2 thunder copper hammers in both hands, killed the enemy group fiercely. Countless thunder and lightning were wrapped around the hammers. His hands seemed to contain a huge force that was enough to shake the rocks, and he smashed the thunder copper hammers into the enemy group. A burst of bone-crushing sound rang out, and where the copper hammer fell, there were broken bodies and bones everywhere. Another captain of the giant tiger cavalry held a thunder copper shield in his left hand and a thunder coppering-headed knife in his right hand. The moment the shield hit the 2 elves, the power of thunder and lightning made them lose control of their bodies for a short time, and then the long knife fell, and 2 handsome heads fell to the ground. What's more, he was a superb rider, holding a thunder copper spear, and cooperating with the giant saber-toothed tiger under him to kill dozens of enemies by himself. As the giant tiger cavalry killed their way out from the front, Hupio and Mu who each led 2,000 dog warriors and 2,000 grizzly warriors, a total of 4,000 people, divided into the left and right wings to attack and surround the enemy. The physical fitness, combat power and even lifespan of the dog-headed people are far from being comparable to the dog-headed people. The dog-headed people of Eastern civilization can even be compared to the elves, and their physical fitness and talent in close combat are stronger than the elves. The grizzly warriors on the other side were nearly 2 meters tall, strong and sturdy like giants. They drank bear blood witch medicine all year round. Although they were less agile, they were strongmen per capita and had infinite strength. As the 2 armies joined the battlefield, the enemy army collapsed in the blink of an eye. The blood flowed like a river, and the broken arms and limbs of corpses covered the forest. After a long time, the battle slowly ended. More than 2,600 elf warriors, more than 500 escaped, more than 1,000 were killed, and more than 1,000 were captured. Withdraw and return to the camp, and escort these prisoners back. Mu Yuan shouted loudly, and then led the army to retreat in the direction of the camp. On the other side, Yuming and Ji led 3,000 dragon cavalry and 800 blood wolf cavalry to attack the second reinforcement. First, taking advantage of the clear vision in the dark night that the enemy could not see, 4,000 cavalry began to shoot arrows accurately and frantically around the camp. In the dark night, a barrage of arrows hit the enemy camp, and thousands of enemies were immediately shocked. More than 30,000 arrows were shot into the camp, and they were all used up. The enemy was in chaos, and had no idea how many enemies there were, where they were, where the commander was, what orders were issued, and how to execute them. In the dark night, panicked voices echoed in the camp. After the arrows were used up, there were not many enemies left who could stand up and fight. The two of them joined forces with 4,000 cavalry to attack the enemy's camp. After another round of killing, the two fought a beautiful night raid. But this was also thanks to the wolf eye prop card. Otherwise, without vision, the effect of this night raid might not be half as good. The second reinforcement army had a total of 2,000 elf warriors and 1,500 human warriors, with 2,500 casualties and more than 1,000 captured. The third reinforcement army was commanded by Qin Yu himself. 50 wind catchers quietly pounced over, hiding in the dark, and began to cast spells. As a strong wind element condensed out, the surroundings suddenly blew violently. I saw that the tall trees in the enemy camp began to be pulled up from the ground, as if by an invisible force. The fierce wind blew over fiercely, gradually condensing into a terrifying hurricane. There were dozens of sharp wind blades rotating in the hurricane. There were more than a dozen wind blade hurricanes with a volume of more than 10 meters in radius. As many wind catchers sent these hurricanes into the enemy camp, a bloody scene stunned the soldiers waiting for the attack. As soon as the hurricane pierced into the enemy crowd, dozens of people were sucked in by a strong suction force, and then dozens of violently rotating wind blades cut them to death like a slow slicing. Corpses suddenly exploded like balloons in the hurricane, and fell to the ground in pieces mixed with blood. More than a dozen terrifying hurricanes eroded the enemy team at a rate of killing 300 or 400 enemies per minute. 10 minutes later, the hurricane dissipated, and Qin Yu ordered the wind catchers to withdraw. He originally just wanted to test the combat effectiveness of this type of troops, but now he was frightened by the sight. If they continue, these enemy troops will not take any prisoners, and will be killed painfully. After the wind catcher withdrew, Qin Yu waved his hand and asked the 2,000 sharpshooters to hold the fort, while the 2,000 elite sword and shield soldiers wearing iron armor rushed towards the enemy. Let the werewolf cavalry chase the fleeing elves. Remember to capture those who don't resist as prisoners. The purpose is not to kill them. Qin Yu observed the battlefield clearly with the effect of wolf eyes, and ordered in a cold voice. As soon as the voice fell, the werewolf cavalry, who were waiting quietly, slowly dispersed around with the giant wolves they drove. About an hour later, the third reinforcement was also completely eliminated, with a total of more than 3,000 elf warriors and more than 1,000 human warriors, of which more than 2,000 were killed. More than 1,500 elves and a small number of humans were captured. Return to the camp. Qin Yu smiled and shouted loudly. River camp. Qin Yu led several generals who were going to participate in the night attack tonight, opened the curtain and walked in. What a joy. 3 consecutive victories. What a joy, Your Majesty. Yu Ming laughed as he walked in. Qin Yu nodded slightly. Arrogant soldiers are easily defeated. Don't get carried away, just because you have won some victories. Yu Ming, you should be more restrained. However, the victory is indeed a big victory. You can celebrate a little. Tomorrow morning, you can have a big feast and reward the whole army. Your Majesty is wise. Everyone shouted in unison in the tent. Qin Yu nodded and then said, send the nearly 4,000 prisoners to the valley camp as soon as possible. Yu Qian has sent a message that everything is normal over there and the basic defense facilities have been built. Well, leave this matter to Zhao Te. Send the prisoners over. Qin Yu finally thought about it and gave an order. I obey your command. Zhao Te bowed and walked out of the military tent. Watching Zhao Te's back as he left, Qin Yu waved to everyone and said, go back and rest. There will be a battle tomorrow. Yu Ming and Ji, be prepared for patrol. I'll take my leave. Everyone saluted in unison and then slowly walked out. Watching everyone leave, Qin Yu took out a piece of paper, picked up a pen, and began to write down some invasion plans. First of all, population is the top priority. In order to avoid Aralava, the valley camp that Qin Yu asked Yu Qian to build is the most basic guarantee. The river camp is an outpost camp and a transit station for the army's attack. He will transport all the current gains to the valley camp, and he is also going to place 2 automated arrow towers in the valley camp. As a basic guarantee, the fortifications there must be worked hard. If he encounters an accident and suffers some losses in the war of attacking and invading the enemy later, he will not worry, because all the gains before this will be sent to the valley camp. If there is something wrong, retreat to the river camp to delay the enemy, and the valley camp behind is a basic guarantee to protect the capital. Even if he suffers losses, as long as the valley camp is not lost, he will make money. The population resources seized during the invasion were stored in the valley camp, and outposts were gradually established while invading the enemy. There was only a simple outpost by the river, and it would be more secure after the first city was captured. At noon the next day, an elven army of nearly 3,000 people entered the forest city. Natasha, the high priest of the Temple of Nature, came out to greet them personally. Inside the palace, High Priest Natasha asked curiously, why did only the reinforcement from Yunshan City arrive? Where are the other reinforcement? Before the commander of the Yunshan City reinforcement could speak, Will from the scout team nearby responded, High Priest, this matter should have been reported to you as soon as possible, but I did not dare to disturb the holy sacrifice of the god of nature, so I did not. The forest was not peaceful last night. Early this morning, many injured elves walked out of the forest and entered the forest city. They were all reinforcement from various cities. According to them, they were attacked by the enemy at night. Saber-toothed tigers that were as big as behemoths. Cavalry riding giant wolves. Warriors that controlled thunder and lightning. Magicians who released hurricanes. Natasha was stunned after listening to Will's description, and then her expression became worried. Haven't you received a reply from His Majesty the King yet? Not yet, Lord Natasha. How long will it take for the noble reinforcement from the river valley to arrive? I think this would be a very bad answer, but I have to say that most of the nobles in the river valley refused to send troops on the grounds that there was no order from the king. The few noble reinforcement that responded will have to wait at least 3 days. Natasha took a deep breath, and after a moment of silence, she eased her voice and said, count the troops in the city, gather a group of temporary troops, go to the treasury to get some money, and hire all the mercenary groups in the city to help defend the city. As you wish, Lord Natasha. As a country with 2 races, even in the city of the Saint Vina Mountains, the ancestral land of the elves, there will be the shadow of the human race. Of course, even in the capital hundreds of kilometers away from the Saint Vina Mountains, there will be the shadow of the elves. Kingdom of the Holy Eagle, the capital. In the meeting palace of the Royal Palace, I'll listen to the monthly financial report of the Minister of Finance Albert below with a sad look, and he was obviously absent-minded. The invasion war had been going on for almost 3 days, and no news had been received from any of the borders. How could he not worry? Law, who didn't know where the enemy had landed, felt his heart was in turmoil, and couldn't calm down for a long time. Your Majesty, the military intelligence letter from Forest City has arrived. A royal palace messenger rushed in and shouted outside the hall. Law was shocked after hearing this. Send it up quickly. Chapter 290 Red Fire Dragon, Enemy Conspiracy. Predicting 100,000 troops? A surprised shout came from the spacious and bright palace. Law sat on the throne, holding a letter in his hand. After reading it, he was a little bit unbelievable. Could it be that they made a wrong estimate? The ministers below speculated. They are not fools. They can estimate so many troops. I think the number of enemies will not be similar. Law shook his head. If it is really 100,000 troops, then the cities in the Saint Vina Mountains will be in danger. Even if he integrates all the troops in the country, it will be difficult to gather 100,000, not to mention the previous loss of more than 30,000. Send my royal order to all places. Let all the lords mobilize 70% of the troops in their own territories to rush to the east and tell them that there is 100,000 troops invading the east. There is an old saying in the east called, under an overturned nest, how can eggs remain intact? Yes. The herald responded and turned to walk out. The finance minister asked, Your Majesty, won't the capital send reinforcement? Yellow said coldly, the capital is of utmost importance, and the garrison cannot be easily mobilized. Has Sarah recovered? Order him to lead 5,000 Legion Guards and the 1st Infantry Legion of the Empire to rush to the eastern border for support, and appoint him as the Grand Marshal of the eastern border to lead reinforcement from all over the country to resist the enemy. Yellow quickly wrote an order, then stamped it with a red seal symbolizing the king's status, and then ordered someone to hand it over to Serad. After dismissing the people in the palace, Yellow's face showed a sad look. If he had known that the other party was so powerful, why would he provoke him? Although the domestic noble division can be solved now, the population and resources of the city in the St. Vina Mountains, I'm afraid that they will suffer heavy losses. Comparing the two, Yellow immediately felt that it was not worth the loss. St. Vina Mountains. Qin Yu led a team of Blood Covenant Wolf Riders to the valley camp. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yu Qin came forward with a few people. Qin Yu waved his hand. No need to kneel when you are on the expedition. Have the captives been properly settled? Don't let them starve to death and join the army later. Yu Qin said hurriedly after hearing this. Don't worry, Your Majesty, the captives have been properly settled. Qin Yu nodded slightly and said, I came here mainly to increase the defense of the valley camp. You can go and do your thing. Qin Yu waved his hand and then found a slightly higher altitude position in the camp, and then two blue lights appeared in his hands. Automatic crossbow tower, a product of ancient martial arts civilization. Reserve crossbows in advance to achieve continuous firing effect, more powerful than bed crossbows, with a range of up to 300 meters. Easier and more convenient to control manually, and can also be automatically fired, chasing the human body heat energy in the set direction to fire crossbows. This arrow tower will definitely be the end of siege equipment under continuous firing. After taking a look at the introduction, Qin Yu couldn't help but think, what would the power be if thunder copper arrows were put in? Are there any large crossbows made of thunder copper in the baggage brought? Qin Yu asked with his head tilted. Your Majesty, I'll go to the baggage camp to ask. The Imperial soldier bowed and then rushed to the baggage camp. A moment later, the Imperial soldier came over with a team of people carrying several large boxes. Your Majesty, they are all here, a total of more than 600. That's not a small number, put it down. Qin Yu waved his hand and threw out the two blue lights in his hand. The blue light flew straight out and fell onto slightly higher hills. As the blue light appeared, a giant crossbow tower suddenly emerged from the flat ground and rose high. The violent vibration sound attracted many people's attention. Qin Yu looked around and saw that the arrow tower was nearly 10 meters high. On the top was a huge bed crossbow that could shoot 3 crossbow arrows in a row. The bottom was divided into 5 layers. Each layer had rows of holes like a hornet's nest, which was where small arrows were fired. There were about 30 holes on each layer, so the 5 layers added up to 150 holes. That is to say, if this arrow tower continuously fires crossbows, it can fire thousands or even thousands of arrows per minute. If the giant bed crossbow at the top is matched with a giant thunder copper crossbow, its power can be compared to that of a cannon. And it is a thunder cannon with a penetrating effect, and it is a 3-shot one. The top bed crossbow can fire 3 crossbows about every 15 seconds. The holes below can be reloaded and fired every 3 or 4 seconds. The operation is also very simple. You just need to pile up a pile of arrows, and the arrow tower will automatically fill each hole. The firing is divided into manual control and automatic shooting. Manual means that you can manually control the direction covered by the rain of arrows, which can be used as a large-scale attack of arrows. Automation means that you can capture heat energy in a certain direction to achieve automatic aiming and accurate shooting. It is worthy of the blue quality of an arrow tower, and its power is indeed extraordinary. What is the difference between the defense capabilities of these 2 arrow towers and the power of several cannons and machine guns? In this way, Qin Yu was completely relieved of the defense problem of the valley camp. At the same time, the Imperial guards frowned, then took out a communication bug and put it to his ear. After a moment, he bowed and said, Your Majesty, the scouts who are following the enemy's 4th reinforcement have discovered an enemy city, and the target of those reinforcement is that city. Qin Yu nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, return to the river camp immediately. As the voice fell, the team left the valley camp and rushed back to the river camp. Inside the military tent, Reporting to the king, the enemy's city is nearly 16 miles away from the river camp. It's easy for the army to get there, but it's difficult to get siege equipment. The catapult is small and can be pushed over slowly, but the siege tower is too big. There were many different opinions in the military tent. Qin Yu waved his hand and said, "Send shadow guards to sneak into the city to investigate the situation of the defenders. The catapults will be pulled over by horses first, and the siege towers do not need to be brought over. As for the siege team, it is not decided yet. We will make a decision after we find out the situation of the defenders. Your Majesty is wise." Everyone shouted in unison, and then walked out. At noon the next day, 2 shadow guards in purple tank snake uniforms lifted the curtain outside the military tent and walked in. "Your Majesty, there are about 30,000 troops in the city, 30% of which are new soldiers who seem to be forcibly recruited from the people in the city, and 60% of the troops are elves." The 2 knelt on one knee and reported in a deep voice. Qin Yu nodded slightly and thought for a moment before speaking. "Send an order. Order Hupio to lead 2,000 dog warriors, as well as the orcs and goblin legions, to march to the enemy city first. Let Mu Yuan be the commander. Lead 3,000 slingers, 2,000 grizzly warriors, 6,000 affiliated civilization coalition forces, 2,000 archers and 5,000 spearmen. Prepare to march immediately. Yes, we'll take our leave." After hearing this, the 2 shadow guards bowed and saluted, then turned and left. "Send Yuming here," Qin Yu shouted loudly. The guards standing guard outside responded and hurried forward to report. A moment later, Yuming hurried over. Yuming, pay my respects to the king. Get up, select 3,000 dragon cavalry battalions to follow me to the front army to support the battle. Qin Yu smiled. "I obey your order." Yuming bowed and went out to count the troops. Qin Yu also stood up slowly and followed with 20 heavy cavalrymen of the emperor. Large numbers of troops began to rush towards the enemy city more than 10 miles away. The elf scouts lurking in the forest rushed back quickly after discovering the enemy's movement. More than a dozen of the 20 scouts died inexplicably on the way, and only 3 survived and fled back to the city. In the quiet forest, several purple figures appeared. These elves are really agile, and 3 of them ran away. The perception is not weak. There is no way. Just do your best. Let's hurry back. After the voice fell, several shadow guards entered the invisible state again and shuffled quickly in the forest. Forest City. 3 elves walked into the city panting, and the panic on their faces had not yet dissipated. One of them was shot in the shoulder, and his lips were purple, obviously poisoned. These enemies are so treacherous, they even coated their arrows with poison. "We'll help you find the high priest. He can save you." The 3 of them ran quickly to the temple of nature. After a moment, the high priest Natasha retracted her hands. The scout who was originally poisoned was surrounded by a green energy full of vitality, and his lips, that were originally purple, had returned to normal. "Tell me about the situation." Natasha sighed. Reporting to the high priest, the enemy's army has begun to approach Forest City and should be attacking the city soon. "Which direction?" "North." "Notify them immediately. The whole city is on alert. No one is allowed to enter or leave the city." "Yes." Looking at the backs of several scouts leaving, Natasha fell into deep thought. If the enemy is the enemy they invaded a few days ago, can Forest City be defended? To be honest, she already has the answer in her heart. It can't be defended at all. They don't have long bows that can release thunder arrows, nor do they have spears that can control lightning, nor do they have a group of magicians who can summon countless towering vines. Most of the elves in the Forest City are warriors, archers, and rangers. There are only dozens of elven magicians who have the talent of magicians and a certain combat power, and the power of natural magic. Needless to say, just think about it. Just as she was walking alone in the hall in worry, a temple knight suddenly spoke slowly. "Sir Natasha, I think I have a way that may be able to repel the enemy." Natasha was stunned. She looked up slightly and asked, "You tell me?" The temple knight nodded slightly. "Deep in the mountains to the east, the red-skinned red-fire dragon has just laid dragon eggs. As long as we steal the dragon eggs and then send them to the enemy's camp, the mother dragon will pour its anger on the enemy." Natasha shook her head and the seductive curves on her body swayed with it. Such despicable things are really unworthy of the teachings of the god of nature. High priest, aren't the enemy more insidious and cunning than us? We can't repay kindness with kindness. This is a war. The Templar Knight objected. Natasha's voice suddenly became stern. If you treat evil people in the way evil people treat you, then what's the difference between you and evil people? What's more, what does this war have to do with the red fire dragon? You are going to sacrifice other people's children. The Templar Knight shook his head and suddenly said calmly, Our Majesty has slaughtered tens of thousands of civilians in other people's territory. Your Excellency the High Priest, think about the 60,000 elves in the city and the 40,000 human civilians. How many lives are there? If the city is broken, we, all of us, can still survive? After the voice fell, Natasha suddenly fell silent and finally gritted her teeth and said, Then go, take your team of knights, and complete this task. I wish you success. The Templar Knight slowly walked to the door and slightly turned sideways and said, I wish the city of forest peace. After the voice fell, the figure of the Templar Knight disappeared. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A total of more than 50,000 troops all arrived at the city of Forest, 800 meters north. Qin Yu observed the city from afar. The city wall was made of bricks and stones, at least 8 meters high, and the thickness was not clear. There were many crossbows on the city wall, and it seemed that a lot of human weapons were introduced. At this time, many figures on the city wall had entered a state of alert. It seemed that they had learned about the march in advance. However, it was also known that it was difficult to conceal every small movement of so many troops. The whole army will rest for a while and prepare to attack the city. The generals of each unit will discuss matters in the tent. Qin Yu shouted loudly and went back to the military tent. The main reason for letting Mu Yuan be the commander this time was his talent. Opening up the territory, lower level of grade A, effect. When fighting with foreign enemies in the territory, the 3 attributes of force, size, and agility of the army under his command will be increased by 50%. The talent of opening up the territory can increase the combat power of the army by 50%. This will make the army's siege speed faster. But it seems that for the goblins, the increase of 50% does not make much difference. Soon, everyone walked into the military tent. Before attacking the city, plan the siege plan first. Should we attack one side with all last strength, or make a feint attack on one or several sides, while forcing the city wall? Qin Yu asked, looking at the people below. Your Majesty, we have nearly 800 catapults. If we throw a few rounds, the wall will be trampled. Do we still need to feint? Yu Ming said in a buzzing voice, and his loud voice made the ears of the people around him buzz. Stupid, after the city is captured, we still have to go in. How can we defend it if the city wall is trampled? Qin Yu glanced at Yu Ming and said speechlessly. Yu Ming chuckled and stopped talking. Mu Yuan glanced at the people around him and then said, Your Majesty, I suggest that we feint to confuse the enemy while forcing the city wall to be quickly attacked. Okay. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Some strategies seem simple, but they are indeed simple, but they are useful. How can the enemy tell whether the feint attack is really a feint? Even if it was, he dared not deal with it carelessly. After all, they could not be 100% sure. Once a misjudgment was made, the people of that city, the army in the city, and the city would all be lost. This was a deception and a psychological strategy. Then let the orcs and goblin legions, totaling more than 28,000, feint to attack the northern wall, and Mu Yuan will lead the rest of the army to attack the eastern wall. Go down and prepare. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, Subdue the Dragon. Forest City, destroyed. Woo, woo, a dull horn sounded gradually from far to near. With the sound of the horn, the army outside the city began to attack the forest city frantically. 2,000 kobolds rushed to the city gate with wooden shields made from trees just cut down from the forest. Behind them were densely packed green goblins all over the mountains. Every 4 of them carried a ladder and as they rushed towards the city wall. tens of thousands of goblins rushed to the city wall with great momentum. The defenders of the northern city wall were well prepared. A full 5,000 elven archers were divided into 5 rows, and every 5 minutes, a row of archers would come forward to shoot. Countless arrows were shot continuously at the city, and the arrows turned into a rain of arrows, which smashed down like a dark cloud. The bodies of the goblins fell to the ground in a mess, and pools of green blood were scattered into the soil, leaving a circle of dark marks around. Roars, screams, and the vibration of bowstrings outlined a tragic battlefield. The defenders in the city looked at the dense enemies like an army of ants, and began to frantically mobilize troops from the surrounding walls. 2,000 kobolds holding wooden shields rushed to the city with only less than 500 casualties. As the dense goblin team in the rear moved the ladders to the city, the kobold team acted as the vanguard and climbed up first. Swish, many elf rangers on the city held long swords and slashed wildly at the kobolds who climbed up. One by one, heads as big as watermelons fell from the ladders, and corpses fell down closely behind. The blood splattered the city walls into a dark green. Seeing the increase in the number of defenders on the northern wall, Yu nodded slightly, raised a flag with his right arm, and swung it to the east, and countless dense troops began to pour out towards the eastern wall. The civilized coalition forces will seize the city wall. All the catapults will be pushed forward, aiming at the city gate, and using thunder copper catapults. As Yu shouted loudly, the 6,000 human army of the affiliated civilization became the vanguard, and rushed forward first. Since part of the defenders of the other walls were withdrawn, the enemy's blocking force was not very strong. Yu estimated that there were only more than 5,000 defenders in the east city, including 2,000 archers, and the rest should be warriors. The surprise attack on the east city immediately caused chaos in the city, and they began to mobilize troops urgently. The 6,000 civilized coalition forces killed around the city wall with only less than 400 casualties. Ladders began to be set up on the city wall, and thousands of people began to climb up frantically to seize the city wall. The 800 catapults in the rear also began to approach the city wall. Fire! With the order of the general leading the catapult army, the 800 catapults replaced the thunder copper bullets, and fired thunder copper bullets at the gate of the enemy's city wall. Hundreds of copper thunder bombs weighing nearly 20 kilograms pierced the sky, flashing dazzling lightning, like meteorites from outer space, and hit the city gate in the blink of an eye. With a deafening roar of thunder, the surrounding ground trembled, and the enemies in the city felt that the whole city was shaking. The wooden city gate was directly annihilated into ashes by the lightning, and a huge hole was blown out of the surrounding brick walls. Kill. Kill. The city gate shattered, and the civilized coalition took the lead in raising their weapons and killing in. The elf warriors in the city held up their shields and long swords in a dense queue and slowly blocked the city gate. Yu outside the city immediately ordered the civilized coalition to disperse, and then ordered the stone-throwing army to continue to attack the city gate. Pieces of copper thunder bombs mixed with lightning bombarded the enemy at the city gate like missiles. As the two collided, the thunder copper bullets fell on the enemy group, and half of the enemy troops were wiped out without even a scream. Retreat to the city and hold on. The general of the garrison in the city roared. The remaining elf warriors retreated quickly. Yu threw the flag and shouted, "Grizzly army." As the voice fell, 2,000 tall and strong men grizzly warriors held a heavy shield and a giant axe, and rushed towards the city gate. The news that the east gate was broken in an instant immediately made the enemy in the city panic. Natasha looked anxious, and hurriedly mobilized the rest of the troops on the city wall to rush to the east gate for support. The offensive from the north city was also strong, so she did not dare to mobilize the army easily. High Priest, let the tree people of the temple go to the east city for support. The surrounding Templar knights suggested. Okay, you take the tree people to the east city for support. Natasha waved her hand and said anxiously. Watching dozens of Templar knights leave, Natasha asked Will beside her, when will the reinforcement from the Eastern Territory nobles arrive? Will was stunned for a moment, and then recovered from his daze and responded, "No news yet, Your Excellency the High Priest. Once the city gate is broken, it will be difficult to defend. I suggest that we take the remaining troops to Multi City, which is located in a valley, and is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. While the losses are not too small now. What about the civilians in the city? What about the elves? Natasha asked coldly. Will shook his head. The total population of the city is nearly 100,000. The other party cannot massacre the city. This is also a loss for him. We will preserve our strength and wait for the reinforcement from all over the country and the capital to arrive and then merge to retake the city. High Priest, you have to calm down. Gather half of the troops in the city in the East City and hold on for a while. Maybe there will be reinforcement. Let me think about it. Natasha rubbed her swollen forehead and said softly, yes. Will responded and left silently. At this time at the East City gate, Mu, who held a thunder copper axe and led 2,000 grizzly warriors to fight bloody battles at the gate of the city. As a warrior with excellent talent, Mu, who first relied on witchcraft to improve his strength to 5 stars and then merged with spirit seeds. He had practiced in Panshan military camp for a period of time. With the blessing of the spiritual spring, he directly broke through to the first level of extraordinary. With the thunder copper weapon, his strength value increased by 50%. He held a huge axe, and every time he swung it, it would burst out violent golden light. Even the elves, as a high-level race, would not get any benefit from it. With one axe, anyone who didn't have time to dodge would definitely be cut in half according to the small body of the elves. The 2,000 grizzly warriors held a heavy shield in one hand to block the arrows shot by the elves, and held a huge axe in the other hand to slash forward fiercely. As the elite army of Qin Yu civilization, the 2,000 grizzly warriors were able to kill the 5,000 elf warriors and retreat step by step. The agile figure is of little use against the bulky grizzly warriors. Most of the attacks were blocked by shields and armor. Even if the skin was attacked, the skin of the Grizz warriors who had been treated with Grizz voodoo was as tough as leather, and the healing ability was extremely terrifying. Therefore, the attacks of the elf warriors were not painful to the Grizz warriors, who were positioned as heavy infantry. However, as a large number of troops were transferred from the city to the East City Gate, the resistance encountered by the Grizz warriors became greater and greater. There were still more than 5,000 people left in the civilization-affiliated army in the rear. With the order of the commander, they rushed into the city and fought with the enemy. Qin Yu wanted to let the remaining 3,000 dog-headed people join the battlefield, but thought about the dog-headed people's military discipline. Killing into the city, burning, killing, and looting. For a race with low quality, this instinctive temptation cannot be changed. If it is really bad to civilians, burning, killing, and looting, then it will be difficult for Qin Yu to integrate this group of people into civilization later. Not only will it affect the people's hearts, but it will also cause rebellion. But if it does not affect or harm civilians, and with the help of the King's Cauldron, this group of people can quickly integrate into civilization. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu asked the remaining dog-headed men and goblin armies to all be deployed in the North City, strengthening the attack to consume the enemy's army, while delaying the defenders there. In addition, Qin Yu asked Mu Yuan to press the remaining 5,000 spearmen. As the military order was issued, the 5,000 spearmen soon joined the battlefield in the East City. Tens of thousands of troops launched a fierce attack on the defenders of the East City. Countless lightning flashed, and the elf army suffered heavy losses, with signs of collapse. Will looked at the situation and anxiously returned to the Temple of Nature to find Natasha. Your Excellency the High Priest, the defenders of the East City suffered heavy losses, and can't wait any longer. Prepare to evacuate. Will urged hard. Natasha did not respond, but fell into deep thought. Let him abandon his own people, abandon the civilians in the city, and even abandon the people of the god of nature. She really couldn't let go. Just as she was thinking hard, a dull groan suddenly came from not far away. From the east, a 12-meter long red dragon with a pair of long horns and a pair of huge wings spread out behind it was coming at a terrifying speed. The temperature around it was as high as 40 to 50 degrees, and its eyes were gushing with anger. Will was shocked when he saw the red dragon from the east. How did this dragon get involved? High Priest, we have to leave quickly. Will looked at Natasha after he finished speaking, but she not only did not move, but there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. He succeeded. What did he succeed? Will looked puzzled. Natasha did not answer, but climbed to the top of the Temple of Nature and looked down at the direction of the East City. A huge dull roar came from the mouth of the red dragon. Then endless waves of anger gushed out. With the terrifying high temperature, The raging fire spewed towards the army outside the city. For a moment, surging and shrill screams resounded through the sky. Thousands of soldiers were instantly engulfed by the terrifying high temperature. Looking at the scene ahead, Natasha stared at it intently. Maybe it really works, she murmured. Will, who was standing by, watched her expression change and guessed almost exactly what happened. He couldn't believe that as the most faithful believer of the god of nature, the high priest Natasha, would actually do such a thing. Qin Yu, who was standing by, suddenly changed his expression when he heard the noise outside. He rushed out of the military tent quickly and was stunned when he saw the sea of fire outside. How could this enemy tame such a powerful dragon? This strength must be more than level 3, right? It really deserves to be a dragon. Seeing the loss of thousands of soldiers in a short period of time, Qin Yu didn't care about the pain and quickly moved his consciousness and hooked up the king's cauldron. At the same time, a stream of light flashed in his hand, and it was a purple stream of light. The infinite golden light in the body rushed madly into the purple light on Qin Yu's left hand. Go, he shouted in a low voice. As soon as the words fell, the purple light in his hand suddenly turned into a purple snake and attacked the huge dragon in the sky. The purple snake flew longer and longer and thicker. In a short time, it instantly became a purple snake several dozen meters long and bound the dragon. The red fire dragon looked over and suddenly became a little panicked, as if it had seen something very scary. It opened its huge mouth and sprayed out a terrifying high temperature flame, and then the huge wings behind it flapped up, trying to fly away. But the demon binding rope, like a purple python, was faster and grabbed the dragon's claws in the blink of an eye. The moment it touched, it tied the dragon tightly. The dragon struggled hard, but the demon binding rope was getting closer and closer. Boom. There was a loud noise from the ground. The dragon fell heavily to the ground. The surrounding soldiers wanted to come over and kill the dragon angrily, but were stopped by Qin Yu. Since it was tied up, this is a rare and huge fighting force. It would be a pity to kill it instead of taming it. While thinking, Qin Yu used the power of all things in the king's cauldron to imitate and replicate the endless power of slave beasts and poured it into the dragon's sea of consciousness. Natasha, standing on the top of the temple of nature, was stunned when she saw the dragon that was subdued in an instant. Oh my god. My king. What kind of existence have you provoked? Natasha couldn't help but be shocked. The red fire dragon has always been an existence that no one dares to provoke in the Saint Vina Mountains. Even every year, several cities will offer some shiny gold and silver jewelry to the dragon in order to reach a peace agreement with the dragon. Because they don't have enough power to kill or subdue the dragon, those so-called dragon slayers are just killing some creatures with a little dragon blood so they can shamelessly call themselves dragon slayers for fame. As for the real dragon, it may be able to beat those so-called dragon slayers into meat paste with one claw. Gather the troops in the South City. We are ready to evacuate the Forest City and go to Muesi City. The last hope is gone, Natasha said weakly. Don't feel too guilty, High Priest. We have tried our best. Will comforted him and turned to gather the army. The war lasted less than 3 hours, and the original 30,000 troops in the city had lost nearly 8,000 people. There were countless injured. The enemy may have suffered a lot of losses, but those ugly goblins, who can give birth to more than a dozen goblins in a nest, can't compare with their group of high elves. It is not worth it to exchange the lives of high elves with goblins, even if it is 1 for 10. The losses of the elf warriors in the North City are even greater, Will thought while quickly conveying the will of the High Priest. As this order was issued, the defenders of the North City and the East City retreated more and more. Dozens of tree people stayed behind to delay the retreat of the rest of the army. The army in the North City was rapidly reduced, and the Orc army and the Goblin army completely seized control of the city. But Qin Yu also directly ordered that the group of low-level races with no quality to defend on the spot and prohibited from entering the city. Chapter 292 Victory and Harvest. Your Majesty, the enemy has fled from the south gate with the remnants of the army. How many enemy troops are left in the city? More than 10,000, but their morale is low, so there is no need to worry. Qin Yu nodded slightly. Don't chase the desperate enemy. Be careful of fraud. Send the shadow guards to track their signs all the way. Yes, your Majesty is wise. As part of the enemy's elite troops fled rapidly, the siege army outside the city gradually poured in. Most of the remaining 10,000 enemy troops were temporarily conscripted from civilians, some were injured, and some were left behind. In short, their morale was low and their combat effectiveness was average, and soon all of them were captured. Qin Yu ordered everyone to count the casualties and gains. In addition, the gates of the East City and part of the city walls must be rebuilt. The power of the catapults made of thunder copper is too great, not to mention the 800 catapults throwing stones. If you don't pay attention, the damage to the East Gate is terrible, and it is estimated that it will take a day to repair it. Qin Yu was not idle either. While walking around the city with a group of people, he also told his troops not to disturb the residents in the city, nor to kill the residents in the city. If anyone dared to offend, he would be killed on the spot. Your Majesty, that should be the tallest building in the city. The human emperor guards pointed to the palace full of natural atmosphere in front and said. Qin Yu nodded slightly. Well, send someone to search in and make sure there is no danger, then move the command camp here. Yes. The human emperor guards on the side bowed and rushed in with a team of guards. Qin Yu retracted his gaze and turned sideways and continued to order. All the troops on the other side of the river should be moved into the city. Collect more water before coming. Yes, I will go down and convey the military order. The ZHU on the side bowed and turned away. It takes time to appease the residents in the city. The population of this city is not small. If it is not handled properly and rebellion is caused, it may really bring Qin Yu a lot of trouble. About 3 hours later, the officer in charge of counting casualties, damage, and spoils finally arrived at his leisurely pace. Your Majesty, the statistics of losses and gains have been completed. Qin Yu glanced at him and said, just read it out after the statistics are completed. What are you looking at me for? Yes, yes, yes. The officer said hurriedly. First of all, the casualties. More than 4,000 goblin legionaries were killed. More than 1,000 dog-headed warriors were killed. More than 2,000 human coalition forces affiliated with the civilization were killed. More than 100 grizzly warriors were killed. More than 400 spearmen were killed. And more than 400 archers were killed. The rest are more than 400 seriously injured. And more than 2,000 slightly injured. The army in the city captured more than 11,000 prisoners, and the population of the people in the city is about 80,000, of which 50,000 are elves. There are 12,000 standard long bows, with a longer range than long wooden bows, more than 7,000 sets of leather armor, more than 5,000 sets of bronze armor, 12 sets of iron armor, more than 2,000 sets of sword and shield weapons, and 4,000 spears. The total amount of food and grass is 1.8 million katas, which is 18,000 stones. We found more than 20 books on magic, more than 10 alchemical products, and more basic supplies. By the way, we also found 2 or 3 maps, which should be maps of the enemy's border. Qin Yu listened to the officer's report quietly and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Sure enough, killing and arson are the golden belt. War is even more profitable. If these resources are produced within the civilization, it will take several months. The food and grass are enough to feed the 100,000 troops for another few months. However, the army suffered a lot of losses. Although most of them were the troops of the affiliated civilization, the number of losses of the Qin Yu civilization's army was pitifully small. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the fire-breathing dragon, the loss would have been reduced by more than half. Qin Yu was in a good mood. He looked up at the gloomy sky and said, the wounded are properly settled, and the meat is stewed at night. The soldiers have worked hard, and their merits are accorded. After the war, they will be rewarded according to their merits. Your Majesty is wise. The officer bowed respectfully, and was about to turn around and leave. Qin Yu hurriedly called him, bring the map here. Yes. The next morning, in the Temple of Nature, Qin Yu convened everyone to hold a military meeting. Regarding the population in the city, we have transferred them to the valley camp in batches in the past few days. This is the most important thing at present. After all the population has been transferred, we will attack other surrounding cities. Your Majesty, the population in the city is nearly 100,000. Will it be difficult to accommodate all of them in the valley camp? Or will the deterioration of living conditions cause rebellion? Mu Yu and Below asked. Qin Yu nodded slightly and responded, "It's good that you can think of this. It's worthy of praise. There are also many garrisons in the valley camp. These people can still be controlled. Now we have to talk about the issue of escort. A total of more than 80,000 people plus 10,000 prisoners of war, so we will escort them in 9 times. 6,000 cavalrymen from the Dragon Cavalry Battalion will be responsible for patrolling the road between the city and the valley camp. 2,000 elite sword and shield troops and 5,000 guards will be responsible for escorting until all 90,000 people are sent to the valley camp. This matter will be fully responsible by Zhao Te and Ji Wu. I obey your orders." The 2 men saluted with their right hands hammered on their left chests. "Do it immediately." Qin Yu turned around and continued to look at the others and said, "The shadow guards have sent a message that the enemy reinforcement have been found in the east with a number of about 10,000 people, less than 10 miles away from this city. Your Majesty, will the city defense be insufficient if we take the initiative to attack?" Yuming asked. Qin Yu shook his head and said, "Don't worry about this problem, just do your patrol work, go." Qin Yu waved his hand and saw Yuming leave. Then he said, "Ji, Muhu, each of you will take 800 wolf riders and grizzly warriors, plus the 5,000 civilized coalition forces, to the east to ambush the enemy, where they must pass. Remember to dig a circle of fire breaks. I'll obey your orders." Without asking any more questions, the 2 stood up and went out to gather the troops. After the 2 left, Qin Yu looked at Jiang Rong again and said, "Jiang Rong, send 50 intermediate wizards to drive 53 blade ramming cars to the ambush site in the east and wait for orders." Jiang Rong nodded slightly. "No problem, my lord, I will do it right away." Qin Yu nodded slightly. After everyone dispersed, he slowly stood up and walked out. 20 human emperor guards accompanied him all the way to the east city gate. Qin Yu looked at the giant dragon in front of him that was more than 10 meters long, and his originally ferocious eyes became much gentler at this time. "My lord, the dragon egg has been found." A human emperor guard came over, holding a red dragon egg the size of a watermelon in his hand. Seeing the dragon egg, the red fire dragon instantly fluttered up, and his eyes were immediately full of vigilance and threats. A golden light slowly emerged from Qin Yu's hand and poured into the dragon's body. Then he carefully took the dragon egg and handed it to the red fire dragon. After absorbing the power of the slave beast, and with the dragon egg being returned, the red dragon's eyes gradually became gentle again. "Watch your eggs carefully in the future. Let's go. You guys follow behind." As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yu jumped up and jumped onto the neck of the dragon. "Go east." Qin Yu gave an order, and the dragon spread its huge wings, slowly rose up, and then flew towards the east. 20 royal guards followed closely behind on a pure-blooded high-level warhorse. This was Qin Yu's intention, to control the speed of the dragon, otherwise the heavy cavalry behind would have been far behind. In a quiet forest, in just one night, a simple camp emerged. There were more than 15,000 troops in the camp, of which nearly 6,000 were peasant soldiers. They had almost no combat power, but they were temporarily pulled out to make up the numbers. These 15,000 people were a team pulled out by nearly 13 nobles for their native land. This army of more than 15,000 people was not a small number. In the camp, almost all the dirty work was done by the 6,000 peasant soldiers. The status in the camp is that the noble lord is first, followed by the knight lord, then the knight follower, and then the regular army, and the peasant soldiers are at the bottom. In the military tent in the camp, more than a dozen nobles in the tent began to have disputes. Some people were arguing. At this time, there was no news from SEN City. They thought it was lost, so they refused to march to SEN City. Some people thought that SEN City must be surrounded by the enemy and could not send news. At this time, as long as they arrived, as soon as possible, repelled the enemy, and defended SEN City, they could ask for some territory after the war. There are also some small nobles. They stand on a neutral position. Whoever is right and stronger, they will depend on whoever is right. If the difference between the two sides is not right, then they will stand neutral. More than a dozen noble groups quarreled endlessly and could not make a decision. After arguing for nearly half an hour, they finally reached an agreement, that is, to send scouts to SEN City to investigate the situation. Of course, this is the most correct approach. but they are too easy to cause disputes, so they have to quarrel for a while before they can make a decision. Of course, if there was one noble with the strongest power, the highest title and the greatest influence in the empire among these dozen nobles, then these arguments would not exist. But often such people will not easily participate. They do not value that little bit of merit. Just when everyone decided and were ready to end this debate, there was a burst of roaring of a giant dragon outside. The dull and extremely loud dragon roar shook everyone's heart. What happened? Where did the sound come from? The giant dragon in the Saint Vina Mountains? It should just be passing by. Yes, it should just be passing by. We send so many jewels and gold every year, it shouldn't be coming to us. Run. There was a panic in the camp. Even if the regular army encountered such a situation, it would not be so chaotic. But 1/3 of them were peasant soldiers. Under the influence of the peasant soldiers, the whole camp was in chaos. Qin Yu drove the dragon and hovered above the camp, and streams of flames carrying terrifying high temperatures gushed out crazily below. Countless soldiers were killed. Fires broke out everywhere in the camp. Many tents were set on fire. The dragon's flames would ignite instantly if they were touched by a little spark. Quick, go and gather your teams. Don't mess around anymore. Damn it, why did this dragon suddenly go crazy? Look, there seems to be a person riding on the dragon. How is it possible? Everyone was shocked and looked like they had seen a ghost. The dragon in the air turned its head and a raging fire suddenly gushed over. Run. More than a dozen nobles fled in panic. 2 people who were not very agile were instantly engulfed by the flames, and the intense high temperature directly burned them to death. As the camp was in chaos, Qin Yu took out the horn and started to blow it. Woo, the dull horn sounded. Kill. Shouts of killing instantly rang from all directions, and rounds of arrow rain rushed over frantically. Large numbers of enemy soldiers were shot and fell to the ground. As the flames gradually disappeared, armies from all directions rushed towards the enemy in the camp. Ji raised a huge horse lance and led 800 wolf riders to kill from one direction. Looking at the several enemy soldiers rushing over, Ji clenched his hands and stabbed fiercely, instantly piercing 3 people. The surrounding wolf riders raised their double knives and drew bright blood on the enemy's body. A giant wolf's pounds could throw 3 or 4 people away. On the other side, Mu Hu led 2,000 grizzly warriors and 5,000 civilized coalition forces to rush over quickly. A total of nearly 10,000 people surrounded the entire camp tightly. In addition to the shock of the giant dragon in the sky, many enemy soldiers had already collapsed in morale and squatted on the ground to surrender. After fighting for half an hour, more than 10,000 enemy soldiers eventually suffered more than 6,000 casualties, and the remaining more than 9,000 were forced to surrender. There was no way to fight. Even with more than 10,000 troops, they were caught off guard. Their morale was already in chaos, and it was difficult to gather resistance. The outcome of this war was decided the moment the giant dragon appeared. The number of soldiers who died in the dragon's mouth alone reached nearly 2,000. Even if they didn't die, they would have suffered severe burns. Count the casualties and take the prisoners. Qin Yu rode the dragon and slowly fell from the sky, shouting, "The strength of this dragon is at least level 3, and it is definitely the top combat power on the battlefield of Bronze Civilization. Just escort them to the valley camp." Qin Yu looked at the large number of prisoners in the camp and said, "Your Majesty, I will escort them there." Mu Hu came over carrying a big axe. Qin Yu nodded slightly after hearing this and said, "Okay, you can take the Grizzlies and the Civilization Coalition with you to prevent any trouble. I understand." Mu Hu bowed and turned away. Qin Yu began to order people to count the casualties. This army of 10,000 should be the last reinforcement for the city. The total number of reinforcement is close to 30,000. It's about 25,000 to 26,000 people. This man has quite a lot of troops. He had lost 30,000 soldiers before, but he was still able to gather so many troops now. However, judging from the appearance of these prisoners, many of them might be temporary soldiers recruited from the civilian population, and they could not be considered regular troops. Chapter 293, Capture Another City, Huge Harvest. The 7th day of the invasion. After 3 days, the population of Forest City has been transported to the valley camp. At this time, in the Temple of Nature, Qin Yu and others are discussing the next attack plan. Yuming leaned on the table and looked at the maps in front of him for a long time, then slowly said, "Your Majesty, I don't recognize the words on this map." Qin Yu was stunned and looked at him speechlessly. "So what if I recognize it? Isn't it enough for you to know where the city is?" Yuming smiled and stopped talking. "Your Majesty, that day I took a few shadow guards to follow the fleeing enemy army. The enemy fled into a city in the valley. According to the terrain on the map, it should be this one." The shadow head pointed to a location on the map and said. Qin Yu nodded slightly and said, "In that case, let's ignore this city for now. This city is located in a valley and is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. There are also 10,000 defenders who escaped from Forest City. It's a tough nut to crack, but there's no need to worry about them. Just send a team of people to keep an eye on it, and don't let the people inside rush out." Qin Yu stretched out his hand while speaking, pointing to a city to the north of Forest City on the map. Qin Yu didn't recognize the bird language written on it either, but it didn't hinder the use of the map. This city is the closest to Forest City. Ying Xiao, send someone to investigate the intelligence in the city. If possible, directly assassinate the main general in charge of commanding the army in the city. Got it. Ying Xiao bowed and saluted, then turned and left. Mu Yuan, tell the army to set off and try to capture this city this afternoon. I obey your order. Ji Wu, Jiang Rong, you two stay to defend the city. If there is an enemy attack, just delay it for a while and then withdraw." Qin Yu waved his hand, and the people in the military tent slowly dispersed. At this time, the Forest City has become an empty shell, and perhaps its only value is these 4 walls. No enemies have come to the door in recent days. I don't know if they are scared or what. Qin Yu is considering whether to buy 2 more invasion orders and directly attack the player's capital, then kill him and get the development rights of this world. Compared with the dinosaur world, this world is obviously more valuable. The dinosaur world has only 2 resources, population resources and dinosaur resources, followed by some basic resources. So far, Qin Yu has only discovered 2 copper mines in the dinosaur civilization. The world level of this player should be higher than that of the dinosaur world. After all, there are elves and dragons, which is a fantasy civilization, and the resources will definitely be richer. If it can be taken, Qin Yu will definitely try to take it for him. However, on this national map, the area is more than 300,000 square kilometers. It is nearly 3 times that of the Qin state. There are hundreds of cities and castles alone. Why is the land area of Yellow so large? Why is the population of Yellow so large? This is all thanks to the system of noble fiefdom. Many lands were opened up by countless people. A large population. This is also the slave trade or direct population grabbing by many nobles. This is equivalent to wolf-like competition. The greater the competitiveness, the more people under the command, and the stronger the empire will be. The only drawback is that the king's ruling power is a little weak, and there are a lot of headaches. Although Qin Yu also adopted a little bit of the feudal system, the two are not quite the same. Qin Yu absorbed the content of increasing the desire of his subordinates, and abandoned the content of insufficient central ruling power. He would rather not have such a good effect than let any citizen or soldier leave the country. 20 miles north of Sensi City, there is a giant wood city. At this time, the 4 gates of the giant wood city were closed, and the city walls were full of patrolling soldiers. Have you heard, buddy? The mayor's son was assassinated. The mayor is furious, and has imposed strict restrictions throughout the city. He must find the murderer. I was wondering why we were suddenly not allowed to leave the city. Could this be related to the group of enemies that appeared in the forest recently? Maybe. At this time, in a hall in Giantwood City, a middle-aged elf shouted angrily, "We have searched the entire city. Why can't we find the assassin? Oh my god. If your eyes are useless, sacrifice them to the god of nature. Search, keep searching." With a bang, the middle-aged elf angrily threw the porcelain pot on the table, which was produced in the capital, and was worth a lot of money, to the ground. The powerful impact caused the porcelain pot to fall to the ground in pieces in an instant. Everyone in the hall was scared and ran out in a swarm. After everyone left, only 2 elf knight guards and the mayor of Giantwood City were left in the hall. Look at this old guy's arrogant temper. He must be an important person. Should we kill him? Kill. Of course. A sound as fine as a mosquito came from the door. The middle-aged elf in the hall did not notice this sound because he was full of anger. Normally, with the powerful perception of the elves, this sound would not escape their ears. But now even the guards at the door were a little absent-minded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just when the few people were paying attention, a dozen short and sharp poisonous arrows suddenly shot in from outside the hall. The 3 of them were hit when they were not paying attention, and each of them was hit by at least 3 arrows. Puff. A mouthful of poisonous blood spit out from the middle-aged elf's mouth. The assassin is here. Before he died, he was in disbelief and shock. The purple figure at the door flashed away, and when the guards around found something wrong and rushed over, they could not find the assassin's shadow, and only 3 bodies were left at the scene. 2 miles away in the city, several purple figures shuttled through the dark alleys in the city. You 2 go out of the city and notify the army to launch an attack when the signal from the sky sounds, and then come in from the south gate. I will take a team to control the south gate. As long as the signal from the sky sounds, the gate of the south city will open wide, and then the army will enter and seize the city. Yes, your excellency is wise. Go. The military camp 2 miles south of Jumu City. 2 shadow guards rushed into the commander's tent and said, Your Majesty, the shadow chief has successfully assassinated the enemy commander. He asked us to send back the news. When the signal from the sky sounds, the south gate will open wide, and the army can attack directly. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yu's face suddenly became happy, and then he said, Quickly assemble the army and let Mu Yuan lead the army to the outside of the city. When the signal sounds, rush into the city. Yes. As the order was passed down, the various armies were quickly assembled and rushed to the front of the city. About 500 grizzly warriors lurked a few hundred meters away from the city. The remaining troops hid further away to prevent being discovered by the enemy in advance. Near the south gate, Shadow Chief and 20 shadow guards found their positions and took out a small crossbow to aim at the enemy near the gate in front. Shoot! With a light shout, dozens of shadow guards instantly fired arrows at the enemy in front. Rounds of arrows instantly and accurately harvested the lives of more than 20 enemy soldiers. Go open the city gate. Seeing the enemy soldiers at the city gate fall to the ground, Shadow Chief immediately ordered loudly. At the same time, he took out the Yunlong pipe in his hand and pulled it towards the sky. In an instant, a whoosh sounded around. Large clouds began to spread from the sky. The enemies around realized something was wrong and shouted loudly, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The original assassination had already alarmed the enemy in the city, but any smart person could feel that something was wrong. Therefore, there were many defenders at each city gate. The moment the clouds rose into the air, the gate of the south gate slowly opened. 500 grizzly warriors, only a few hundred meters away from the gate, rushed over quickly. Quick! Take back the city gate! Close the city gate! The enemy is attacking the city! The soldiers on the city wall shouted loudly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Watching the soldiers running down from the city, the shadow guards below frantically poured arrows at the enemy. The crossbow arrows are much more accurate than bows and arrows, and the shadow guards are the elite among the elites, so at least 19 out of 20 arrows can hit. All the soldiers coming down were almost endless, and one after another died in the rain of arrows. One by one, the shadow guards appeared invisibly among the enemy soldiers, slashing their scimitars on the enemy's necks, spraying bright blood. Every time they killed 2 people, the shadow guards would enter the invisible state again before the enemy could react. Therefore, they rarely suffered any damage. In just a few hundred meters, 500 grizzly warriors rushed in quickly, carrying a huge axe and a heavy shield and rushed in. Seeing that the reinforcement had arrived, the shadow guards gradually retreated. The surrounding elf warriors poured down from the city wall, and there were as many as 2,000 of them. There was also a steady stream of reinforcement from the city, who heard the noise and rushed over. Mu, who was at the forefront, not even holding a shield, holding a long-handled axe in both hands. Thunder and lightning burst out, and almost all the enemy troops who dared to approach were cut in half. Come and die. Mu, who shouted, and the axe in his hand was wrapped in violent thunder and lightning, instantly electrocuting the bodies of more than a dozen elf warriors around him, making them numb and stiff, like a straight line. Among them, 7 or 8 elves were directly electrocuted to death. Their bodies were like charcoal, as if they would be blown away. Seeing the general so brave, the morale of the other grisly warriors soared. Even if they did not fuse the spirit seeds, their huge power could still cut the enemies in half. As the war continued, the large army in the rear also rushed over. In an instant, the entire battlefield, the two armies added up to nearly 20,000 people. But 70% of them were siege troops. The enemy army suddenly increased, and the elf warriors began to retreat step by step. The entire giant wood city had only 7,000 to 8,000 soldiers. Soon, due to exhaustion, a large number of elf warriors began to choose to surrender. Everyone who raises weapons to resist will be killed without mercy. Do not disturb civilians, and those who lay down their weapons must not kill innocent people. Mu Yuan shouted loudly in the back. The south city was lost, and a large number of siege troops poured into the city and began to attack other locations. Since the commander and city lord was assassinated, the giant wood city was in chaos. When Qin Yu arrived with the guards, the entire giant wood city had been captured by the siege team. The Yu civilization army was already an elite army, and with Mu Yuan's 50% combat power bonus, the human army was no less powerful even against higher races. Count the losses and gains. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he rode on the dragon and began to look down at the elf city from the air. His invasion plan was also very simple. It was to plunder resources and population. There is no need to allocate troops to defend the city. Every time a city is captured, the population in the city is transferred to the valley camp. Then the city will be abandoned. Even if the enemy takes it back, it will be an empty city. Counting the population of Giantwood City at this time, Qin Yu estimates that the population he has robbed will exceed 150,000. You know, the total population of his civilization is only more than 200,000. He is indeed a veteran player, with a high foundation. Qin Yu has tasted the sweetness of the invasion war. It's just too cool. Damn the defense war, playing like a turtle. Qin Yu decided that he would never play defense if he could play invasion. It's so frustrating, and the gains are not proportional to the efforts. In addition to the original treasure chest rewards, the invasion war can also rob the resources of the enemy civilization. If there is a shortage of food, grab food, and if there is a shortage of people, grab people. Isn't this much faster than farming? What a fucking field. This time he landed directly on the enemy elf territory, and he was lucky. The population of one elf can be comparable to that of 3 or 5 human races. After all, they have a long lifespan, are smart, and more importantly, are good looking. No matter what profession the elves do, or what skills they specialize in, they can do it very well. There is no other way, because they have a long lifespan. If you don't have enough talent, time will make up for it. No matter how talented you are, you will be nothing but a pile of dirt in 100 years, right? An elf can replace many craftsmen with the same skills. However, it is a bit of a waste of talent to let the elves be craftsmen. Maybe dwarves are more suitable. Maybe the elves have better cultivation talents, and then they can be tested with spirit seeds. Qin Yu thought about a lot of things. He had great advantages and help that others did not have, so he should let go and do a big job instead of being timid and hiding in civilization. 2 hours later, the officer who was responsible for counting the war losses and harvests was wandering around the city and finally found Qin Yu. Your Majesty, the casualties, prisoners, and harvests have all been counted. Our casualties are not many, only a few hundred people. About 6,000 enemy soldiers were captured. The elf population in the city is more than 30,000, and the human population is more than 10,000. The number of weapons, equipment, armor and the like is estimated to be no less than 20,000 sets, but I haven't counted them in detail. You should be interested in the discovery of a new magical plant that can grow food in the city. In addition, there are 50,000 stones of grain and grass, which is 5 million kilograms. It's a huge harvest, Your Majesty. Qin Yu was also happy after hearing this. He was more certain of the idea of making a fortune in war. Sure enough, What you rob is more fragrant than what you grow yourself. The joy of the harvest is simply beyond words. Take me to see that plant. Qin Yu smiled and followed the officer all the way. After about 800 meters, the two arrived. In front of them is a green plant garden. Chapter 294, Requesting Reinforcement, Silver Player. The most numerous one in front of us is a tree that is 4 or 5 meters high and needs 2 people to hug it completely. The fruits on the tree are golden yellow. Each tree can produce at least hundreds of fruits, and each fruit is as big as 2 palms. Can this be eaten? Call a prisoner to try it, Qin Yu said, while observing the big tree in front. A moment later, a group of soldiers came over with a prisoner. The officer picked up a golden fruit and handed it to the prisoner. The prisoner was stunned for a moment, and then took it and ate it in 2 or 3 bites. Call a few more people. Qin Yu looked at the prisoner's face and still had an expression of satisfaction, and couldn't help but give another order. After 5 or 6 prisoners ate it without hesitation, Qin Yu felt relieved to break off a small piece and tasted it. The taste is soft and dense, with a mellow aftertaste. It tastes a bit like bread, but it is slightly raw. Maybe it will be more delicious if it is baked. It may not be a big deal in the modern era with advanced technology and rich food culture, but it is a rare delicacy in this era. Grow a batch of saplings and send them to the valley camp. When we return to the country, we will arrange for the agricultural department to plant them in Xianggu City. Qin Yu made a decision quickly and left here. The 15th day of the invasion. There are 5 cities in the St. Vina Mountains with a population of nearly 200,000. Among them, only the Dusk City built in the valley has not fallen. The other 4 cities were all captured. When the troops coming to support arrived at the city, the 4 cities had already become empty cities. When they returned along the same route, they were attacked by the army again. The 27,000-man coalition army suffered 8,000 casualties, 5,000 were captured, and the remaining 14,000 retreated back to the river valley. At this time, the military information about the St. Vina Mountains had already reached the capital. In the towering castle of the royal palace, even Law, who was known for his good temper, was furious at this time. The population of the St. Vina Mountains is 200,000. Gone. Gone. The 50,000 or 60,000 defenders are all trash. All trash. Clap. The cup fell to the ground, and a clear and crisp sound rang out in the hall. An official below said cautiously, "Your Majesty, calm down. The coalition forces of most nobles in the kingdom have almost arrived at the river valley. Grand Commander Serad has also taken over the command and is ready to clear out the enemies in the St. Vina Mountains. For this expedition, the Alchemy Association has provided a lot of alchemical bombs. Even if we can't repel the enemy, it is not a problem to hold them back." Law calmed down a little after hearing this. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "No more losses can be made. Defend the river valley clean and allay the enemy in the St. Vina Mountains. Don't attack rashly. Focus on defense. Pass my words quickly." "Yes." The herald responded and walked out slowly, and Law looked at the herald's back as he left and fell into deep thought. The St. Vina Mountains had powerful elf soldiers, but they were defeated in 4 cities in just 15 days. Nearly 200,000 people were plundered by the enemy, and this loss made him a little unacceptable for a while. You know, his civilization only had a population of more than 700,000, which was a small fortune he had accumulated over the years. Losing nearly 30% of the population seriously reduced his strength. He had many enemies, and if the news of the loss leaked out, he would be bitten hard at the least, or even lose his life. In addition to these people, his army lost more than 50,000. Should I ask for reinforcement? Law frowned and thought. His only worry was that the other party would be dumbfounded if they asked for stronger reinforcement. No. If he was definitely not able to defeat them with the current strength, if the other party ended the invasion war and immediately renewed the invasion order and continued to fight, he would have no choice but to die. He still had to ask for reinforcement. Who should he ask for? Law fell into deep thought again. The weak ones could not be relied on, and the strong ones might not be able to be asked. After thinking for a long time, he opened the Alliance channel. Alliance channel. Bronze/Iral. Good morning, guys. Bronze/Iral. Which boss is free? Our civilization has been invaded, and the opponent is quite strong. Bronze/Iral, I'm willing to offer 500,000 magic stone resources or 30 million kilograms of food. Bronze/Cordo, really? You can't even deal with you. Is the opponent a silver player? Bronze/Terrace, 500,000 magic stones. You are worthy of being the richest player in the alliance. Bronze/Vantola, I can offer 100,000 slave soldiers. Can they defeat them? Bronze/Iral, the opponent is quite strong and needs elite troops or even extraordinary troops. Silver/Angel, brother, I can't free my hands. Sorry. Bronze/Iral, it's okay, I understand. Silver/Angel, I called the leader. The leader should be free recently. Silver/Kelsey, leader, well, I have time. Let's chat privately. Seeing the news with the shining title, Yuo was shocked, and then he was ecstatic. After the ecstasy, he was sad. He was happy, because the leader could actually make a move, so this time he must be sure. He was sad, because the price he had to pay this time was too much. But compared to his own life, this was nothing. After all, if he was still alive, everything was still there. If he was gone, then everything was gone. Silver/Kels, tell me about the invader, so I can plan a counterattack. Bronze/Iral, the invading force is no less than 100,000. I have lost 70,000 to 80,000 troops so far. The other side has extraordinary troops, and the number is about 20,000 to 30,000. The overall force is mainly elite troops, and there are 20,000 to 30,000 orcs and goblins cannon fodder. The combat power is very strong. Bronze/Iral, if you take action, the other side's fate will be determined. I will definitely satisfy you, if you need anything. Silver/Kels, okay, I understand. I will lead an army of about 150,000. My world is similar to yours, both are fantasy, so we need magic stones. How about 1.5 million magic stones or a small magic stone vein? Not too much, right? Iral gritted his teeth and responded, it's not too much for the leader to personally take action. But I don't have many troops left, and the other side has almost 100,000 troops. I called for support, and there should be many powerful players of that strength on the other side. Leader, please bring more troops. Silver/Kelsey, then you hold on for another day. I will mobilize 200,000 troops, mainly elite troops. Don't worry. Bronze/Iral, no problem. Leader, after replying, Iral closed the system screen. 1,500,000 magic stones. How dare you ask for it? He gritted his teeth with a somewhat ferocious look. After a moment, he sighed. There's nothing I can do. Who made me weak? St. Vina Mountains. At this time, Qin Yu was wandering in the cave with a team of soldiers. The people around him narrowed their eyes in the pearly light. Qin Yu's face revealed a happy expression. Inside the cave, there were things that looked rare and valuable. Among them, gold and silver were the bottom-filling supporting roles. Various pearls and night shining pearls that are half the size of a fist. Various natural gemstones, as well as many stone ores containing extraordinary energy, etc. In addition to these, there are many exotic plants. What surprised Qin Yu the most was that this cave, due to the long-term residence of the red fire dragon, produced many ores containing the lore of fire. It may also be because this cave originally had fire-attributed ores, which attracted the red fire dragon to settle here. Qin Yu was surprised to touch a piece of hot metal ore, and his face was surprised. Isn't this an ore similar to the thunder copper ore? With these, the strength of his civilization can be greatly increased again. You have made a great contribution, Xiadahan. Qin Yu shouted with a smile. Roar, the red fire dragon on the side, responded with a perfunctory roar. Although Qin Yu didn't understand, he could roughly understand what the red fire dragon meant through the slave beast mark. Probably, it means, leave some for me. Qin Yu ignored it, and waved his hand, to signal the guards in the cave to continue moving. Your Majesty. Two captains of the Imperial Guards rushed in from outside the cave. What's the panic? Emergency military information. A large number of enemy troops appeared in the plains to the west of the St. Vina Mountains. It should be the total force dispatched by the enemy from all over the place. A captain reported with a bow. How many? Let the shadow guards go to investigate, strengthen the vigilance in the forest, and the enemies in the valley. Keep an eye on them. It will be bad if we are attacked from both sides. Yes. The two bowed, turned around and left quickly. Qin Yu thought for a while and said loudly, "You continue to move. I will call all the generals to hold a military meeting." Yes. In the military tent in the river camp, Qin Yu called everyone here for an emergency meeting. "Your Majesty, if the enemy attacks, the enemies in the valley in the mountains will suddenly attack us. We will be attacked from both sides and may be defeated. We need to think of a way, but the valley is easy to defend and difficult to attack. If we attack by force, our losses will not be small." Qin Yu shook his head and said helplessly. After a moment of silence in the military tent, Yu Qian suddenly brightened up and said, "Your Majesty, the way of war lies in deception. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. We can pretend to attack the enemy in the western plains to confuse the enemies in the valley and lure them into the trap. Ambush them on the road to their support. As long as they take the bait, the city will surely fall." Qin Yu nodded repeatedly after hearing this. "This is a great plan. After it succeeds, you will be credited with great success. Mu Yuan will take people back to guard the valley camp first. Yu Qian is in charge of this plan and you will command the army. I obey your orders." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust." After the voice fell, Mu Yuan turned and left, and Yu Qian began to mobilize the armies under the command of the generals in the tent. 40,000 troops marched towards the western plains, and 20,000 elite troops were responsible for ambushing the road that the enemy in the valley city must pass through to support. If this battle succeeds, and the enemy army in the west is swallowed up, Qin Yu estimated that this player would have no troops to defend. At that time, we will attack the capital directly, kill the enemy, and take the right to develop this world. In the forest near the western plain, the voices of tens of thousands of troops could not be concealed. Moreover, these tens of thousands of troops did not even think about hiding. The enemy scouts ran around and quickly reported the intelligence to their masters. At this time, the camp of the noble coalition in the valley. There were 60,000 troops gathered in the camp. This was an army that was assembled by the power of the noble lords across the country. Among them, there were almost 30,000 peasant soldiers, recruited from the free people of the territory. The free people of the territory did not have to participate in the war at ordinary times, but as long as there was a war, the nobles who were the lords of the territory could force them to go to the battlefield. This is a country with aristocrats as the cornerstone, and all the things that can improve themselves across classes are tightly held in the hands of the nobles. The fate of civilians and even serfs was fixed by nature, and it was difficult for them to turn over. They could not compete with the elite knights who had been trained since childhood. They could not master culture. Even a first-class commander who gave him 5,000 serfs could not defeat hundreds of well-equipped knights. When you blow the horn, the serf army may not know what you are going to do. It's like you have hands and feet, but you have cerebral palsy or polio, and you can't control them. Therefore, on the battlefield, these peasant armies are often used as cannon fodder to fill the inevitable losses and consume the enemy, even if they can only consume a little. In the military tent, Sarad, as the Grand Marshal personally appointed by the king, had nearly 15,000 troops, so he easily took over the command of the army. At this time, everyone listened to the scouts' report, and their expressions were different, and they were shocked. The enemy has been attacking several cities these days without stopping. As soon as we arrived, they attacked us. I think this is an opportunity. There is an old saying in the East that a proud army will be defeated. That makes sense, but we have to admit that the enemy is strong. We still have to be careful. There might be a trick. Everyone nodded, obviously agreeing. After all, most of the noble lords don't want to waste their troops here. They came here only because they had no choice. If Defend can force the enemy back, they will not choose to attack. In the circle of nobles, in addition to human relations, they are also cunning and treacherous. They have more tricks than 10 good people. Sarad glanced at everyone and then said, Twilight City has at least 20,000 defenders. If the enemy attacks, notify them to attack from both sides. Maybe we can annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. Even if we can't, the other side will suffer heavy losses. There are a lot of merits in front of you. Half of the nobles on the field were obviously interested after hearing this. They were greedy and the temptation of merits was hard to resist. Now that the Empire's strength has been greatly weakened, it is a great opportunity to use their merits to ask for benefits from the king. They are very envious of the 80,000 square kilometers of territory controlled by the capital. That is the most prosperous and richest place in the Empire. Agreed. 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 I will send someone to notify Twilight City now. Chapter 295. The plan succeeded, setting fire to the camp. High Priest, the scouts in the valley have sent intelligence that the enemy has sent a large army to prepare for an attack. They want us to send troops to support them and launch a two-pronged attack on the enemy. In the castle hall in Twilight City, an officer in armor walked in and reported. Natasha nodded slightly and then looked at the old man beside her and said, "Lord Grey, what do you think?" The old man shook his head and said, "You decide. No need to ask me, High Priest." Natasha sat and thought for a moment and then said, "The coalition forces in the valley are here to support us. We should go." The old man beside him raised his eyelids and said, "Your Excellency the High Priest, you have seen the enemy's strength." After giving a reminder, he stopped talking. After hearing this, Natasha slowly stood up and said, "It is true that Twilight City is easy to defend, but difficult to attack, but that does not mean that the enemy cannot break through. They just do not want to sacrifice too much. Lord, blindly defending will eventually lead to failure. Only by completely destroying the enemy can the crisis be resolved." Will, who had been silent, suddenly said, "The High Priest is right. If we do not find a way to completely eliminate the enemy, Twilight City may still be breached." Greed sighed and his old voice sounded faintly, "Maybe it is right." After the old man finished speaking, he left the hall. Natasha began to ask the officers to gather the army. Twilight City has 20,000 defenders. Among them, 10,000 are some of the elite who escaped from Forest City. The remaining 10,000 are the defenders of Twilight City. This is a good opportunity. Only 5,000 defenders are left in Twilight City. Gather all the others and prepare to attack the enemy. Yes. On the other side, in the forest 100 meters east of the Noble Coalition camp in the valley, tens of thousands of goblins and orcs were stationed again. Woo. As a loud horn sounded, a shocking shout of killing suddenly emerged. The surging momentum frightened the enemy in the camp into a panic. Countless goblins rushed out of the forest, and thousands of dog-headed men held wooden shields in front. The shouts were deafening and magnificent. The Noble Coalition camp immediately began to organize the army to counterattack the enemies outside the camp. A large number of goblins were killed by sharp arrows, but they were too numerous and seemed endless. The movement in the valley naturally could not escape the eyes of Twilight City. After receiving the order that the enemy army had begun to attack the Noble Coalition, the army of Twilight City immediately began to leave the city and rushed towards the river valley. Their purpose was simple, that is, to surprise the enemy. Natasha led 15,000 defenders of Twilight City with 100 Temple Knights to kill the enemy. "This is our only chance. Only victory is allowed, not failure. God of nature, please bless me," Natasha murmured. As the voice fell, the sky changed. A burst of green light full of vitality descended, covering each of the more than 10,000 soldiers. Everyone suddenly felt a great vitality in their bodies, which increased their physical function several times. "Attack!" Natasha shouted loudly. The army of more than 10,000 people was like chicken blood and began to speed up to the location where the two armies were fighting in the river valley. "High Priest, the road on the right can reach the battlefield faster." Will pointed to the right. Natasha observed for a moment and then nodded slightly and said, "Then go to the right and speed up." As soon as the voice fell, the whole army began to rush to the main road on the right. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The dense forests on both sides instantly heard the sound of bows, followed by countless arrows pouring out and rushing towards the enemy. Crash. Large groups of bodies hit by arrows began to fall. "There is an ambush." Puff. An officer just shouted, and an arrow accurately pierced his neck, and he fell down with his eyes open. Natasha's snow-white forehead began to drip with cold sweat. She was a little panicked. The scene at this time was obviously an ambush. What about the enemy troops in the valley? Did they deliberately lure them? Just as she was thinking, there was a sudden roar from the rear of the army. The catapults loaded with thunder copper bombs began to pour madly towards the enemy army. A large number of enemy troops were blown to pieces, with charred ashes all over the ground, and even their blood was evaporated. A giant dragon with a body of more than 10 meters flew out of the air. As soon as it appeared, it began to spew flames towards the enemy team. Endless high-temperature cracking fire madly burned the enemy. Screams, shouts, painful wails, all kinds of sounds rang out continuously. After several rounds of bombardment by catapults, a team of giant tiger cavalry opened the way, followed by 800 wolf cavalry who rushed into the enemy team. The thunder soldiers were extremely fierce, and any attack could kill 3 or 4 people. The originally powerful elves were like fish on a chopping board at this time, at the mercy of others. High Priest, we will take you out. The leader of the Templar Knights held up the holy sword of nature, and led 100 Templar Knights to break out from one direction. Their swords were sharp and powerful, and the vitality in their bodies seemed to be endless. Even if they were injured, they could heal quickly, which was extremely abnormal. Natasha held up her magic wand, and a stream of vitality flowed into the wounded soldiers around her. Soon they stood up again, and continued to fight. However, as more and more enemy troops appeared on both sides, the defenders of Mythical City became more and more powerless. Just when the battlefield was extremely tense, a large chariot rushed out from the side. They were wrapped in copper plates, and were very solid. The front of the chariot was made of triangular thunder copper, which had amazing collision ability. There were a total of 6 thunder copper knives on both sides of the chariot, which could easily cut the enemy's body. 50 intermediate wizards drove 53 blade ramming chariots and fiercely killed the enemy's central army. As the two collided, countless enemy soldiers were knocked away. A tragic wail sounded, countless broken limbs and arms fell, and blood dyed the land under the trees red. The enemy's swords, arrows, blades, and guns could not cause damage to the ramming chariots. 53 blade rams were rampaging in the enemy's ranks, killing wantonly. The situation was completely suppressed in an instant. In less than a moment, more than half of the more than 10,000 enemy troops were lost, and the rest chose to surrender. When the 100 Templar Knights led Natasha to kill, only more than 30 people were left. However, the thousands of cavalry in front blocked the way. Natasha was instantly desperate. The originally green pupils shrank instantly, as if they had lost their color. Surrender. We have no chance. Half an hour later, 7,000 prisoners were escorted to the valley camp. Qin Yu led more than 10,000 troops to march towards the location of Twilight City. When the 10,000 troops were at the gate of the city and hundreds of catapults were ready to attack, the city gate actually opened by itself. The soldiers in the city threw out their weapons one after another, indicating surrender. Qin Yu was stunned for a long time. It seems that there are also smart people in the city. They know that the defenders outside have gone out and have not returned. Now that the army is at the gate of the city, continuing to resist will only increase casualties. Qin Yu was naturally happy with this result. He ordered loudly, count the population and harvest, move the population to the valley camp, turn this city into a military camp, station troops, and let the troops attacking the plain camp withdraw. Yes. As the order was issued, the orc army that was frantically attacking the noble coalition camp withdrew like a tide. Seeing the enemy suddenly withdraw, many lords in the camp were confused. Puzzled expressions surged in their hearts. For this reason, Sarah immediately called everyone to discuss. Could it be that the Dusk City sent troops, and the enemy was afraid, and chose to withdraw directly? That makes sense. I think the enemy's attack is a bit fake. They sent some cannon fodder troops with no combat effectiveness. But what is their purpose in sending these cannon fodders? What is the purpose of the fake attack? Let's send someone to investigate. Sarah listened for a while and waved his hand with a headache and ordered the scouts to go out to investigate the situation. Inside the castle of Dusk City, Qin Yu observed the rather plump female elf in front of him. After these days of observation, he found that most female elves have small breasts, but the one in front of him is different. She has huge breasts. As the commander of the war just now, perhaps she can be called big-breasted and brainless. What's your name? Qin Yu took out the textbook. Natasha. Qin Yu silently opened the textbook, and the 3 words Natasha were written in Chinese on the front. This is a function he just discovered not long ago. He didn't expect that the textbook actually has a translation function. Name, Natasha. Gender, female. Age, 95 years old. Strength, constitution, agility, intelligence, command, combat talent, Parlium, talent 1, blessing of the god of nature, A level medium, effect. Natural magic talent increases by 100%. Natural magic effect increases by 100%. Talent 2, Templar Knights, A level medium, effect. To awaken this talent, you must have the blessing of the god of nature. You can consume your own magic power to awaken the Templar Knights for those with sufficient talent. After awakening successfully, the target will be upgraded to the first level of extraordinary and have the Templar Knights military talent. Templar Knights, knights who guard the faith. Legend has it that they were once the guards of God. After countless generations of inheritance, due to the decline in strength, they can only be responsible for guarding the temples of God in the lower world. The Templar Knights have very powerful healing abilities and super strong defense, and are the meat shields among meat shields. Talent 3, Eternal Youth, B class superior, effect. As the favorite believer of the god of nature, Natasha has the blessing of eternal youth. She will never age, and her appearance will last forever. Satiation. 60 Loyalty, unknown, currently unavailable. After reading the attribute panel, Qin Yu looked at Natasha seriously. The emerald green inner armor wrapped a pair of magnificent breasts that were about to burst out, and the snow white and smooth shoulders on both sides were vaguely covered by a layer of gauze. Looking down, it was a emerald green skirt armor that reached 2 centimeters above the knee. The round, plump and upturned back was wrapped by the skirt armor, which was extremely stretched. A pair of plump and smooth snow white long legs was even more amazing. Qin Yu couldn't help but stop his gaze and look up. It was a delicate face that was both imperial and soft, a pair of peach blossom eyes that were charming and moving, and a cherry mouth that was not painted with any coloring material, but was naturally rosy and plump. Natasha was kneeling on the ground motionless at this time, like a fine jade sculpture, beautiful and charming. Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of an elf, her appearance is really amazing. He is almost 23 years old, which is the age of being strong and energetic. Such a beauty is hard to see even before the time travel, let alone after the time travel. Qin Yu couldn't help but mobilize the spiritual energy in his body to suppress the surging emotions in his heart that he couldn't control. His cold voice slowly sounded, "How many troops are left in your kingdom?" Qin Yu showed her the translation of the textbook. Natasha glanced at the translation on the textbook, then immediately shook her head and didn't answer. Qin Yu snorted coldly and then said, "I advise you to be careful with your words and actions. You should say what you should say, and what you shouldn't say. You don't want anything to happen to the 160,000 captured elves, do you?" Natasha was stunned for a moment when she looked at the translation on the textbook, and then a surge of anger surged up. She gritted her teeth, and her jade-like face was as red as an apple. "You are a bit despicable and shameless. Be careful of the punishment of the god of nature." Qin Yu shook his head and said, "Have you seen her?" "No." Natasha was stunned again. "Natasha, the fate of 160,000 elves is in your hands. I hope you can pay attention to your words and answer my questions seriously." The cold voice fell into Natasha's ears, causing her body to tremble. "The army in the kingdom should not exceed 50,000. I really don't know the army in the capital, but there must be elite troops. I only know this. Please don't hurt my people." Qin Yu stood up and walked out, nodding slightly and said, "You will live in the castle for the time being. I advise you to be more obedient. After all, the fate of the 160,000 elves depends on your performance." After the translation of the textbook, it turned into a stream of light and flew towards Qin Yu and then disappeared. After Qin Yu left, only Natasha and the guards who were responsible for guarding outside the door were left in the castle. The next day, Qin Yu held a military meeting with everyone in Twilight City. This meeting was mainly aimed at how to take down the enemy troops in the plain camp outside the forest. It is currently estimated that the enemy has nearly 40,000 people. This number is not small, so it is necessary to formulate an offensive plan to minimize losses. Qin Yu was lost in thought while listening to the discussion of the crowd below. "Oh, how could I forget about this item? Burning the camps. can be used on enemy camps within 1,000 meters, summoning a ball of fire rain, and all camps within 100 meters will be engulfed in fire. The flames will go out after 5 hours. Chapter 296, Burning the Camps and Defeating the Enemy. The Undead Legion arrives. If we win this battle, we can march straight into the enemy's hinterland and take over the entire kingdom. Let's start arranging combat tasks. Hupio, you lead the dog army and the orc goblin coalition to attack from the side. After hearing the attack order, lead the army to attack. I have received the order. After the voice fell, Qin Yu looked at Zhao Te again and said slowly, there are still 5,000 subordinate civilization troops under your command. I will give you 2,000 elite sword and shield legions. After hearing the order, you will attack from the front. I have received the order. Zhao Te shouted loudly. Qin Yu nodded slightly. Zhao Te's talent will increase the combat power of the army when attacking from the front, which is still a big difference. Secondly, Commander Mu Yuan will still increase the combat power. The combined power of the two can be said to be increased by 2 or 3 times, which is terrifying. In addition, Hupio's talent will increase the combat power of part of the army to eliminate the enemies of his own clan. Under the addition of the 3 parties, the combat power of the army is directly elite. The Hupo talent is very suitable for the orcs. As long as the opponent of the soldiers under his command is a foreign race, there will be a combat damage bonus. If the army led by Hupo is human, and the opponent is also human, then the talent effect will naturally be useless. Therefore, Qin Yu handed the Orc Goblin coalition to the commander of Hupo. Yuming leads the 6,000 Dragon Cavalry Battalion to surround the battlefield and mainly to rush out of the encirclement. Yao Zion, G, you two are responsible for leading the Giant Tiger Cavalry, the Giant Beast Legion and the Wolf Cavalry. You have high mobility, so you will go around the enemy's back to launch a surprise attack. Mu Yuan will be the commander of this battle. At that time, 10,000 spearmen, 3,000 slingers, 5,000 archers, and 4,000 sharpshooters will be lined up in front of the battlefield and launch a few rounds of long-range strikes before launching an attack. Are the kerosene arrows prepared before ready? Reporting to the Lord, they are ready. A total of 30,000 arrows have been made. Qin Yu nodded slightly. Okay, enough. Let the army go. I'll obey. A deafening shout resounded outside the tent. As the order was passed down, the army stationed in Twilight City and the army in the river camp began to march together and move towards the river valley plain. Nearly 50,000 to 60,000 troops shuttled densely in the forest. 2 hours later, the sky was already dark, and it was already afternoon and dusk. Qin Yu stood far away at the edge of the forest, squinting his eyes at the camp in front. The two armies were about 900 meters apart. In the front camp, there were dense black figures, crisscrossing, and the figures behind Qin Yu were no more than the enemy. The whole forest was filled with endless murderous aura, surging up to the sky, as if it had completely turned into substance. The dense forest contained countless figures. Today's battle may be our last battle. Clang. Qin Yu instantly drew out the fine iron sword from his waist, raised it high above his head, and shouted loudly to the army, if we win, we will go straight into the enemy's hinterland. Money, power, women, everything. My great Qin has been invincible before, and after the establishment of the country, it is obvious that there will be defeats. The Qin army is invincible. Qin Yu roared loudly. The Qin army is invincible. The Qin army is invincible. Invincible. Waves of waves surged from the army. The sound was earth-shaking, deafening, and the majestic murderous aura rushed into the sky. The backs of tens of thousands of figures were as straight as spears, and the momentum shocked the opposing army to think that the enemy had launched an attack. Let me add a blazing fire to this battle. Qin Yu shouted coldly. I saw a purple light suddenly appear in his hand. The light stayed in Qin Yu's hand for a moment and then slammed into the enemy camp. Crash. The dark clouds in the sky retreated, and groups of red fire clouds mixed with terrifying high temperatures quickly condensed above the enemy camp. Crash. Drops of flames fell from the clouds like raindrops. The enemies in the enemy camp looked at the fire clouds above their heads with horror, and it turned out to be a rain of fire! Exclamation mark. The rain of fire instantly ignited the weeds when it fell on the ground. Everything it touched was stained and burned. Purple quality buildings are extremely powerful, not to mention that purple quality disposable props are stuck. The flames fell on the stones and could even ignite the stones. No, it's not ignition, but the flames will not go out after they fall. With 5 hours of strength, the flames can burn freely. Drops of flames instantly connected into a big fire, engulfing dozens of tents. The flames of all the soldiers who were touched could not be extinguished. The fire burned fiercely in an instant. The military camp carrying 50,000 troops is naturally very large, and it is divided into many small military camps. The flames slowly rushed towards the entire military camp, but the speed was a bit slow. Qin Yu raised his sword and shouted loudly, "The wind is coming!" Whoosh! As soon as the voice fell, a burst of green hurricanes rose from the forest and blew violently towards the direction of the enemy's military camp. The wind helped the fire, not to mention the elemental hurricane on one side and the eternal flame of the purple quality item guard on the other. When the two melted, the flames turned into a sea of fire in an instant, rising 3 or 4 meters in an instant. The speed of the flames swept several times in an instant. An officer in the enemy camp saw with his own eyes that a hurricane mixed with high temperature flames instantly engulfed the camp where he was stationed, and all 500 soldiers were engulfed by the flames. Waves of flying ash floated from the sky. He seemed to see the dead souls screaming in the flames. Devil. It's a devil. The terrifying scene instantly caused his sea of consciousness to collapse, and the whole person became crazy, rushed into the sea of fire, and turned into flying ash. Seeing this, many nobles also became panicked. One by one, they only cared about their own army, and gathered their troops, and began to run to the rear, away from the fire. The 2nd Infantry Corps of the Empire brought by Sarad suffered heavy losses because it was stationed close to the edge of the camp. At this time, he did not care about stabilizing the situation, but quickly assembled the army and retreated to the rear. Therefore, the fire could not be put out at this time. So many nobles were in chaos. Even if he had the ability to reach the sky, it would be difficult to stabilize the situation. Many soldiers in the forest looked at the king's long sword raised high and shouted twice to summon a fire that burned the enemy army to flee with their heads in their hands. The expressions on their faces were extremely wonderful. Then there was a fierce shout, and the morale rose to the peak for a while. Qin Yu had a smile on his face, and the whole person looked like he was sure of victory. But other people looked at such a scene and felt that the king looked calm and indifferent. He is worthy of being a king with the ability to reach the sky. The enemy's 50,000 troops fled in panic with a wave of his hand and suffered heavy casualties. Your Majesty, put out the fire. If we go in now, the enemy will surely collapse. No problem, let the fire burn more fiercely. Qin Yu smiled faintly. If he had a feather fan in his hand at this time, he would really have the atmosphere of Zhuge Liang who broke Ko's army of hundreds of thousands with the east wind while talking and laughing. As soon as the words fell, the fire began to spread to the military camps one by one. The scope of the flames expanded in vain, and the area almost covered 2/3 of the entire camp. The terrifying high temperature was felt by many troops thousands of meters away. In the military camp, at least 10,000 soldiers died, but few bodies were left, and they all turned into dust and dispersed. 2 hours later, the sun set on the mountainside, and the morning glow filled the sky. Attack. Qin Yu waved his sword, and cancelled the effect of burning the camps. The flames were extinguished, and the horn sounded gradually. Because the enemy retreated far away, and the long-range troops could not reach it, Qin Yu did not let the long-range troops attack. Woo woo woo. The dull horn sounded suddenly, from far to near. Kilararara. Kilara. Ararara. Zhao Te led 2,000 elite sword and shield troops, all of whom were armored, and held iron swords and shields, and had excellent physical combat qualities. Behind them were 5,000 affiliated civilization coalition troops, all of whom were equipped with bronze equipment, and had the same combat power as a regular army. The attacking 7,000 troops entered the enemy camp from the front. At this time, in the enemy camp, Zhao Te led his soldiers to search for the enemy in the scorched land. The smoke and dust were flying all over the sky, which would still block some of the sight. However, it is certain that there will be no enemies within nearly 2,000 meters to the east of the camp. In addition, Hu Pio led the Orc coalition to kill from the side, and Yao Zhan led thousands of Orc cavalry to kill from the rear. Tens of thousands of troops surrounded the remaining enemy troops and quickly shrank. The deafening shouts and killings gradually became louder and louder, and warm blood was thrown into the air. Under the leadership of 3 or 4 outstanding generals, the enemy's remaining 20,000 troops were beaten back step by step. The enemy army, whose morale had already collapsed, had little combat power left. Qin Yu watched the shouts and killings getting lower and lower, and finally fell, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. We won. This war doesn't seem that difficult. Qin Yu sighed as he looked at the scorched earth in front of him. According to the information provided by Natasha, the entire river valley plain is vast and is a land of grain production. There are as many as 30 or 40 nobles, and now it is estimated that half of them are gone. In addition, the population of the river valley plain is not small, at least more than 200,000. What Qin Yu has to consider now is how to settle the nearly 400,000 people back. Kyoto can't settle many people, and the grassland doesn't need too many people to increase productivity. Dongshan has not been fully developed yet. It is too big and there are many dangers. According to the memorials submitted before, there are almost 3 or 4 deaths or injuries for every 20 people who go out of the city to hunt. There are still some degenerate beasts living in Dongshan. It seems that we can only march to the western swamp. I hope there can be farming there. Qin Yu couldn't help laughing as he thought about it. He can expand the army and recruit soldiers again. He is not far from being promoted to the silver level, and the expansion of the army is urgent. As the army returned, they brought with them a large number of prisoners, among whom thousands were wounded. 2 hours later, it was completely dark. Your Majesty, the casualties and harvests have been counted. Read. Qin Yu waved his hand. The officer immediately responded respectfully. Our army suffered more than 800 casualties, of which the Orc coalition suffered the most losses, with more than 1,000 wounded. The enemy's casualties are unknown, but more than 13,000 people were captured. Since the enemy's food and grass were not moved out in time, most of them were burned. Only less than 10 stones of food and grass were collected. Qin Yu nodded slightly and said, these are just a small amount. After we go straight into the heart of the valley plain, it will be time to harvest the harvest. Transport the prisoners to Dusk City. The valley camp can no longer accommodate them. I have received your order. Qin Yu watched the officer leave and then returned to the military tent. He gathered everyone together to discuss the next plan. Later, we will attack the valley plain, but the pace will be very long. If the army enters the hinterland and is cut off by the enemy, it will be dangerous. What good ideas do you have? Reporting to the Lord, the intelligence says that there are many castles in the valley plain. It is a natural war garrison. It should be fine to build a cordon with cavalry and connect multiple castles to build a defense line. Yes, Lord, the enemy's remaining troops are simply unable to continue to assemble and launch an active attack, so we don't need to be timid. Qin Yu nodded slightly after hearing this. He also felt that the other side would not have many troops left, but he was cautious in his heart and habitually listened to everyone's opinions. Well, in that case, the army will rest for a night and march into the valley plain tomorrow. Population, food, ordnance, resources, all moved away. The next morning, the morning sun illuminated the towering castle. Ailor received the news early in the morning and immediately brought a more elite group of royal knights to wait for the welcome. According to the agreement between him and the leader of the alliance, the other party should be coming soon. Silver/Kelsey, send me a request for help. Bronze/Irol, okay. Bronze/Irol, request for help. After sending it, Irol put away the system screen. After waiting for about half an hour, a burst of extremely strong space aura suddenly appeared in the giant square of the capital. A huge space gate gradually rose from the ground. At the same time, more than a dozen large space vortices gradually condensed in the surrounding sky. Large space gate. Irol looked at the scene in front of him and was shocked. I saw a very terrible breath of death coming from the space gate. A dull and depressing feeling enveloped the whole city. Thousands of skeleton soldiers with a height of 1.6 meters first poured out of the space gate. The dense figures made people's scalps numb. Almost every skeleton soldier had a bone knife and a wooden shield, and the number was about 100,000. The entire royal city square was instantly filled, and then rushed out. In another space gate, a thick green mist with a corrosive smell suddenly gushed out. The green mist slowly enveloped the surroundings, and even the sky was covered with a thick corrosive green. Ugly looking ghouls wrapped in the smell of decay poured out of it. Their skin and flesh were not intact, and some parts even exposed bones. The claws on their hands were as sharp as gold and iron, flashing cold light. Their characteristics are that they have no sense of pain, are fearless of death, are extremely fast, have a strong bite force, and have extremely sharp claws. They will not stop attacking until their heads are chopped off, and they will not be affected by morale. There are as many as 20,000. And in the dozen giant whirlpools in the air, a huge dragon head with a terrifying breath slowly emerged. Chapter 297, The Undead Army. I'm not afraid, but I'm asking for help. A strong smell of death poured out from dozens of space vortexes floating in the sky. Huge undead bone dragons slowly flew out from them. They were more than 10 meters long and 5 or 6 meters high. Their bodies looked like complete dragon skeletons, without flesh and blood or internal organs. Only 2 eyes flashed with 2 dark green flames in their heads. The terrifying breath overflowed from the body of the bone dragon, and all the flowers and plants around them withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. There were about 25 bone dragons, and their strengths varied, but the highest did not exceed the 3rd level of extraordinary, and the lowest was not less than the 1st level of extraordinary. In addition to these bone dragons, there were still figures pouring out of the space gate below. The corpse wizard who could transform the corpses that had just died into ghouls had extremely powerful corrosive magic. There were more than 1,000 corpse wizards. In addition to the corpse wizards, there were also undead wizards wearing black robes. They mastered the perverted necromancy and could summon skeletons from dead bodies. The number of necromancers was no less than 1,000, and the number was also not small. Next came a flying giant beast. They were 3 meters tall and more than 5 or 6 meters long, with green-skinned orc faces, lion bodies, scorpion poisonous tails, and a pair of huge wings. Scorpion lions were failed products of high-level orcs made by magicians, so they were unstable and had a very short lifespan. There were many parasites living on their bodies, and the two were in a symbiotic relationship. The parasites fed on the corpses killed by the scorpion lions, and in return, the scorpion lions could drive these parasites as weapons. Therefore, the scorpion lions were also called walking plagues. There were quite a few scorpion lions, more than 3,000 in total. As soon as they appeared, the entire capital was filled with the stench of bone decay. Following closely behind the scorpion lion army was the undead army, whose souls were sometimes empty and sometimes condensed, and they held a necromancy sickle condensed from resentment in their hands. Their characteristic was that they could resist some physical attacks. Physical attacks did very little damage to them, and secondly, they moved very fast. To cultivate a dead soul, it is necessary to torture the creature inhumanely before it can be born. It is very cruel. The number of the dead soul army is no less than 20,000. They were captured on the ground, with their feet half a meter away from the ground. When the dead soul army appeared, a shrill howl enveloped the capital, frightening the civilians in the capital to hide in their homes and tremble. Behind the dead soul army is a knight of the dead soul, the skeleton knights. Each skeleton holding a bone spear rides an undead horse. The number is no less than 20,000. The number is huge, and the momentum is extremely terrifying. Undead, execute my will. The death knight in armor, holding a sword and shield, rode a nightmare and slowly leaped out of the space vortex. In the back, 40,000 undead attendants surrounded a dark man holding the sword of death, and wearing undead armor. Around the dark man were 10 liches with terrifying auras. Their dried bodies were covered with a luxurious robe, but now it has become tattered. The blue flames burned in the place where their eyes no longer exist. The strong smell of corrosion and death spread to the surroundings. If this group of undead army stayed in the capital for too long, civilians like them might not be able to withstand the undead breath and gradually die. Your Excellency, the honorable leader, Ilor greets you. Ilor was wearing a gorgeous royal robe, with his right hand on his left chest, and leaning over to greet respectfully. Kelsey, sitting on the back of the bone dragon, glanced at Ilor below with an arrogant look and slowly said, "My army needs to rest, so let's do it in this city." The dull and roaring sound came into Ilor's ears, and the stinging ears made him frown. He knew that the other party wanted to blackmail him again. But what could he do? He could only blame his own weak strength. Alliance leader, the Eastern Front is in danger, and we can't wait any longer. To make up for it, I can give an extra 200,000 magic stones. 300,000. Kelsey said coldly. Ilor bit his tongue and said in a deep voice, 300,000 is 300,000. The whole army moves eastward. Kelsey raised the sword of death and ordered. A strong breath of death rose to the sky, and more than 200,000 undead creatures roared and ran towards the east. River Valley Plain, Ziduli. Ziduli is a city in the River Valley Plain, and it is also the territory of a Viscount noble. But now because the lord died in the fire, and half of the regular army of Ziduli's territory was taken away, Qin Yu's army easily captured it, and used this as the basis for invading the entire River Valley. The 20,000 people of Ziduli were transported by Qin Yu to the Twilight City in the St. Vina Mountains. Now Ziduli is stationed with troops. Your Majesty, there is news from the Valley camp that someone has found a purple ore there, which seems to be similar to the ore seized from the enemy in Bimu County last time. An officer walked into the castle in Ziduli City and reported, purple ore. Qin Yu was stunned. If it is the same, or as the one obtained in the last invasion and defense war, then the value is very high. After all, it is an ore containing extraordinary energy, and its value must not be low. Order someone to send samples, and then build a mine, expand the scale, and send those captives to mine, just so that they can find something to do. Sooner or later, they will cause trouble if they are idle for a long time. Qin Yu thought about it and decided aloud. Because at present, before the invasion war is completely over, the results are still unknown, but the ore that has been dug out will definitely not escape. If it is not dug out, it is not certain that it can be taken away. The officer responded and walked out. Tip, your opponent, Ilor, has requested reinforcement Silver/Kelsey. Since the opponent has chosen to request reinforcement, you can choose to continue the invasion or end this invasion, but this invasion will be considered a failure. You can also choose to request reinforcement. Note, both parties have only one opportunity to request reinforcement, and only after the defending party actively requests reinforcement, the attacking party has the right to request reinforcement. The second party cannot request reinforcement again. The sudden reminder scared Qin Yu. Request reinforcement? Qin Yu was stunned, and was obviously confused. If you can't beat him, find a silver brother. Well, there are many social conventions in this game. Even if he knows the gold Qin Yu, he can't say anything. But this option is quite good. Qin Yu had thought about it before. What if the opponent asked for a gold boss? Then do you still need to fight? A slap can kill the bronze player. But now, if the opponent asks for reinforcement, if the player feels that he can't beat him, he can directly choose to end the battle. But the price is that this invasion will be considered a failure. Will it lead to the situation that the other party finds a gold player and becomes invincible? After all, can't I run away if I can't beat him? Some people may think that it would be better to just lick the boss in this game. When the enemy invades, just call the boss out to show his name and scare him away. But it should be clear that there are bosses above the bosses, and secondly, the opponents of the bosses are also opponents. He can't always have time to deal with those who are weaker than him, right? Only with equal strength can you make friends, otherwise no one will look up to you. Qin Yu looked at the three options and began to hesitate. If he chose to end, then the population, harvest, and captives he captured could not be taken away quickly. He might lose more than half of them, and he might not be able to take back less than 100,000 of the nearly 300,000 people. In addition, he couldn't take back the ore with fire element and the purple ore with extraordinary power that he had just discovered. This was difficult for Qin Yu to accept. He pondered for a long time, thinking of the rankings of the 50th war zone, and it seemed that the players in the silver rank would not have much higher combat power. But just in case, Qin Yu planned to choose the last option, asking for help. But who should he ask? Yelena? Wenzhou? Zhao Xiaowu? These people are all silver rank, and they have a good relationship with Qin Yu. But after asking, you will owe them a favor. When others come to you in trouble, it will be difficult for you to refuse. Qin Yu smacked his lips. Who cares? It's important to pick up the gold in front of you first. Even if you have to give it to others, you can't get nothing and have your hands chopped off. After sighing, Qin Yu confirmed his own thoughts. He opened the private chat friend channel. First asked Wenzhao. Qin Yu, the other side of the invasion war has invited a silver player. I'm afraid to be just in case. How about it? Do you have time? 10 minutes after the message was sent, Qin Yu looked at another friend without waiting for a reply. Yelena, Qin Yu, Sister Lina, my little brother is in trouble. Please help. About 5 minutes later, Qin Yu received the message notification sound. Yelena, what's wrong with you? Tell me about the situation. Seeing that it was Yelena who replied, Qin Yu's face lit up, and he quickly replied. Qin Yu, I fought an invasion war, and was about to push the opponent away. Who knew he would call someone a silver player? I'm afraid of the unexpected, so I want to ask you for reinforcement. In the night civilization more than 100 stars away, Yelena was lying on a big bed covered with a soft velvet silk quilt. It was already late at night, and she was planning to sleep, but the system suddenly sent a message reminder. She set a special reminder for Qin Yu's chat channel. Generally, she would set a special reminder for messages from people who were more important to her, and for other people, she would set messages to do not disturb. At this time, Yelena, who had natural big wavy golden hair and a face as delicate as a porcelain doll, became interested. That heroic and domineering white face was lying on the bed with a hint of laziness. Yelena, my soldiers are expensive. Have you thought about it? Do you really want me to send troops? Qin Yu, after the matter is done, I will give you an energy mine. That world is a fantasy world. Qin Yu, Sister Lina, remember to send more troops. The other side's silver player can't be from the 50th war zone. Looking at the reminder sent by Qin Yu, Yelena rubbed her chin with the palm of her right hand and nodded. He was reminding herself that the two of them might know the strength of the silver players in the 50th war zone, but it was not necessarily the case in other zones. No one could be sure what civilization the other side was, how many troops they had, and how strong they were. Therefore, Yelena also felt that she had to choose her troops carefully. It seems that the group of cute dragons have grown up. Let's give this guy a surprise when the time comes. Yelena's rosy lips couldn't help but open slightly and smiled softly. After a moment, she notified the herald to start sending out several military orders. Yelena, give me 2 days to mobilize the troops. You hold on for a while. Qin Yu, no problem. The reason why Yelena said 2 days is that, first, mobilizing troops does take time, and second, if Qin Yu can't even hold on for 2 days, then there is no need for her to continue investing. The next day, after receiving the enemy's request for assistance, Qin Yu added a group of troops and conducted a large-scale search and invasion of the cities and castles in the entire valley. A total of 150,000 people and 60 million kilograms of food were abducted. This is almost enough food for 80,000 people to eat for a year, and the harvest is not small. After transporting the population and food, Qin Yu selected 5 cities and castles that were not far away from each other in the valley to build a defense line. The 5 cities have more or less advantages, but the only feature is that they are not far away from each other, and secondly, it is convenient to support each other. When each city is attacked, the troops of the other 4 cities can rush directly to that city, and the support is very fast. After all, the army cannot be deployed to defend only 1 city. Defending 5 cities can consume more enemy troops. Even if the enemy has more soldiers and generals, these 5 cities can still be defended for at least 10 days and half a month, which is enough to wait until the invasion war is over, and Qin Yu will evacuate this world with a large number of people and harvests in the Saint Vina Mountains. There are currently 90,000 of the nearly 110,000 troops brought by Qin Yu. In addition, Qin Yu also had people train 30,000 cannon fodder from those people and prisoners. It sounds a bit harsh to call them cannon fodder, so let's call them reserve troops. They may be put into defending the city later. As for whether it will cause rebellion, Qin Yu specifically instructed the 30,000 people to choose those who are not so familiar with each other. Secondly, the 30,000 people are divided into several small teams, so even if something happens, it will be suppressed quickly. Another day passed. The day before was calm. since the capital is not far from the valley plain. Even if Kelsey marches with 200,000 troops, it only takes 1 day to arrive. At present, the 200,000 troops are less than 40 miles away from the valley plain. If he wants, he can launch a fierce attack on the enemy today. High in the sky, Kelsey rode on a bone dragon, and 10 liches also rode on bone dragons around him, protecting him closely. Kelsey looked down from the sky and saw the endless all-encompassing army of the dead surging forward like a flood. The huge aura of the dead was so strong that no grass would grow wherever it went. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. The Angry King Khan shows his magical powers. Your Majesty, there is a depressing breath coming from the west. Jiangrong, who was riding on a nearly 10-meter long white-winged monitor lizard, frowned and said. Qin Yu, who was riding on the side, was riding on a red-fire dragon that was even larger than the white-winged monitor lizard. He also frowned, and he naturally noticed the breath coming from the west. It was a kind of depressing, dull, dark, even death. What could it be? Qin Yu immediately understood that the reinforcement invited by the player named Yilua were not simple. Qin Yu looked far into the west. After a long time, it seemed that waves of black tide surged in the distance, and the endless shadows of the enemy army rushed straight towards them. And the depressing breath became more and more intense. Qin Yu frowned immediately. Could it be the undead? Jiangrong, who was standing by, asked in confusion. Your Majesty, what is the undead? The dead are alive again. They will become stronger, the kind of strong without weaknesses. Qin Yu's explanation scared Jiangrong. Move all the long-range troops to the 5 cities. Without strong firepower, the defense line will collapse in an instant. Qin Yu said with a serious expression. I obey your orders. Jiangrong bowed and turned around to fly back while driving the white-winged giant lizard. Qin Yu rode on the back of the red fire dragon and continued to observe. The black torrent was still boundless and rushed towards Qin Yu like a flood. In the air in the distance, more than 20 bone dragons with a length of more than 10 meters were floating. Seeing this, Qin Yu did not stop and turned back to the city while driving the red fire dragon. The first thing he did after returning to the city was to gather everyone and start arranging defense tasks. Physical attacks are definitely inferior to the undead army, so Qin Yu plans to directly use thunder copper weapons to give the enemy the most violent blow. Give the opponent an illusion of I'm very fierce. You'd better be careful. What Qin Yu wants to do is to delay time. Even if he can deal with this undead army, heavy losses are inevitable. Therefore, it is best to wait for Yelena's reinforcement to arrive. There are only tens of thousands of long-range troops with thunder copper weapons. 10,000 archers and 4,000 sharpshooters can fire thunder copper arrows, which should do considerable damage to the undead army. 20,000 spearmen use thunder copper spears, which can cause lightning damage to the undead. The rest are 800 catapults controlled by 3,000 slingers, which can throw thunder copper bullets, and their power is also quite good. Secondly, there are dragon-headed elemental turrets and 50 wind catchers. This is almost all the long-range means at present. Oh, there is also a 500-man terrace or cavalry, which is a good choice to throw kerosene cans from the air. Withdraw the cannon fodder troops to the back. This war does not need them. Staying here will cause trouble. Qin Yu first withdrew the cannon fodder troops in the 5 cities, leaving enough output positions for the elite troops. Leave an extraordinary team in each city, to be used as a precaution, which may be of great use at a critical moment. About 40,000 troops were left in the Saint Vina Mountains, and the rest were all transferred out by Qin Yu. It is imperative to defend the river valley plain. If they retreat, the chance of attacking later will be slim. Remember, our opponents are the undead, a group of dark creatures. They have no reason and no pain, only endless killing. If you want to defeat them, you can only use the strength of the army to destroy them. Remember my words in the subsequent city defense battle. Okay, everyone take your positions. Qin Yu's voice fell, and everyone dispersed, and went to the assigned city for defense. Yuming's 6,000 Dragon Cavalry Battalion and Ji's 800 Wolf Cavalry can be equipped with Thunder Copper arrows to roam and strike the enemy from a distance. This is also a mobile surprise force on the battlefield, and it will play an important role at critical moments. After everyone left, Qin Yu rode on the back of the dragon and rushed to Ziduli, the closest to the enemy in the 5 cities, and personally served as the commander. Notify everyone, the whole city is in combat mode. Qin Yu rode a giant dragon and slowly descended from the sky. He glanced at the enemy troops within a few miles, and then ordered in a deep voice, "Yes, your majesty." At this time, 5 miles away from Ziduli, Kelsey, who was riding on the back of a bone dragon in the sky, looked at the defenders in the city in front and couldn't help but reveal a chilling sneer. He did not feel the breath of threat, which showed that the enemy army did not have any high-level combat power, and the enemy army without high-level combat power will soon be swallowed up by his undead army. Kodo, I bet that the other side will collapse in less than an hour. Kelsey looked at a lich with a dry and old face and smiled. The lich leaned forward respectfully and responded, "No one can resist the sharpness of my lord." Kelsey smiled with satisfaction and then raised the sword of death and said sternly, "Attack." The strong and majestic voice instantly spread throughout the army. The Death Knight riding on the nightmare below raised his sword and shield. "Undead, execute my will, in the name of death, charge." Roar. The roar shook the earth and sounded continuously. 3,000 scorpion lions with a foul breath rose into the air and pounced on the city in front. The 100,000 skeleton army behind was boundless and spread endlessly towards the city in front. Behind the Death Knight were more than 20,000 skeleton cavalry with a strong breath of death. In an instant, the whole plain rumbled, like an earth dragon turning over. The wild grass crouched in fear, and the great dead in the sky hid in the clouds. The sky suddenly became dim and lightless, and the endless breath of the undead turned into dark clouds and pounced forward. Even Qin Yu seemed to feel suffocated, and death was approaching. Seeing the undead army getting closer and closer, countless enemy figures roared and raised their weapons to kill. Qin Yu shouted at the top of his lungs, "Attack." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The archers on the city wall instantly drew their bows and shot endless arrows. Arrows dragging lightning flashed across the sky and fell towards the dense enemy army below. Boom boom boom. Thunder sounded intermittently and continuously, and waves of ripples covered with lightning flashed in the dense undead army like a flood. Kelsey looked at his undead army below in the air, which was hit by countless arrows carrying lightning flashes. Each arrow blew up 3 or 4 skeleton soldiers. His face changed immediately. Looking at the enemy army in front of him who was still attacking fiercely, his face turned cold. "I underestimated it a little, but that's all." As soon as the voice fell, a long shout suddenly sounded in the distant city. "Long Spear Army, attack." Countless shadows of long spear soldiers on the city wall raised their thunder copper long spears, and their consciousness triggered the power of the law in the long spears. Soon, the surging thunder and lightning power was condensed on the tips of countless long spears. Boom, boom, boom. The violent and surging thunder sounded continuously, and the terrifying and violent thunder and lightning aura instantly surged to the entire battlefield. Pieces of lightning suddenly smashed towards the enemy. Wherever the lightning went, everything turned into dust. What ghouls, what skeleton soldiers, or skeleton cavalry, or the undead army. Anyone touched by the lightning disappeared instantly without any stop. The 20,000 long spear soldiers launched continuous attacks, causing a considerable blow to the undead army in front. In a short moment, the casualties exceeded 30,000. Lightning is extremely strong in Yang, and it is the most powerful against such dark creatures. Kelsey's face in the air changed again, becoming extremely cold. If this situation continues, his undead army will inevitably suffer heavy losses if they want to capture the city ahead. Just as he was considering whether to withdraw the army first and outwit them, he suddenly discovered that the enemy's means of combining many armies to deal with lightning gradually weakened. He immediately sneered and said, "I said that a small bronze civilization would have such a powerful means, but it turned out to be just a lie. Order the entire army to attack with all their might." As soon as the words fell, the dense scorpion lion army in the air began to pounce on the enemy army frantically. The undead army also rushed towards several cities quickly with death sickles in hand. The wizard troops are responsible for the giant beasts in the air, and the catapult troops begin to drop thunder copper bombs. Qin Yu's words fell. There were huge vibrations on the battlefield ahead in an instant. I saw thick golden thorny vines instantly breaking out of the ground and attacking the scorpion lion army in the air. There were 400 or 500 golden vines. The moment they appeared, they immediately wrapped up the huge scorpion lions and then led them to the ground, smashing the groups of skeleton soldiers into pieces. There were bursts of creaking sounds coming from the back. There was also a deafening roar. Thunder copper bombs like meteorites fell from the sky and slammed into the battlefield. The range of the lightning flash was like a missile, and the enemy outside the range was almost blinded. The enemy within the range was annihilated by the lightning power condensed by the law of lightning without even a rash left. It can be said that for a while, the undead army in front was full of flowers and waves. The scorpion lion team in the air also suffered heavy losses for a while. Kelsey's face was a little ugly. He raised the sword of death in his hand, and a large amount of death breath gushed out of the sword in an instant. Endless black air covered the surroundings. The death army below instantly became 3 times stronger when it touched this breath. When Qin Yu's army touched these auras, their breathing and movement suddenly slowed down. The vines withered and faded in an instant, and finally slowly disappeared. Qin Yu observed this change and reacted instantly. He suddenly jumped up, his consciousness connected to the king's cauldron, and countless powers of faith emerged. For a moment, the surrounding golden light overflowed, illuminating the entire sky. Behind Qin Yu, a shadow of a furious Vajra instantly appeared. The furious Vajra sat cross-legged behind him, more than 10 meters tall, and the power of faith in the king's cauldron madly poured into the magical power. The suffocating majestic aura enveloped the entire scene, and the angry eyes immediately suppressed the army of undead to stop. The endless Buddha's light engulfed the breath of death and darkness and finally extinguished it. The undead army that rushed to the front was instantly purified by more than half, with heavy casualties. Qin Yu seemed to have turned into an extremely majestic Vajra Buddha, and all evil and dark creatures dared not approach. Kelsey was stunned by the horrific scene in front of him. He hurriedly ordered loudly, "Retreat." The remaining 150,000 undead army slowly retreated like a tide. Qin Yu also hurriedly cancelled his magical state. Suddenly, he felt faint and fell from mid-air. Fortunately, the red fire dragon below quickly pounced over and caught Qin Yu with its wings. Qin Yu overused the power of the king's cauldron, which led to the exhaustion of his mental power. This was thanks to his fusion of the spirit seed, which greatly improved his mental power. If it was before, not to mention whether he could use it, it is estimated that just the consumption just now would make Qin Yu completely vegetative, or his soul would be annihilated. After all, although he can draw the power of the king's cauldron for unlimited use, his mental power will be quickly consumed during the period. After all, his mental power plays a role in carrying it. Without carrying, he cannot continue to draw power. Fortunately, the enemy retreated, and it is estimated that it can be delayed for a while. Your Majesty, are you okay? Call the military doctor. Call your mother's military doctor. Go and cook the medicine. All the officers around him expressed their concerns. Qin Yu supported Ji Wu's shoulders with great effort and stood up, waving his hand and said, "It's okay, I just overexerted myself, and I'm a little exhausted. Let's go. Help me go back to rest. You continue to keep an eye on the enemy and report to me immediately if there is any movement. I'll obey your orders." Everyone shouted in unison. Qin Yu nodded slightly, and with the help of Ji Wu, he returned to the military tent to rest. Kelsey, who had issued the order to withdraw the troops, had already led the troops to retreat to the original place 6 miles away to set up camp and rest. Due to his successive failures in judgment, the army suffered nearly a quarter of the losses. Fortunately, they were all low-level troops, and it was not expensive and simple to manufacture and train them, so he did not get angry. At this time, he was thinking with a puzzled look on his face. Logically speaking, he did not sense the presence of high-level combat power in the enemy army. Either the enemy was so powerful that it reached the level of the extraordinary 5th level or above, or it consumed some price to release high-level combat power in a short time. Bronze civilization could not have a 5th level existence, so he was more willing to believe the second possibility. Moreover, according to his observation, the opponent's two methods, one was consumables, and the other was not durable. Therefore, as long as a long-term war of attrition was fought, the enemy army would be defeated. Kelsey, who was in the silver rank, naturally had more experience than ordinary bronze rank players. He quickly analyzed the enemy's weaknesses and countermeasures. However, if you want to fight a war of attrition, 150,000 troops are not enough. Kodo, go to the capital and ask Ilor for 100,000 people. Kelsey ordered. Kodo's eyes suddenly condensed. He knew in his heart that the master wanted to transform these 100,000 people into a skeleton army. The strength of the skeleton army transformed from the freshly slaughtered corpses is also stronger. Chapter 299. 10 consecutive draws. A golden quality artifact. Qin Yu, the army of the other silver player, is a combination of dark creatures and undead creatures from fantasy civilization. They are not too powerful, but we cannot ignore them. Qin Yu, it would be best if there is an army that can restrain the other side. The food and grass for this expedition is mine. I owe you a favor, Sister Lina. In the castle of Zaduali, Qin Yu sat in the castle hall. There was only a team of human emperor guards standing at the door to guard the safety of the place. In front of Qin Yu was a light curtain. He waited for more than 10 minutes before he received Yelina's reply. Yelina, undead. That's really a coincidence. My technology tree just restrains him. Yelina, you hold on for another day. Sister, I will be there soon. Qin Yu, it's stable for the time being. As long as we don't lose the defense, we can take over the entire enemy territory. After Qin Yu replied, he turned off the system light curtain. A day had passed since the war with the undead army. The other side retreated 10 miles and then stopped moving. Qin Yu had a bad premonition again. He sat on a chair in the castle hall, rubbing his chin with the palm of his right hand, his eyebrows knitted together, his eyes slightly dull, and in a state of contemplation. At this moment, a constant sense of uneasiness kept coming from his heart. After a long time, he sighed slightly. Let's draw a card. Maybe a powerful one can break the situation. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yu took out a bag, and as he shook it, a beautiful and pleasant sound of metal collision was produced inside. 8 high level, 14 intermediate, and 21 primary. These are the civilization gold coins that Qin Yu has accumulated during this period, most of which were obtained in these 2 invasion wars. He silently counted out 5 high level and 5 intermediate, and planned to try his luck with 10 consecutive draws. He saw his consciousness move in a trance. On one side of the surrounding scene, the lush cliff bank, the majestic waterfall below, like the Milky Way pouring down, makes people feel spectacular. Qin Yu did not hesitate, and silently threw the 10 gold coins in his hand out with force. As the sound of splashing water sounded, 10 streams of light of different colors shot up from the pool under the waterfall. 4 purple, 1 gold, and 4 blue, 1 green. Qin Yu's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on the golden light. 5 high-level Victor gold coins and 5 intermediate Victor gold coins actually gave him 1 gold and 4 purple. What else can I say about this explosion rate? It was simply a day of great luck. The trace of uneasiness and worry on Qin Yu's face disappeared instantly, and instead, endless joy and expectation surged into his heart. He silently opened the prompt and began to check the harvest this time. You consume 1 high-level Victor gold coin and obtain the artifact Yunci Seal X1, gold quality. You consume 1 high-level Victor gold coin and obtain the weapon Holy Angel Sword X1, purple quality. You consume 1 high-level Victor gold coin and obtain the building elemental Magic Tower X1, purple quality. You consume 1 high-level Victor gold coin and obtain the Mount Double-Winged Unicorn X1, blue quality. You consume 1 high-level Victor gold coin and obtain the item card Resurrection X1, blue quality. You consume 1 intermediate Victor gold coin and obtain double copy card X1, purple quality. You consume 1 intermediate Victor gold coin and obtain the magic weapon Purple Treasure Fairy Cloud Armor X1, purple quality. You consume 1 intermediate Victor gold coin and obtain the magic weapon Wind Flag X1, blue quality. You consume 1 intermediate Victor gold coin and obtain the Arrow Flame Arrow *100 000 inch X1, Blue quality, you consume 1 intermediate win a gold coin and get fine steel halberd x1. Green quality, Qin Yu's eyes lit up and he began to check the items he had drawn this time. First of all, there was the golden weapon he had been looking forward to for a long time. Looking at the word artifact written on it, Qin Yu's face became even more excited. The Yin Sea Seal, a product of the mythological civilization of the Yin world. It is a divine weapon in the Yin Sea, which can seal the dead as Yin soldiers, Yin messengers, Yin officials, Yin generals, etc. When sealing the Yin, it depends on whether their Yin virtue is sufficient. Secondly, the strength after sealing the Yin is determined by the evil spirit in life. The killing in war will not deduct Yin virtue, but the killing indiscriminately will still deduct Yin virtue. Seal the Yin soldiers and Yin messengers? Qin Yu was shocked when he saw the introduction. This is indeed a divine weapon, and it actually has the power of a priesthood. It's just that I don't know whether the relevant weapons and equipment will be condensed after the Yin messenger and Yin soldiers are sealed. Secondly, it is not clear how much the strength is after sealing the Yin, but after all, it is a golden quality item, so it must be extraordinary. Moreover, the Yinxia and Yinbing seem to be in charge of ghosts, but I don't know if they are in charge of the undead. If it is really useful, Qin Yu really needs to seal thousands of Yinxia to carry out cross-dimensional attacks on the army of undead. Qin Yu shook his head and looked at the next item. Sword of the Holy Angel, a product of angel civilization. It is the sword of authority used by the 5th level Holy Angel. It was born from the Holy Light. Wherever it goes, darkness retreats and light spreads. People with dark and gloomy qualities cannot hold it. Only those who are devoted to the holy light, upright, selfless, friendly and dedicated, can exert its maximum power. Hiss. Looking at the introduction above, Qin Yu couldn't help but take a breath. The introduction of this sword doesn't seem to mention any power, but as its owner, the Holy Angel has a 5th level life level. It shouldn't be too weak. It's just that Qin Yu can understand that dark creatures can't use it, but why is there a limit to exerting the maximum power? Must you also be devoted to the light? Qin Yu was speechless for a moment. After turning off the introduction of the Sword of the Holy Angel, he continued to look at other items. Elemental Magic Tower, produced in the Magic Civilization. It was made by a top magician of a 2nd level Magic Civilization who collected the most complete magic of the 6 series in the entire continent. This is a movable magic tower. It is not only a safety guarantee for magicians with weak physical defense, but also a magic tower that can destroy dragons in an instant. It is also a mobile residence for magicians on long distance travel. The elemental magic tower has 6 elements: wind, water, thunder, fire, wood, and earth. In order to use it, in addition to filling it with magic stones responsible for replenishing energy, there must also be some items containing elemental power as the medium for releasing magic. Of course, if the level of the medium is too low, some high level magic or even forbidden magic cannot be released. It's really a pillow for you when you are sleepy. Qin Yu exclaimed as he looked at the introduction of the elemental magic tower. He has the magic stone. He has the flame medium. He has the lightning medium. He even has the wood medium. These 3 types correspond to 3 elemental magic. There is a kind of ore containing fire element in the cave of the red fire dragon, which can be used as a flame medium. The thunder copper ore contains the lore of thunder and lightning, which can be used as the lore of thunder and lightning. The Futeng totem can be deducted as a wood medium. However, the latter is not as powerful as the first 2, so it is not necessary. The main focus is on high damage magic such as fire and thunder. Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction and looked back. Double-winged unicorn, a 3rd level exotic beast mount, with a snow-white body, a pair of wings that can fly, and incomparably pure. The unicorn on its head is the medium for it to release magic. The unicorn masters purification magic and some holy light magic, which is considered an auxiliary mount. You can disbelieve its magic power, but you can't disbelieve its flying speed. A blue quality 3rd level mount. It is estimated to be very beautiful. You can keep it, or give it as a gift. Qin Yu nodded slightly and looked back. Resurrection, a blue quality item card. For our soldiers who are seriously injured on the battlefield, it can instantly restore them to their best state, treat their injuries, and have a slight bonus for a short period of time. It is a one-time item. Qin Yu frowned. This item card is useful, but it is also useless. It sounds powerful to revive seriously injured soldiers with full health, right? But how many soldiers are seriously injured? Either they are dead or slightly injured, and the seriously injured ones will not live long. Why don't the enemies attack you when they see you shaking? However, this item card is really useful. It seems to have a loophole, that is, there is no limit on the level and strength of the effective target. If it is saved for the later stage of civilization, it will definitely be a item card of no less than gold quality. A large group of high-end combat forces are not so easy to die, right? But what about the seriously injured? High-end combat forces are instantly resurrected with full health. That can turn the tide of the battle. After Qin Yu figured it out, he put it away with satisfaction and continued to read. Double copy card. You can copy creatures within the third order life level under your command. After copying, 2 creatures with the same strength and race will be added. Well, the effect is good. You can give it to Xiaodahan. At present, the only one with the highest upper limit of individual combat power is Xiaodahan. That is the red fire dragon enslaved by Qin Yu. After all, there are also strong and weak in the third order, and there is no need to write too much about the red fire dragon, which is the ceiling of the third order. However, Qin Yu felt that it was a bit far-fetched to only double the copy quality to reach purple. But it was not formulated by him, so he had no choice. Purple treasure fairy cloud armor, produced in the Cultivation civilization. It is a defensive magic weapon. The 1000-year-old purple treasure concentrate added to it gives it extremely strong defense, and the density of several thousand pounds is also difficult to be blasted. In addition, the addition of fairy cloud not only reduces the weight of the wearer, but also gives this magic weapon the ability to fly. A purple quality defense magic weapon and armor of the Cultivation civilization? Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and his eyebrows were raised. He liked this item, and it could increase his safety. It is one of the more practical items so far. Wind flag, a magical tool produced from the Cultivation civilization. Its power is different from that of magic weapon. The wind flag has the ability to increase the power of wind spells, making the wind more violent, just like a raging fire meeting dry wood. This is a blue quality item. Qin Yu thought the introduction was quite good. It can be given to wind catchers to increase their power. He nodded and continued to read. Flame arrow, an arrow that has been uniformly enchanted by magic. After being shot, it will gradually burn, making fire attacks more convenient. The flame is not much different from ordinary flames, but it can burn a little longer. Fine steel halberd. It took a master blacksmith a year to forge it successfully. It took 7749 refinings to become steel. The superb forging craftsmanship made this halberd even harder. The same blue quality, the same green quality. The former is a consumable in military equipment and is very useful. The latter can only be said to be better than nothing. After checking all, Qin Yu silently turned off the prompt, and then the surrounding screen suddenly changed. He returned to the castle hall of Ziduli again. As soon as he came back, Qin Yu couldn't wait to take out the golden item. As a golden stream of light flashed, a palm-sized jade seal floated in Qin Yu's hand. It was black in color and shaped like a small palace carving. The 4 words Yinsi Fusion were engraved on the bottom of the seal. As soon as the Yinsi seal appeared, the surrounding area was filled with a quiet, gloomy, and majestic atmosphere. Qin Yu held the Yinsi seal in his hand and slowly drew the energy from the king's cauldron and injected it into it. The surrounding scene changed. No, the surrounding scene did not change, but he could see things that he couldn't see before. Outside the castle hall, groups of souls were floating in the air. Some were still human shaped, and some had shrunk to the size of a fist. Some of them were black, some were red, and some were grey. There was more or less a little bit of golden light in their bodies. According to the feedback from the Yinsi seal, that should be Yind. Name, Li Yun. Go stage, 5 days, Yindi, 50, seal Yin. Can be sealed as Yin General, Li Yun. Qin Yu was stunned. He had some impression of this name. In the casualty list 5 days ago, a captain in the army was killed. Maybe it was him? Qin Yu silently circulated the golden energy to continue to flow into the Yinsi seal, and then clicked on the option of sealing Yin. Suddenly, the surroundings were filled with gloomy winds. The shadow of a bronze gate that was more than 10 meters high slowly appeared, revealing a gloomy and majestic atmosphere. It seemed that countless evil ghosts were sealed inside the gate, and black air was leaking out from inside. A majestic voice suddenly sounded, "Wandering Ghost Li Yuan. He is a person who has been rewarded for his good Yin-di. He is ordered by Lord Qin Yu, the Lord of the Yin-Si Palace of Qin Yu, to be sealed as a 9th rank Yin General, and take office immediately." The voice seemed to be full of majesty that could not be disobeyed. As soon as the voice fell, a sudden change occurred in front of the bronze gate. Qin Yu looked over with a slightly surprised look. Li Yuan's soul gradually solidified into a yin body, and a green armor condensed from yin qi wrapped around his soul. A bronze badge of the 9th rank Yin General and a ghost-headed sword that seemed to bind dozens of evil ghosts appeared in Li Yuan's hands. "I, Li Yuan, pay my respects to the Lord, and to the Lord of the Mansion. Thank you for your grace of rebirth." Li Yuan knelt on the ground and said respectfully. His body was transformed by yin qi, and was 3 meters tall. Chapter 300, Yanbing Camp, the Undead Army Attacks. Looking at Li Yuan's 3-meter tall body in front of him, Qin Yu's face was slightly surprised. After Qin Yu used the Yin-Si seal to seal Li Yuan's soul into a Yin General, he underwent a huge change. The originally dim soul became solid, and the huge yin body more than 3 meters tall gave people a strong sense of oppression. Wrapped in dark green armor, holding a ghost-headed broadsword in both hands, and a bronze plate hanging on his waist, Qin Yu silently opened Li Yuan's attribute panel. Name, Li Yuan. Gender, male. Clergy, Yin-Si 9th grade Yin General. Age, 29. Force/physique/agility. Extraordinary level 3. Intelligence. Command. Combat talent. Long handle. Talent 1. Pursuit. B level lower. Effect. When attacking the enemy, morale increases by 20%, and the attack frequency of the troops under his command increases by 20%. Talent 2. Yin General Body. A level lower. Effect. Yin General Body can absorb Yin Qi and Dead Qi to improve physical strength, and its defense is extremely high and difficult to collapse. If the body is seriously injured or cut off, it can be restored by Yin Qi. The Yin General Body has a strong deterrent and damage bonus to creatures such as undead, ghosts, and ghosts. Talent 3. Yin General of the Underworld. A level lower. Effect. The priesthood of Yin General of the Underworld can command Yin soldiers and march in formation. Loyalty. 89. Supernormal level 3. Looking at the combat power attribute on the attribute panel, Qin Yu's eyes widened instantly. According to the description of Yin CZ, the strength after sealing Yin depends on the strength of the target before his death, or the killing on the battlefield and the accumulated evil spirit on his body. In addition to the reason why Li Yuan was able to reach the supernormal level 3 after sealing Yin, he also accumulated a lot of evil spirits before his death. The number of enemies killed on the battlefield is not only 1000, but also 300. Qin Yu still needs to understand the specific reasons. He will be familiar with it after sealing Yin a few more times. At present, Li Yuan's strength of the 3rd level should be regarded as the top level in Qin Yu's entire civilization. Even if Jiang Rong has just touched the threshold of the 2nd level, if Qin Yu does not use the power of the King's Cauldron, he may not be able to beat Li Yuan. Li Yuan, everyone has their own destiny. In this case, I will establish the Yin-Si from today, independent of the court, and you will be the 9th rank Yin General of the Yin-Si, commanding the Yin soldiers. I obey your orders. Thank you for the reward. Li Yuan's tall body suddenly shrank back to less than 2 meters, and he clasped his hands and said. Qin Yu was stunned. Seeing this, Li Yuan hurriedly explained, reporting to the Lord, the size of this body can change as I wish. With my current strength, it can rise to 5 meters at most. A 1-meter body has tens of kilograms of strength, a 2-meter body has more than 200 kilograms of strength, or 3-meter body has 500 kilograms, a 4-meter body has 1000 kilograms, and a 5-meter body has 2000 kilograms of strength. Qin Yu nodded after listening to Li Yuan's explanation, and then he walked out while saying, "Follow me out." Li Yuan bowed and responded, following closely behind him. Qin Yu held the Yin-Si seal in his left hand and slowly walked out of the castle hall. The number of souls from the outside world also increased. I saw a gust of gloomy wind blowing, and the bronze door with the gloomy and simple atmosphere appeared again in the void. The yin C seal on Qin Yu's left hand shone brightly, and bursts of rich yin energy suddenly erupted in all directions. Qin Yu made a point with his right hand repeatedly, sealing all the surrounding souls and bodies. In the end, a total of 1,000 yin soldiers and 2 yin generals were sealed. One was Li Yun, who was a lieutenant in the army, and the other was Wang Liang, who was a lieutenant in the Dragon Rider Battalion. After being sealed as yin, his strength also reached the 3rd level of transcendent. The people who were sealed as yin soldiers also changed a lot. Most of them were the 1st level of transcendent, and a few were the 2nd level of transcendent. They all had armor condensed by yin qi on their bodies, and held long spears emitting evil spirits in their hands. This kind of long spear with evil spirits has great damage to the undead, and it kills the undead. The dead air on them can also make the yin soldiers stronger. It's just that normal living people can't stay near creatures with heavy yin qi for a long time. On the one hand, it will shorten their lifespan. At the least, they will become weak and sick, and at the worst, they will die of a serious illness. Therefore, Qin Yu can't get too many yin soldiers. It's a problem where to place them in the future. Let someone mark out an uninhabited area as the military camp of the yin soldiers. Qin Yu thought about it, and immediately ordered an officer beside him. I will obey your orders. After giving the order, Qin Yu also ordered the yin army camp to move over. Li Yuan and Wang Liang were also very shocked and unbelievable on their way out. Originally, after death, they were in despair watching the souls of themselves and their former comrades slowly dissipate and die completely. But now, the Lord can actually bring them back to life. Although it is not quite the same as before, at least they will not disappear completely. They are already dead. What are they afraid of in the future? For a while, Qin Yu has become an image of an omnipotent great king in the hearts of the 2 yin generals and many yin soldiers. After the yin army camp left, Qin Yu ran to the place where the red fire dragon usually rested. Originally, the red fire dragon was locked up with a group of strange beasts to rest. Later, because of the vague emanation of the dragon's power on his body, some of the giant beasts either trembled or conflicted with the strange beasts. And the red fire dragon is Qin Yu's mount, so the person in charge of the animal pen had no choice but to go to Qin Yu to tell him. Finally, the red fire dragon successfully obtained the single VIP room rest area. Looking at the cheesy fire dragon lying on the grass inside the wall and sleeping, Qin Yu walked in and touched the red fire dragon's nose. Puff. With a breath, a tiny flame sprayed out from the nose and mouth, burning Qin Yu's hand, and retracted it suddenly. Qin Yu was so angry that he raised his hand and slapped the red fire dragon to wake it up. It was scared and looked around, and finally the pair of huge vertical pupil dragon eyes stared at Qin Yu. It seemed to say, "Why are you hitting me?" Qin Yu was too lazy to pay attention to it. The purple light in his hand flashed, and then Qin Yu used the double copy card as the target as a red fire dragon. Just when the red fire dragon was confused, 2 huge and dazzling purple lights flashed around. A familiar yet unfamiliar atmosphere enveloped the red fire dragon. As the light faded, 2 giant dragons with the same appearance and body shape as the red fire dragon appeared on its left and right sides. You 3 should get along well in the future. Qin Yu smiled and stroked them twice in turn before leaving. He left behind 3 giant red fire dragons that looked at each other. The kingdom of the sacred eagle, the capital. In a towering castle, Ilor's face was horribly dark. A full 100,000 people. His heart was bleeding. What is the enemy too strong? He lost too much. Go to hell. He cursed angrily. In his eyes, Kelsey was now an extremely greedy and ugly villain. He blackmailed him over and over again, and now he even asked him for population. In his opinion, a mere bronze player, Kelsey, an old silver player who has advanced to silver for several years, can't deal with it? Are you kidding me? It's obvious that they want to take this opportunity to blackmail him. What can a 100,000 person population do for an undead civilization? It's nothing more than transforming into corpse ghosts or skeletons. Bang. This bastard. Ilor's face flushed with anger, and he slammed the cup in his hand to the ground. The total population of the entire empire was 800,000. In the St. Vina Mountains and the River Valley Plains, 300,000 people were gone. If the enemy could be annihilated, that would be fine. If not, what would he have left with the 300,000 people plus the 100,000 taken away by Kelsey? Although 50,000 of the 100,000 people were serfs, slaves, and prisoners of war, Ilor still had the urge to vomit blood. His eyes were sharp, and he secretly noted this account in his heart. Meanwhile, the 100,000 people gathered from all over the empire were brought to a valley. After a day of endless slaughter, there were 100,000 more corpses in the vast valley. The bloody breath broke through the sky, and the land of the entire valley was dyed blood red. A group of corpse witches and undead magicians began to release. Kelsey raised the sword of death and summoned a large amount of death breath to cover the entire valley. As the magic took effect, one by one, skeletons of 1.67 meters tall crawled out of the sea of corpses. One by one, ugly ghouls roared slowly out of the valley. The strong breath of death turned the resentful souls in the valley into undead spirits. The shrill howling sound resounded through the sky, and the surroundings seemed to have turned into a sea of blood and corpses. In the end, 100,000 living people turned into 40,000 skeletons, 40,000 ghouls, and 70,000 dead spirits. Together with the original 150,000 undead army, Kelsey now has a total of 300,000 undead army. Tonight is the day that boy dies. I wish him good luck. Kelsey, riding on the bone dragon, sneered and drove the bone dragon out of the valley. The 150,000 undead army behind followed closely behind. As undead, fighting at night is more powerful than fighting during the day. In the middle of the night, the moonlight was covered by dark clouds, and the earth was terribly dark. It was pitch dark, and the ears could only hear a slight sound. Your Majesty, the enemy has been quiet for almost 2 days. Is it possible that they will attack at night? In the castle hall, Qin Yu squinted slightly and was about to rest for a while. Yuming on the side suddenly spoke up. Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at Yuming. Then you will go and take the cavalry for a patrol. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu was about to close his eyes and rest for a while when he saw an officer suddenly rushing in from outside the hall and shouting hurriedly, "Oh no, Lord, the enemy has launched an attack." Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes again and glanced at Yuming and shouted, "Crow's mouth." Then he rushed out of the hall while shouting loudly, "Let all troops enter combat status and notify the Yin army camp to assemble." "Yes, I obey the order." Yuming in the hall thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out what the Lord suddenly said crow's mouth meant. Does the Lord want to eat crow's mouth? Or does crow's mouth have a way to deal with the enemy? Thinking of this, he hurriedly ran out and ordered a few people to find crow's mouth while running to gather the army to prepare for the enemy. In the dark night, countless torches were lit and the walls of the 5 cities were quickly filled with troops. At this time, the sky was dark, and only a group of shadows with green light could be seen rushing towards the city wall. The purple light in Qin Yu's hand flashed, and then the light fell into the city, and turned into an elemental magic tower more than 10 meters high. After having people fill the prepared magic stone and the ore containing the fire element into the elemental tower, Qin Yu immediately turned on the automatic attack mode. At the same time, the dragon head elemental turret was also set up on the city wall by Qin Yu, and he ordered people to attack the shadows with dim light in front of them. A huge fire dragon bomb gushed out, fell into the enemy army and lit up immediately, and then dozens of skeletons were smashed to pieces. The power of the elemental tower was even greater, and it was a fireball falling from the sky. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of fireballs fell from the sky and smashed into the enemy army. But the consumption was also very huge. More than 10,000 archers also changed to fire arrows and attacked the enemy army with an overwhelming rain of arrows. Countless flames cut through the sky, adding a lot of light to the night. It also allowed the soldiers on the city wall to see the front clearly. It was an endless army of undead, with almost no gaps and no end in sight. Wherever the eyes went, there were ugly undead creatures roaring and crowded together. The number was suffocating. Qin Yu was also shocked when he saw it. The number was much larger than at the beginning. If he fought a war of attrition, he would definitely lose. Try to delay it as much as possible. Qin Yu stared at the front and sighed with gritted teeth. Order the wizard team to control the puppet army to kill the enemy, Qin Yu said coldly. As soon as the voice fell, the order was quickly passed down. The 250-leaf Thunderblade chariot and the 330-leaf ramming chariot rushed out of the city and killed the undead army under the control of the wizards. The hard 3-blade ramming chariot led the way in front, and the 100-meter distance was reached in the blink of an eye. The extremely fast rotating wheels increased the penetration of the chariot, and the hard triangular ramming head slammed into the enemy. Suddenly, the moment the 303 knife ramming car crashed into the enemy, a huge mouth was instantly opened in that direction. Thousands of ghouls and skeleton soldiers were knocked away, and then the blades on both sides of the chariot began to flash with lightning, and all the enemy soldiers that were touched were cut in half. The power even shocked Qin Yu. The 5-leaf lightning knife car in the back also quickly rushed in from the big hole opened by the 3-knife ramming car. The 3 5-leaf knives in front of the car began to rotate rapidly, and all the body fragments of the undead were everywhere. 500 chariots killed in the undead army. Both sides were killing tools without pain but endless killing, but in terms of strength, it was obvious that the chariot puppet won the victory. But the good times did not last long. After winning the record of thousands of casualties, the enemy commander obviously also discovered this place. Immediately ordered the bone dragon floating in the air to attack the chariot puppet on the ground. Groups of dark green flames bombarded the chariot. Melting. Collapse. The losses of the chariot puppets began to increase. After finally devouring 10,000 low-level undead troops, all 500 chariots were damaged. On the contrary, the enemy's offensive did not weaken at all due to the loss of 10,000 undead, but became even more fierce. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.